Podium Audio presents The Chiral Agent, Book 1 of the Biogenesis War, written by L. Richman, performed by Tom Taylorson. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Sun Tzu. Deadly Discovery. Advanced Isolation Lab, DeGrasse Research, Taurus, Vermilion, Loughton's Star, Geminate Alliance. The specimen case was unique. Tucked away in DeGrasse's Advanced Isolation Lab, it was disguised as a large gray shipping crate, purposely mislabeled as cleaning supplies. One look inside instantly dispelled that fiction. It contained no solvents, no soaps, yet neither was it a standard specimen case. There were no compartments designed to isolate biological samples laid out in neat, sterile rows. Instead, opening this case was like falling into a looking-glass microcosm teeming with native life. Segmented into 4 terrarium-like vivariums, each biosphere was host to its own species: insect, arachnid, rodent, reptile. The specimen case was unique in another significant way. The biospheres within were engineered from unique molecular building blocks found on Vermilion, the sole habitable planet orbiting Loughton's Star. The life found here was unlike anything else humankind had discovered in all their centuries-long exploration of the universe. For all but a select few in the Geminate Alliance, it didn't exist. When the first reports made their way to Alliance headquarters in Procyon, the decision was made to place Loughton's Star under interdiction. The discovery was deemed too dangerous, too easily weaponized. Until Geminate scientists could fully decode what they'd found, all information pertaining to the discovery had been classified, reports redacted. The Navy's premier research station was secretly relocated to Loughton's Star and placed in orbit above Vermilion. DeGrasse was staffed by a small team of civilian researchers under contract to the Alliance. These were recruited by the Navy's Advanced Research Agency and sworn to secrecy about their work. The decision to interdict Loughton's Star had been made in the hope that news of the discovery could be contained, the sensitive information hidden from the prying eyes of Alliance enemies. They failed. A matter of state. Ministry of State Security, Central Prefecture, Eridu, Akkadian Empire, Alpha Centauri. The room into which Citizen General Che Jaza was ushered was at once both spare and ornate. The few furnishings allowed were priceless, dating back to the original colonists. They were displayed with the reverence afforded such valuable pieces of Akkadian history. Che stood quietly at attention just inside the entrance, until the woman seated behind the minister's desk acknowledged him. As he waited, he pulled up the roster of the newest recruits on his implants overlay. He mentally flipped through them, approving some and deferring others. He'd gone through 5 reports before the minister took note of him. He dismissed the overlay when Rinzhao Enli, Minister of Akkadian State Security, raised a hand and gestured him forward. As he neared, the synthetic intelligence embedded in his head automatically submitted his security token. This allowed him to cross her personal perimeter and live. He stopped in front of Enli's desk, and her head snapped up, the gesture oddly bird-like. Her eyes bored into his with the cold scrutiny of a raptor. Che matched her, expression for expression, chin slightly raised. "Challenge accepted." She relaxed back and nodded, eyes glinting in brief amusement, acknowledging the silent interplay. "Citizen General." Her tone was crisp and flat, with little inflection. "Minister?" he responded. Rinzhao motioned for Che to take a seat. "I see the samples from Loughton's Star are being secured," she said. Che nodded as he lowered himself into the indicated chair, and then waited patiently while the minister read the report from their agent in the Geminate Navy. Rinzhao hummed, one finger tapping rhythmically on the edge of the desk, and then her hand stilled. Her gaze landed thoughtfully on him once more, eyes narrowing as her finger resumed its soft tapping. Che resisted the urge to shift uncomfortably under the minister's regard. He couldn't tell if she was actually studying him or if her thoughts were elsewhere. When he couldn't stand it any longer, he spoke.
"If you don't mind me asking, what's so important about these samples?"
One of the minister's eyebrows rose in polite disbelief. "They would be important simply because the Geminate Alliance thinks they are. Need I remind you that despite their relative youth, the Star Nation has consistently outperformed the Coalition in scientific innovation?" He grimaced.
"No, you do not."
Rinzhao studied Che silently, the moment extending uncomfortably long. Abruptly, she stood. "Come, Citizen General Jaza, walk with me." Che's stomach churned at her unexpected formality, but he kept his face impassive, inclining his head agreeably. He rose and followed the minister to the massive clear steel window that stretched across the far side of her office. Rinzhao ran a finger down the window's side seam, and it retracted, allowing in a rush of sweltering heat. She stepped out onto a balcony that faced south, toward Eridu's equator. Che followed, already feeling the sweat beading his brow. He saw a strand of silver shimmering in the distance, rising to disappear into the atmosphere. Eridu's main space elevator. Before it, countless buildings rose, home to most of the planet's population. They were clustered together, dull gray facades seeming to huddle protectively against the elements in one densely populated swath that ran between the elevator and Rinzhao's private balcony, atop the special administrative building. To the left, through the haze of heat and graphite dust that seemed to cling to everything in Central Prefecture, Che could just make out the silhouette of the State Assembly House. A rope of white curved gently from behind the government building, the maglev line the only public access Acadian citizens had to their government seat. Che's eyes followed the line as it snaked its way down the hill toward them, gleaming in the late afternoon sunlight. It paralleled Rinzhao's balcony before swooping low to meet the ground, the nearest station a mere half-kilometer from where they stood. A train pulled up to the platform as he watched, disgorging a mix of native Acadians and a few visiting dignitaries and businessmen. The latter were easily recognizable by the faint blue glow that emanated from the narrow headsets they wore. The filters were a necessary evil. Natives like Che had genetically altered respiratory systems that allowed them to breathe, despite the toxins in Eridu's air. Off-worlders had no such modifications. That same air was the reason a protective ceramic alloy coated all outdoor surfaces, a deterrent to the corrosive atmosphere. It was the only way to build structures that would last, given the amount of sulfuric acid in the air, despite the terraformers' best efforts. Rinzhao turned to face west, and Che surreptitiously swiped at his brow before following her gaze. Stretching out before them were the walls that bordered Central Prefecture. Beyond that were the rock-strewn grasses of the Hoenn Savannah. The minister looked over her shoulder at Che, one brow raised in invitation, before returning her gaze to the savannah. He stepped up beside her, his hands coming to rest on the half-wall that ran along the balcony. Beside him, Rinzhao lifted an arm to shade her eyes from the glare of the star, Ebla, riding low upon the horizon. As near the equator as they were, there would be very little twilight, Che knew. Night would follow swiftly on Ebla's heels, though it wouldn't be absolute. Ebla's sister star, Zoshir, was at its periastron, and would cast a bright glow across the Acadian landscape of Eridu once it rose in a few hours. "What do you know of our history, Che? Tell me." For all that the words were spoken in a careless, idle tone, he knew a command when he heard it.
"Nothing beyond the basics that any citizen knows, I suppose. I'm a soldier, not a historian,"
Che stated, brushing the residue of graphite powder from his fingers. The stuff was ubiquitous on Eridu, had been for as long as he'd been alive. The dust was left over from the seeding of hydrogen and iron aerosols into the planet's proto-atmosphere. It had been done to mitigate the density of the carbon dioxide in the air during early terraforming. Rinzhao remained silent, looking at him expectantly. He searched for something innocuous to say that wouldn't cause him to lose status.
"My value to the state lies more with the Junction than it does to the past,"
he reminded her, allowing a hint of self-deprecation to leach into his voice. The Junction was a deliberate draw, a reminder that the compulsory classes were his responsibility. Part indoctrination, part boot camp. They functioned as a crucible, refining the raw recruits until their strengths could be identified and catalogued, their usefulness to the state clear. Che excelled at this, mining each new group carefully and finding the truly gifted, honing them into weapons the state could wield. Rin Zhao knew it, too. I suppose the state's military is less about the past and more about tactics, she conceded. But indulge me, please, old friend.
Old friend.
Che knew there was no such thing in Akkadian politics. Rin Zhao sank one hand inside the pocket of her uniform jacket and pulled out a portable hollow. She thumbed it on just as the sun, Ebla, gave up its last light with a sharp flash of green on the horizon. A three-dimensional representation of the Alpha Centauri system sprang into being before them, partially obscuring Che's view of the maglev station below. Shadowed figures played out behind the projection, government workers hurrying home at second shift change. I'm sure you are aware of the struggle we had when we first came to Eridu, she began, so I'll not bore you with the details. The terraforming failures forced us to overcome obstacles neither Giza nor Anyang ever had to face. Che nodded at her mention of their sister colonies. You must also know, or have at least heard rumor, of the attempts my predecessor made to alter the balance of power within the coalition so that Acadia would have a more egalitarian footing with our sister nations. Che nodded again. The Coalition of Worlds wasn't a governing body, per se. Its goals were the advancement of peace, collaboration, and harmony between the settled worlds. Its members hailed from the nations that inhabited the Sol, Alpha Centauri, and Proxima Centauri star systems. There were 8 governmental bodies represented, all supposedly equal. Everyone knew this for the polite fiction it was. Some within the coalition were more equal than others. The sovereign nations inside the Sol system, humanity's birthplace, held the lion's share of the influence. The disparity this represented in both trade and commerce was something Acadia had been battling since Eridu had first been colonized, centuries ago. Che waited for her to continue. When it became apparent a response from him was required, he picked his way through words with the same care he would use to cross an active minefield.
If I recall, the last attempt didn't target the coalition. We went after the Geminate Alliance's gate tech, did we not?
The young upstart star nation that had colonized the Sirius and Procyon binary systems had invented a way to travel instantaneously from one star system to another. In order to protect their intellectual property, the Alliance negotiated leases at each star system's heliopause, and then built and staffed the Kalabi Yao gates themselves. No one was allowed near the gates, and they were policed rigorously. Che suspected there wasn't a planetary government that hadn't tried to duplicate or acquire the tech. None had met with success. Rin Zhao nodded in approval. We did, she replied. We failed. There was a bite to those last words, emphasized by the sharp click of the holoprojector as she flipped it closed and pocketed it. Che broke eye contact, returning his gaze to the horizon. He fought the urge to clear his throat, instead settling on a non-committal sound.
I heard rumors a Sol Corporation was close to delivering a competitive alternative,
he said after a moment's silence. The Ministry heard those same rumors, Rin Zhao confirmed. My predecessor assigned our people to shadow the company's top scientists. When the opportunity arose, we acquired them. Che knew what that meant. He taught the tactic to his most promising students. Though specific methods could vary, in the end, all roads led to the target being arrested on false charges while traveling abroad. Abruptly, he realized why the story felt familiar. He'd seen the reports. 2 heavily redacted documents had come across his desk as case studies to be given to his students.
We arrested one for industrial espionage, the other for possession of an illegal substance we planted on her,
he murmured. In both situations, the scientists had been told they could work off their prison sentences by providing services for the good of the people. Rin Zhao's expression turned sour. It was hastily executed. Che stiffened. He couldn't help it. She noticed, of course. Amusement flashed briefly across her face, and she held up a hand. Not the arrests themselves. She clarified. Your junction performed satisfactorily. The order to take the scientists was premature. The corporation's claims were nothing more than hype, a rumor, leaked to benefit its stockholders. Her hand dropped, her expression turning cold and hard. And then the minister doubled down on his mistake. When they failed to produce anything of value, he attempted to force productivity by threatening their families back in Seoul. Terra petitioned the coalition for sanctions against Acadia. Che's eyes widened in understanding. He'd heard Rin Zhao's predecessor had been disavowed by the premier. Now he knew why. Soon after, the minister had quietly disappeared, and Rin Zhao promoted into the position. Part of him privately wondered if Rin Zhao would have been so hard on the man had he not been exposed to the coalition for his actions. No. Che came to a sudden realization. It was Rin Zhao herself who leaked the news to the Terrans. Che's thoughts were interrupted by a soft chime. Rin Zhao's head lifted, eyes narrowing for a moment, before she nodded once in satisfaction. Come. She gestured Che back toward the cool embrace of her office. He followed her, welcoming the respite the crisp, clean air provided. The minister directed him toward a deceptively cozy seating arrangement where the waitstaff stood, ready to perform the ritual grind and pour of coffee. As he settled onto a low pillow across from his superior, the barista carefully weighed the freshly roasted beans and then proceeded to hand grind them. Che waited as she presented the grind to the minister, who waved a hand over it on a slow inhale. Rin Zhao nodded her approval, and the barista began the gentle pour of heated water over the grounds. He felt a presence inside his head. A quick look at his overlay showed Rin Zhao had initiated an encrypted connection to his wire. Clearly, she wished to continue their conversation without being overheard. Our current situation is untenable. Rin Zhao's mental voice was crisp. Despite the premier's assurances to the people, Acadia is on the brink of financial collapse. Our debt continues to grow, despite the redistribution of national resources. Che's eyes tracked the barista's movements as he processed Rin Zhao's words. The barista drizzled the water over the fresh grounds with a slow, fluid weave of her hand. The aroma of a rich, full-bodied coffee wafted toward him. If we are to survive, it will be through interstellar expansion. The minister continued. Acadia must become the leader of a new coalition. The concept was bold, brazen, ambitious. He had no idea if it was attainable. Then again, it wasn't his place to make that determination. Che sat in silence, sipping at his coffee while the barista completed the ritual, bundled her equipment, and exited the room. He waited for the room's systems to flash secured readiness, and then he spoke aloud. What would be required, he began carefully, in order for such a bold plan to succeed? Rin Zhao's eyes glinted as she looked at him over the rim of her cup. Exclusive access to Geminate Gate Tech. But how? Che stuttered, shocked to hear her voice the same goal that had meant the death of her predecessor. Rin Zhao smiled. The art of espionage is finding that which your opponent fears the most and using it against them. There are any number of ways in which we might hold the Geminate hostage in exchange for their tech. Her smile widened, became predatory. If your assets in Loughton's star are to be believed, these samples we'll soon be in possession of will do the job quite nicely. Awakened. Location unknown. Holy, Sarge! It's alive! The exclamation pierced through the fog that cocooned Micah's mind. Distantly, it registered that he was lying on his back, somewhere cool and dark. With effort, Micah pushed against the mental fog that clung to him like a sticky web. His limbs felt leaden. His eyes refused to open. A second voice joined the first.
Of course it's alive, the sergeant responded. It's biomatter, living tissues and shit.
The sergeant's gruff tone reminded Micah of his drill instructor back at OCS, the kind of person who didn't suffer fools or idiot officer candidates. The sergeant wasn't done.
Just do what the eggheads in research ordered and burn it.
He barked the order, his voice growing louder as he neared Micah's location.
Or do I need to shove my boot up your ass to get you to do your job?
But I have neural activity on scan, the first man protested. That's a person in there, Sarge, not biomatter. Already sent a ping to let Doc Janice know. Agitation was replaced by urgency as his voice drew near. Hey, grab the emergency kit by the door, will you? I've got to get him out of there. Micah heard the sergeant sigh.
Damn it, Corman. Why'd you have to go and run a scan?
His tone was a mixture of annoyed and tired.
Couldn't you have just done as Janice ordered? Now I gotta do as he ordered.
Those words stirred a vague sense of unease in Micah. It turned to alarm when he heard the sound of a firearm being unholstered. He fought to throw off the haze that clouded his mind, to reach out, call a warning. Sarge? What? Wait. The corpsman's words cut off at the sound of a directed energy weapon being discharged. Micah's gut clenched. He knew what that meant.
Sorry about that,
the sergeant muttered. Footfalls closed the distance as he stopped in front of the dead corpsman.
You were a good kid, too.
There was a grunt, followed by a soft scraping noise, and annoyance returned to the sergeant's voice.
Well, hell. Now I have 2 bodies to dispose of. You damn well better be good for the credits, Janice,
the man muttered.
Or I might have to pay your pogue-ass a visit, too.
Janice. Micah forced his mind to latch onto the name. Not that he was in any position to share. In a moment of clarity, he recalled the evanescent wave nanocircuitry wired into his neural net. It was something every Alliance citizen received when they came of age. Micah's wire had been upgraded when he joined the Geminate Navy. The implant was military-grade and encrypted, allowing him to connect to any secured network. He reached mentally for it, cursing his drug-induced fog. His thoughts were clumsy, his implant a slippery and elusive thing. A thundering scrape of metal above his head interrupted his attempt to connect with a dormant unit. His brain nudged at him, the sound vaguely familiar. Something had landed with a dull thump overhead. The corpsman's body. A spike of adrenaline cleared his thoughts, and he realized what his subconscious mind had been trying to tell him. He knew now where he was being held. Inside an incinerator. His limbs twitched as he strained to overthrow his paralysis. He had to get out before the thing fired up.
Easy there. You'll be fine.
The thought startled him, seeming to come from nowhere, but he'd run out of time to analyze. With a deafening roar, the incinerator fired up. All around him, the inferno raged, heat building in the darkness until he knew no more.
Shit. He's not dead.
Micah jolted back to awareness as the words brought memory flooding back. He was still supine, still in complete darkness. He was as surprised to find himself alive as the voice sounded. From what he could tell, his situation hadn't changed, although he seemed to have a clearer head this time around. He had no idea how long he'd been out, but he remained unable to move, to speak, or even to open his eyes. The voice sounded again. It was the sergeant from before.
Now what do we do? Janice said we need to scuttle all the evidence before 1500 hours.
His query was met with a curt response. Then kill him again, soldier, and this time check your work. The new voice was female, her words chilling. They galvanized Micah. He fought for mobility, to no avail. The sound of soft footsteps heralded her departure, followed by the sergeant's softly muttered,
Damned Acadian. I didn't sign up for this shit.
The man began to move toward Micah's location, but was brought up short when a resounding clang sounded in the distance. The noise elicited a string of curses from the man, the words fading with distance as he ran to investigate. In the next instant, Micah felt a slight breeze caress his skin. Within seconds, his mind was much more alert than it had been mere minutes before, when he'd clawed his way to consciousness. His arm bumped against a smooth surface and he froze, arrested by the knowledge that he could now move. This was a significant improvement. He turned his attention to his surroundings, to finding a way out of his confinement. The cushion of chill air around his face suggested close quarters. He reached a cautious hand up and met resistance, 10 centimeters above him. The cold leaching from it into his palm suggested some type of metal. He pressed his other hand beside the first, then slid both apart, using the movement to measure the space that held him. Another 20 centimeters and both hands stopped, having found the sides of his prison. It suddenly registered that he was cold. "Where the hell am I?" he thought. There was the briefest of pauses, and then an answer sounded inside his head. "Base morgue, level 10, DeGrasse Taurus, Loughton Star." The words jolted him. These weren't his thoughts. He knew this with certainty. But how he knew escaped him, since they hadn't come across his wire. After almost 2 decades living with the unit embedded in his skull, he'd become used to feeling the presence of the neural implant. It was always there, in the back of his mind, like subliminal white noise. Until now. Its silence was glaring, and yet a voice was unmistakably there. "Deal with it later, Case," he told himself. "Survival first." He ran his hands blindly along the seam of his prison walls, seeking a way out. His fingers stilled momentarily as it came to him that his wire wasn't his only non-functioning implant. His optical augments weren't working properly either. He should have been able to scan the area on all EM bands, the coolness of the metal above him registering in muted blues and purples. Instead, he was enveloped in an unrelenting blackness. Now would be a good time to leave. With this newly transmitted thought came movement. The darkness split above his head, broken by a shaft of light. His eyes slitted shut in response to the sudden brightness. The light played down his torso as the platform on which he lay slid out of the wall, a wall of identical drawers, each the exact dimension of the space that confined him. And then it hit him. He wasn't just in the base's morgue as the voice had indicated. He was on a freaking slab in the morgue. In one of its self-contained storage units, each of which could be individually incinerated. Which explains why I'm still alive, he realized. Somehow my unit must have malfunctioned. He turned his head, eyes darting about the room. He was alone, the sergeant nowhere to be seen. Expelling a breath, Micah sat up. The chill air hit his naked flesh as he assessed his condition. "Get dressed." The mental words were punctuated by the sound of a locker opening against the far wall. Micah gripped the side of the platform, the sharpness of its metal edge grounding him as he considered what to do. Shaking his head, he hopped down from the cold steel surface. As he strode toward the locker that sat invitingly open, thanks to his mysterious benefactor, he reviewed what he could recall of DeGrasse. He knew the morgue was on the military side of the Taurus. He'd been here once before to... His mind hit a blank wall. Frustrated, he grabbed the boots that sat atop a folded flight suit, dropping them to the deck beside his bare feet. He reached for the clothing, but then froze, fingers wrapped around the fabric, when he saw the weapons the suit had hidden. A pulsed energy sidearm lay beside a sheathed tanto knife. The first was a civilized, non-lethal weapon. The second was a brute force instrument. He knew the Tanto's carbine-edged blade would have twice the tensile strength of graphene and, though he'd never had occasion to test it, could likely cut into bulkhead. One glance at the maker's hallmark stamped into the handle also told him the knife would be perfectly balanced. It wasn't the kind of weapon one wielded against one's fellow soldiers. Micah's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he contemplated the unlikely duo. An unspoken mental nudge spurred him back into movement. Shrugging into the suit, he grabbed the sidearm, clipping it and its spare batteries onto his belt. He left the tanto for now, as he shoved his feet into the boots, tucking his pant legs into the tops and sealing them. He stood, then froze, attention arrested by his reflection in a nearby mirror. The flight suit was standard issue, unremarkable except for its missing rank and name tag. But his face, it looked wrong. Somehow. He raised a hand, running it through short cropped hair in confusion, stiffening as realization came to him. Micah was left-handed, and yet he'd reached with his right. His hair, which stubbornly grew in one direction, now fell to the wrong side. He leaned closer, noting other subtle irregularities in the face that had stared back at him for the past 35 years.
What the? They're coming. Leave now if you want to live.
The words were followed by a panel sliding open in a nearby bulkhead. Across the room, Micah heard the pounding of feet in the passageway leading to the morgue. The sergeant was returning, and he wasn't alone.
Leave. Now.
There was a sense of urgency to the words that propelled him forward. He spun, lunged for the Tonto blade. Palming it, he slammed the locker door closed and turned to face the yawning blackness.
"Who the hell are you?"
he demanded, slipping through the panel. It slid shut behind him, darkness enveloping him once more. An image appeared in his head, a mental construct of a lab he knew he'd never seen and yet somehow recognized. Abruptly, he realized the feeling of familiarity wasn't coming from him. It emanated from the same place as the foreign thoughts that he now understood were being pushed to him from someone else.
"Your destination. Hurry."
"Who are you?" he repeated as he followed the mental nudge that urged him forward. There was a pause. The response, when it came, had him reaching for the bulkhead to support himself, his mind spinning in confusion.
"I am you."
Directive. Advanced Isolation Lab, DeGrasse Research, Taurus. The doors of the Advanced Isolation Lab parted, admitting DeGrasse's senior biochemist, Clint Janus. Tall and sinewy lean, the man had a look of a swimmer, or one born to a lower gravity habitat. Ordinarily, someone of his stature would stick out on a military base. Here on the Taurus, where scientific and civilian personnel worked alongside the hardened bodies of Alliance Navy and Marines, Clint blended seamlessly with the researchers, exactly as he was meant to do. Everything about Clint Janus had been carefully crafted for appeal, his appearance subtly altered to suggest capability, intelligence, and trustworthiness. His upbringing had been shaped with equal care, his career path chosen for the good of the star nation he was born to serve. When the Akkadian Empire saw the need for an asset to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Geminate scientific community, Clint Janus's handlers had thought nothing of altering his vocation from pre-law to biochemistry. Clint hated biochemistry. Fortunately, the charisma he'd learned to cultivate from an early age, that personality trait so integral to a successful attorney's upward trajectory, was more of a rarity in the hard sciences. His likability worked in his favor, and Clint found himself occasionally trading on that aspect of his personality in exchange for leniency while learning his new profession. His distaste for biochemistry was eclipsed only by the healthy fear and respect he had for his handlers. Akkadian assassins were not the kind of people one crossed and lived to tell the tale. Therefore, Clint applied himself to his studies without complaint. Years went by. He dutifully worked his way through the private sector, a sleeper agent waiting to be activated. And then DeGrasse's lead biochemist position became available. DeGrasse Taurus was one of the Geminate Navy's most versatile and unique research stations. Owned and operated by NARA, the Navy's advanced research agency, DeGrasse moved wherever the Alliance needed it most. Those assigned to DeGrasse for a tour of duty were required to hold a mid-tier or better security classification, for it was within this station that some of the most cutting-edge military advances had been developed, and it was behind its walls that the few truly perilous threats to the Alliance had been thwarted. When his peers commented on his good fortune, Clint acted suitably honored to have received such a plum assignment. When congratulated, he demurred modestly, knowing full well that the opportunity had been engineered. The offer tendered had not been a suggestion. It had been the inauguration of his first large-scale mission. At the moment, that mission was at risk of falling apart, and all because of a single missive. Clint tossed a hard copy of the directive he'd just intercepted onto a nearby table with an agitated flip of his wrist, as the lab's doors closed silently behind him. Long legs ate up the distance between the lab's entrance and the spinward bulkhead as he paced, mind turning over the memo's contents. The blank white sheet sat innocuously on the table's surface, its very presence mocking him. Physical memos were almost unheard of in a reality that relied upon wire traffic. They were employed only when there existed a need for extreme security. The bioplas sheet was keyed to his biosignature and could only be read when his security token accessed it. The classified memo hadn't been meant for him. His handler on DeGrasse had intercepted it, rekeying the biolock to Clint's ID before it reached its intended destination. Its contents were troubling. An immediate stop to all research, by order of Parliament. All data that had been gathered was to be submitted to Admiral Toland, the officer in charge of DeGrasse, all samples packaged for transport. Everything was to be shipped back to the Geminate homeworld of Cereba by the end of the week. He couldn't let that happen. Clint hastily altered that directive, substituting it with one of his own, one that ordered the data be submitted to him, or rather his immediate superior, the Navy's chief scientist, Lee Stinton. Clint would need to resolve that little hierarchy problem soon. As for the samples, rather than packing them for transport, Clint's revised directive ordered them all terminated. It was this last that would cause him the most trouble, he knew. He ducked into this lab so that he could confront the source of the strongest resistance head-on. There was only one problem. The doctor he was trying to contact wasn't answering. Clint strode to a nearby holographic display panel and stabbed irritably at its controls, transferring the connection he'd already made over his wire onto the holodisplay. He continued his pacing, waiting impatiently for the person on the other end to answer, his eyes darting to the table where he'd tossed the offending memo. At last, an image resolved on the holodisplay. The person on the other end wasn't Samantha Travis, the doctor he'd been attempting to contact. It was a Navy med tech who worked for her. The tech released a squirming puppy back into its cage before turning to greet him with a strained smile. Clint's lips compressed into a thin line of displeasure at the clamor of animal noises that came through over the connection. "What is this?" he demanded sharply. "What are those creatures still doing there? And where is Dr. Travis?" The technician's smile fell as she took in Clint's expression. Her expression uncertain, she raised her hands in a placating gesture. "Dr. Travis had an errand to run and left me in charge. She went over the memo with me, though, sir." One hand tucked her hair behind her ear as she rushed on. "I know you said to have them all gone by 0900, sir, and I apologize for the delay, but don't worry, it's all being taken care of. Every animal has been adopted out. We're just waiting for shift change so the new owners can come down and—" "I said get rid of them, Lieutenant, not find them homes." Janice's nostrils flared, and his face twisted in rage as he cut her off. "Those are not pets. They are lab specimens. Terminate them. Now. Don't make me come down there and do it myself." The woman's jaw dropped, horror crossing her face. She inhaled sharply, an incipient protest on her lips, but Clint cut the connection. He clenched his hands into fists by his side, long artist's hands that had never been meant to be used in the pursuit of science. He cursed, and in one violent shove sent the equipment on a nearby table crashing against the far bulkhead. A figure he hadn't noticed pushed away from a shadowed corner of the lab, and he couldn't control his involuntary start at the intrusion. "Calm yourself, Doctor." The words were not a suggestion, but Clint didn't care. A dangerous light entered his eyes as he rounded upon the one person on DeGrasse who knew his full identity. His keeper. The Acadian assassin sent by the head of their guild to ensure he carried out his duties flawlessly for the good of the Empire. "I'll calm down when we're safely off this shithole and the research is on its way to the homeworld," he snapped, eyes blazing in anger as they bored into the woman's dusky, expressionless face. She'd been with him for the course of this entire mission, and he didn't even know her name. The assassin tilted her head. The beaded braids that marked her status within the guild shifted, some blending in with the brown of her hair, others glinting a deep blood red under the lab's harsh light. The beads were usually kept hidden, tucked inside a thick, neat braid. Today they swung freely. A detached part of his mind wondered what kind of material they were made of, and why they didn't clatter against each other when her hair was loose, as it was now. One bead, one kill. This woman had more than any assassin Clint had ever seen. She studied him for a long, silent moment, before gesturing to the now dark holodisplay. "You broke cover," she said. Her voice held mild reproof. "Clint Janus is the darling of the scientific community. He doesn't kill puppies." Clint stared back at her, his eyelid twitching in anger. "Our orders are to obtain the research, grab the samples, and to destroy everything else." A bladed hand jabbed at the now silent holodisplay. "Those puppies are creatures engineered from the research we're taking back to Acadia. If they're not destroyed, along with everything else, the Geminate Alliance will be that much closer to recreating their work once we escape with it. And trust me, Samantha Travis is more than capable of doing exactly that." The assassin returned his stare, her own maddeningly blank. "Your job is to reset the Alliance's knowledge base," she said. "My job is to ensure no samples remain." The thin smile that creased the assassin's lips was at odds with the dead expression in her eyes. "Or are you questioning my abilities?" Clint saw the possibility of his own death in those eyes, just as she meant for him to see. He sucked in a breath, reining the anger back and wresting control over it once more. He nodded. "Message received." The assassin broke eye contact, moving silently over to the drab gray crate marked cleaning supplies. "This is it?" she asked, one hand coming to rest on the side of the case. "It is. And everything Acadia needs can be found inside. Enough for us to be able to fill in the rest." She shot him a sharp look, and Clint's fists tightened as he remained silent, fighting to retain hard-won control over his anger. After a moment, she nodded and stepped away. "I'll contact the ship then, and let them know how much cargo to expect." With that, she was gone. Clint relaxed his fists with an explosive exhale and stepped forward, placing his own hand atop the crate containing the biospheres. After a moment, a thin, satisfied smile ghosted across his narrow features. He spared the empty lab the briefest of glances before turning back to unlock the case. It had been sealed with the highest security token available, one he'd stolen from Admiral Toland the first week he'd arrived. Acquiring the case in the first place had been a difficult undertaking. The Grass had strict guidelines about the materials brought up from Vermilion's surface. Samples retrieved from the planet below were studied and meticulously catalogued, the findings sent to the Geminate Alliance's Department of Advanced Research back in Procyon. Except for the ones within this case. The biospheres inside had been crafted by siphoning material from each of DeGrasse's labs. The plants had originally been harvested from the planet the Taurus orbited, the animals cloned from its rich ecosystem. Pale green eyes swept the case's interior in a cursory inspection before quietly resealing it. With economic motions, he moved toward a shelf of stored robotic drive units and selected one that was large enough to accommodate the crate. The drive units were ubiquitous on space stations like this one. The mechanical workhorses efficiently and automatically routed material throughout DeGrasse on a daily basis. This one would deliver the sample case to Clint's office, with no record of its transit being noted, thanks to a few carefully greased palms. Clint found it curious that despite all the tech available, advances that had enabled Terrans to populate distant stars, his best assets often weren't tools, they were people. Human intelligence, or humint, remained a valuable resource, even centuries after humanity's soul system diaspora. Greed was still greed, regardless of the progress a society made, and it seemed there was always an enlisted grunt who could be found willing to run a side hustle for a little contraband. It was a convenient way to smuggle information, weapons, drugs, and the occasional simple case masquerading as a supply crate. One such person had made sure that neither the case nor the robotic drive unit Clint had just selected would show up in DeGrasse's database. The Taurus's security system had been instructed to ignore both, should they show up on a scan. He set the robotic unit aside when his wire signaled an incoming transmission. One look at his optical overlay told him it was another Geminate asset he'd managed to turn with the promise of a few credits.
Hey, Doc. Ran into a bit of a roadblock. You know that third corpse you brought down to us?
The Master Sergeant's voice sounded in his head.
Turns out he was still alive.
Clint tensed at this unexpected news, but before he could respond, the sergeant continued.
Don't worry, I'm taking care of it. One of the corpsmen found out about it, though, and I had to get rid of him. That's going to cost you extra.
Annoyance surged inside Clint. I paid you to dispose of a few bodies, discreetly. What part of those instructions did you fail to understand? The sergeant's mental voice grew hard.
Shit happens, Doc. Deal with it.
Fine, Clint bit out after a beat. But get it done quickly, and no more mistakes. He severed the connection, then established an encrypted connection with the assassin and updated her with the news. She responded with a simple ping before severing the connection. But he knew her, at least as much as anyone could know an Acadian assassin. She would check up on the sergeant. He had just knelt to attach the robotic unit to the case when the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching caught his attention. Rising, he turned and reached for the weapon hidden beneath his lab coat. The footsteps were those of Clint's immediate superior, Lee Stinton. The chief scientist came to an abrupt stop, surprise on his face when he saw Clint standing beside the sample case. It quickly morphed into anger when he spied the robotic unit sitting beside it.
Want to tell me where the hell you think you're going with that?
The chief scientist's voice was low, but it was filled with outrage. As he strode forward, Clint held up one hand while at the same time tightening his grip on the pistol at the small of his back. He waited to see what the other man would do. It came to him that the sergeant had handed him an unexpected opportunity. The news about the not-dead corpse changed things. It changed everything. Stinton was now no longer critical to the completion of Clint's assignment. A pleasurable anticipation suffused him, and he relaxed his hold on the pistol as he mentally triggered the lab's isolation mode. This sealed the two of them inside, creating an impenetrable air gap between them and the rest of DeGrasse. Unaware that Clint had just cut them off from the rest of the Taurus, Stinton's face drew into a thick scowl, forehead drawing down over bushy brows.
We agreed that the best place to keep this away from prying eyes was to store it.
Stinton's blunt-tipped finger jabbed at the empty space it once occupied.
Right there.
We did, Clint agreed in a pleasant tone. He smiled and struck a casual pose, one palm resting lightly against the case. I'm afraid there's been a small change of plans.
Stinton narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, there's been a change of plans? The plan was that you'd help me with my side project, and in return, you'd get samples from Vermilion for your pharmaceutical company.
That little side project was the cloning of a human. That's illegal in the Geminate Alliance, or have you forgotten?
Stinton brushed a meaty hand through the air as if dismissing that inconvenient truth. When they see the results, and how humanity can be helped by it,
they'll what?
Clint cocked an eyebrow at Stinton.
Forgive the killing of Navy personnel so that your obsessive research could be realized?
Stinton's expression turned stern.
He crossed his arms, one heavy-browed eye narrowing in an angry twitch.
Don't think you can blackmail me, Janice. Those cadavers were from a naval incident. A collision took the lives of those pilots.
Clint shook his head in mock dismay. You can't be that naive, Lee. Ships like the Helios and Nova Strike fighters have synthetic intelligences, equipped with the most advanced anti-collision protocols known to mankind. They're far too sophisticated to have allowed a crash during a simple practice sortie like that. At least, not without a bit of sabotage.
Stinton blanched. His head shot back as if Clint had delivered a physical punch. Sabotage?
The older man blinked, stunned.
No one was supposed to get hurt.
You approached me, Doctor. You were the one who argued that sometimes rules had to be broken to achieve true scientific advancement. Clint suppressed a smile as the man sputtered a denial. Even now, the scientist didn't see he'd been played, how Clint had maneuvered him into asking for help in acquiring those cadavers. Your personal research project now has the blood of 3 innocent Navy pilots attached to it. Clint chose his words for maximum effect. So you see, Doctor, you're in no place to dictate to me what I can and cannot do.
Stinton's shock morphed back into anger. You're threatening me? Is that it? He said, his head lowering like a bull, readying to charge. Well, you can have your damn samples, but only when I'm good and ready. I haven't managed to successfully clone a human using the molecular material we've found here in Loughton Star, so I'm not done yet. Clint shook his head, a slow smile forming on his lips.
Actually, you are, he corrected. I intercepted a call from the morgue a few minutes ago. Your latest experiment's demise was slightly exaggerated, it seems.
Stinton straightened, eyeing Clint cautiously. Are you saying that last pilot we cloned lived?
It would appear so. As Clint waited for Stinton to digest the information, he considered his choice of weapons to use against the man. The pistol was certainly the easiest, a quick, clean kill. But where was the fun in that? He fingered the items in his pocket. The nano-injector contained a few useful agents, including a neural paralytic. As his hand closed around it, his mind replayed the months spent in obsequious obedience to the man standing before him. A faint smile traced his lips, and he released the injector, wrapping his hand around a pointed, chisel-tipped stylus instead. A thread of visceral anticipation wound through him as he faced Stinton, the stylus now fisted in his hand. There was something personal, almost intimate, about a kill using a blunt instrument, so much more satisfying than a precision tool.
What do you mean it would appear so?
Stinton demanded, drawing Clint's attention back to the conversation.
Either he lived or he didn't. Which is it?
Clinton shrugged. The hospital corpsman who contacted me sounded a bit shaken when he thought he'd been about to incinerate one of the Navy's finest. I didn't press for details. I also didn't let it stand, either. I suppose it was a good thing the Master Sergeant was there to take care of things, after all. He saw Stinton turn and eye the door.
This changes everything.
You're right. Clint stepped forward, the smile curving across his lips as he pulled the stylus from his pocket and began to slowly advance toward the man. It does.
Escape. Maintenance tunnels. DeGrasse Research Torus. Aviate. Navigate. Communicate. As Micah felt his way down yet another dimly lit tunnel, he fell instinctively back into the pilot's maxim that had been drilled into him ages ago, prioritizing the situation based on immediate need. It was frustrating as hell to be without both his wire and his ocular implants. As difficult as it was to believe they were both malfunctioning, it was clearly the case, and he was just going to have to deal with it. His assets were currently limited to a virtual map and some sort of spooky connection he had to someone. A very cryptic someone. A person whose location he could almost pinpoint, though by what means he couldn't begin to guess. He closed his eyes and reached mentally for the voice, his body turning like a compass, seeking its magnetic pull. There. He had no idea how he knew, but the voice's owner could be found in that direction. Not quite the destination being pushed at him, but close. He could feel the connection growing stronger as he drew near. He resumed walking. The lab where he was headed was half a click upspin from his current location. So far he'd crawled up maintenance shafts, down one thankfully empty sewer pipe, and made a mad dash across a back alleyway. That last had been his only exposure to the open air of the Taurus's main level. He knew this was by design. What he didn't know was why he was being chased. As he shuffled along in the dark, he took a closer look at the map the strange voice had pushed into his head. The structure he was currently passing beneath was filled with row upon row of offices. A label he missed earlier jumped out at him, and he swore. The offices housed signals specialists and security analysts. He was in military intelligence territory. Access to these levels was restricted to those with the highest clearance, way the hell above his pay grade. Micah realized abruptly that even if his wire had been working, there was a good chance that it would be blocked. Want to tell me why I'm jeopardizing my career by sneaking into areas where I'm not cleared to be? No talking, they'll track you. Fantastic, he thought. They probably think I'm an Acadian spy or something, here to steal top-secret intel. No, the voice returned. You're here because you are top secret. Micah stilled. He hadn't spoken aloud. The words remained seared into his brain even as the mental voice faded. He cautiously reached out, pushing his thoughts toward the voice. Are you reading my mind? Yes. The one-word response chilled him. How? Later. Right now, focus on staying alive. The reminder that someone wanted him dead brought him up short. Why me? Who would want me dead? The mental voice cut him off. Later. He barely had time to register the impatience behind that last, before the thought was replaced once more by the map, the same one he'd been following since leaving the morgue. Come on, Navy, hustle. Those 3 words, sent in that order, gave Micah pause. Only one person he knew called him that, but Jack was... He was... Elusive memory crowded at the edges of his mind. Jack? Later. Thoughts can't be traced, but your biosignature can. The thought faded more quickly this time, spurring Micah forward. He banished the cobwebby memory fragments teasing the edge of his consciousness and focused on the task at hand. His mission. Copy that. Decision made, he broke into a stumbling run, hand trailing blindly along the tunnel's wall, feet carrying him swiftly and silently toward his destination. He'd grill Jack on his cryptic mental connection once he arrived, assuming it was Jack on the other end. Aid and abet. Medical Research Lab 1A, DeGrasse Research Taurus. He's on the move. The voice came unexpectedly over Samantha Travis's wire as she raced to pack the supplies her patient would need to survive. Startled at the intrusion, she tripped and reached instinctively to brace herself, forgetting the crate in her hands. It fell, spilling its contents across the deck. Blowing out a sharp, annoyed breath, Sam lunged for the duffel she'd set out, tagging her hand against the hard edge of a countertop in her haste. She shook off the sting with a stifled curse. Tell him to hurry, she shot back in response, as she bent to transfer the scattered bioplas packets from the spilled crate into the duffel. Can't, you know that. He has to stay out of sight or they'll find him. If they do, they'll make sure they finish the job this time. I know, she replied, shoving visions of the morgue's incinerator to the back of her mind. She didn't have time to deal with that right now. I've had to send him crawling through sewer pipe for Star's sake. She didn't respond to the voice this time, just continued filling her hands with the last of the spilled packets. Swiping her hair out of her face with one forearm, she stuffed the last of the packets in with the rest and then pressed the bag's closure, not taking the time to watch as it sealed itself. The voice sounded in her head again, insistent. He won't know you, Doctor. The words were harsh, a warning. They lingered in her mind long after the mental voice faded. I know that, she snapped aloud, propelling the duffel toward the lab's entrance. Turning, she raced toward the back of the room, where cylinders of nano-formation material and molecular bricks were stored. A quick, careless sweep had them tumbling into a second bag, bricks and cylinders clattering as they fell. This she sent sliding across the deck to join the duffel. He's just outside. You have to go. Now. Sam didn't bother with a response. She bent to palm a stray brick that had missed the bag. dropping it absently into a lab coat pocket. Her gaze danced anxiously across the room one last time. He's already been spotted once since escaping the morgue. If they see him again... She blew out an impatient breath as she shoved away from the storage area, the voice spurring her into action. Sam understood the risks, knew better than most the dangers the man faced if caught. "How about a little help in that department?" she asked. "A distraction, maybe? Or something to help mask our departure?" Her eyes snagged on the last digital-to-biological converter, mag-locked to the wall behind the remaining portable surgical suite. Sam veered toward it, intent on adding the DBC to her cache on her way out. The miniature DBC would allow her to print medical supplies and pharmaceuticals on demand, using the stash of molecular bricks she'd just packed. Where she was going, she could use all the help she could get. She pocketed it, sparing one last longing glance at the surgical suite as she passed by. She'd hated to leave the suite behind, but the absence of such a large piece of equipment would have been too difficult to hide in the days leading up to this. Thankfully, DeGrasse had an older model kept in storage as a backup. They'd opted to load this one onto the ship instead. It would have to do. The lights in the lab abruptly cut out, and Sam stumbled to a halt. Her optical implants automatically cycled to a more optimized setting, using the fading residual glow from the wireless charging strip to throw the lab into an eerie green twilight. "Better?" the voice asked in amusement. "That'll do," she replied, as she started for the lab's entrance. She made it halfway when the charging strip's faint illumination faded. This time, the darkness was so complete not even her optical implants could overcome it. She kept moving, hands splayed before her to feel her way past any obstacles, as she crossed the last few meters. Her foot connected with something soft that clanked. The formation bricks. She'd made it to the door. She felt around for the manual release, and the door slid open with a groan, emergency batteries laboring under the load. The moment the doors parted enough for her to wedge a hand into the space between them, she began to push, bracing a shoulder against the heavy doors to widen the opening. A hand came down between her shoulder blades, and she jerked back, twisting reflexively to evade the perceived threat. Emergency lighting in the passageway revealed the figure of a man. He hesitated for a brief moment, his eyes meeting hers in question. She sucked in a hard breath and nodded. He turned to finish what she'd begun, large hands making short work of the halfway open door. Sam's wire pinged, identifying the man, limned by the pulse of red passageway lights. She knew what the database embedded in her head had done. It had run the silhouette's biosignature against that of known base personnel. Her jaw tightened as she read the label, hating the overlay's annotation. Captain Jonathan Micah Case, Alliance Navy, SRU. Deceased. "Like hell he is," she thought fiercely as he turned to face her. "Are you?" Micah's voice reached her in the darkness, and she steadied herself with a deep breath. "Come on," she interrupted, shoving the duffel into his hands. "It's not safe here." She bent to retrieve the pack. She straightened, slinging its strap over her shoulders as she slid through the parted doors. "This way." The woman he followed had the build of someone raised planet-side. Cereba, maybe. Or Beryl, if she hailed from Sirius. She strode down the poorly lit, steel-reinforced passageway with a confidence and determined urgency that told him that her optical implants were working just fine. There was only one problem. She was headed away from the nearest lift, which, in turn, would lead them to the Taurus's flight deck. Just as he was about to point this out to her, she stopped abruptly. He barely managed to avoid plowing into her. "Sorry, optics are offline," he began, bracing one hand on the bulkhead's smooth, cool surface while reaching out to touch her shoulder with the other. She cut him off, twisting suddenly to place her fingers against his lips. "People up ahead." Her voice was low, a mere breath. He paused, listening, but heard nothing. She pressed them both back against the wall and waited. Finally, in the distance, he heard voices, sharp, urgent commands followed by footsteps pounding the deck. Searching for him. The sounds faded and she urged him forward with a tug on his flight suit.
"We're going the wrong way." He tried again. "Ships are docked in the other direction if we want to."
"Not all of them, Captain," came her terse voice. He tripped, then righted himself.
"You know me?"
"Not now," she hissed, breaking into a trot. "We have another half-kilometer to go before we reach the access hatch. If they catch you, you're dead. Understand? Now come on." Sam knew the man behind her was operating without any of the enhancements the Alliance Navy gave to their servicemen and women. At the moment, he was at an even greater disadvantage than the average human. He was currently operating only with the basic DNA Jonathan Micah Case had been gifted when he was born. That meant it was up to Sam to get them safely to the hatch and off the Taurus.
"No sweat,"
she muttered, as she made a fast left into a cross stub that would intersect with the outer passageway. The rim passage was so named because its bulkhead was fused to the dense, composite alloy regolith that shielded its inhabitants from the dangers of high-energy particles and ionizing radiation. Used only by maintenance personnel, the area was usually deserted, or so she'd been told. A few meters down that passageway was a little-used service hatch, and it was there that an escape craft awaited them. She hoped to hell its pilot was as skilled at infiltration as he claimed to be. Sam felt the deck vibrate through the soles of her boots as an explosion struck the Taurus. She inhaled sharply and jolted to a stop, head cocked. The man's hand descended upon her shoulder.
"That was an explosion,"
he said.
"You sure we'll be safe, wherever we're headed?"
He had a point. She held up a hand and reached out to the voice.
"Is the Taurus under attack?"
After a beat, the voice responded.
"It is, but not near your location. Shouldn't be a factor."
Another detonation, closer this time, slammed them both hard against the passageway's bulkhead.
"Are you sure about that?"
she began, but severed the connection when a shouted, "Freeze!" sounded from behind them. She looked frantically around for an exit to duck into, but saw nothing but smooth bulkhead around them. She heard the man at her back swear. Then she was abruptly shoved to one side, his frame covering hers. The man jerked slightly, and a cold, burning sensation ran down her left arm. Sam felt the frisson of fear as realization set in. Someone was shooting at them. A staged accident. Advanced Isolation Lab, DeGrasse Research Taurus. Clint stared at his mirrored reflection as he scrubbed Stinton's blood from his face in one of the lab's sinks. Light green eyes stared back at him, so pale they were almost colorless. He hated what he had to do next, but time was his enemy. He reached out once more to the assassin.
"I could use a little help. Stinton's dead."
There was a long pause, although Clint could tell the woman had received his message. Finally, her voice sounded inside his head, the words cool, clipped.
"What have you done?"
Clint bristled at the censure in her voice.
"I had no choice. He came in after you left, found me packing the samples for transport."
He waited for her response, but she remained silent. He knew it was a tactic she was fond of using, to draw more information from him. He cursed his inability to hold out, but the stress inside him was building, the fear that he would be discovered too great.
"Look, it moves our timetable up, but not by much. Everything changed when we discovered Micah Case was alive."
The words tumbled from his mind in an angry rush.
"The mission's complete. You're the fixer, so get down here, damn it, and fix it."
No sane person provoked an Acadian assassin, Clint knew. Before he could think too hard about the things he'd said to her, or worse, open his mouth and dig a deeper grave for himself, he closed the connection. Grabbing a nanofiber cloth, he began swiping at the spray of blood that coated the lab's doors while he awaited her arrival. He had no idea how the assassin always managed to arrive within minutes whenever he pinged her. In the past, it had annoyed him to think she was monitoring him so closely. This time, he only felt relief when, at the 5-minute mark, a command sounded over his wire.
"Open,"
the assassin's voice ordered, causing Clint's hand to freeze mid-swipe. He stepped back, releasing the lock. When the doors parted to admit her, the assassin paused just long enough to identify a clear spot on the deck before leaping lithely over the spreading pool of blood that blocked the entrance. The feeling he always had in her presence, that of being weighed and found wanting, surged within Clint as she surveyed the carnage. His hands itched to do to her what he'd done to the chief scientist, but self-preservation held him in check. He was all too aware he was no match for an Acadian assassin. Since Clint was rather fond of living, he held his tongue. Her survey complete, the assassin pivoted to face him. "Did you at least manage to keep him from calling for help while you—" Her lip curled as she glanced down at the bloodied corpse. "Had your fun?" He was the one with the advanced degrees. She was nothing more than an instrument of death, and yet her tone put him in his place, as if he were a recalcitrant schoolboy. "Yes," he hissed, hated the feelings of inadequacy she could so easily conjure in him. "I'm not stupid." Her expression told him she held a different opinion, but she let it drop. "Is there anything within this lab that is volatile, that could legitimately be blamed for an explosion or fire?" Clint took his time surveying the room, though he already knew the answer. "Not really, no. Why?" An expression of distaste crossed her face. "Fires are a much more effective tool for destroying evidence," she said absently as she pivoted to face the back of the lab. Inclining her head toward an alcove, she pointed to the bulky machine installed inside. It had an attached gantry arm, protruding 2 meters from a thick, rounded base. "What is this?" Clint followed her eyeline. "That's a polarized DBC prototype." "Expendable?" "Yes." He waved a hand. "I have the schematics. We can build our own." "Very well." She strolled toward the alcove, studying the prototype's gantry arm. "Tell me about it," she instructed, as she began a slow perusal of the unit. At its core, it's an altered DBC. DBC stand for Digital to Biological Converter. That means it can print complex biological material from detailed molecular diagrams. He heard the condescension in his tone and, when she leveled those cold eyes at him, knew he'd taken his intellectual arrogance a bit too far. Of course, she'd know what a DBC was. Everyone knew what they were. "Right, well." He coughed, cleared his throat. "This prototype prints with a bio-ink created from a special hydrogel. The hydrogel is infused with stem cells, harvested from a pre-selected host. You do know what stem cells are, right?" The words just slipped out, and instantly he wished he could call them back. The way she fingered the carbine blade sheathed at her side suggested she was entertaining the thought of making sure he could never say them again. He averted his gaze, rushing through the rest of his explanation. At any rate, this DBC routes through a 2-stage 3D printer. The first stage prints the molecule, using a process that produces high-fidelity structures, which the printer can output rapidly and continuously. It's then sent through an adaptive optical centrifuge that uses short pulses of linearly polarized lasers to induce a highly excited, specific rotational state to the molecule, before sending it to the second stage. That's why we call this unit a polarized prototype. He could tell she was reaching the end of her patience with him, so he left out the more specific details. He knew she wouldn't be interested in how the centrifuge altered each racemic mixture, flipping the chirality of every enantiomer within the balanced structure. He gestured toward the back of the alcove. "Both the first stage of the printer and the optical centrifuge are housed in the rear part of the machine." His hand swung from the rear of the unit to the heavy 2,000-ton gantry arm that swung around the unit's isocenter. The altered molecules are then used as the foundation for the nice bio-ink for the second stage. That's where complete, chirally modified cellular structures are printed, based on the material we want to replicate. The assassin pinned him with a look. "A nice ink. Next you're going to tell me this is a friendly printer?" "Not nice," Janice corrected sharply. NICE, Nano-Engineered Ionic Covalent Entanglement. The warning in the assassin's eyes told Clint he was done with his lofty exposition. He thought it best not to bring up the printer's superior non-coplanar freedom of movement, nor that it enabled them to create complex geometric forms ordinary 3D printers could not replicate. He could tell he'd used up the last vestiges of her patience when she summed up his self-important ramblings in one succinct statement. "In other words," she said, her tone soft yet icy, "it makes chiral copies of normal plants and animals." He opened his mouth to clarify, but then began to nod rapidly when she took 2 deliberate steps toward him. He had to force himself not to shrink at her approach. "Wo bu zai hu," she snapped. "I don't give a shit what it can do. The only thing I care about, Doctor, is whether or not you can make that thing swing freely." She pointed to the gantry arm. His mouth opened and closed. He swallowed, then nodded. She pierced him with a severe look. "Good." Her gaze swept him from head to toe, not bothering to mask her disgust as she tilted her head to indicate the carnage by the lab's entrance. "Bring me the body, and then go clean up your mess." The muscles in Clint's jaw bunched at her dismissal. Though it rankled, he did as instructed, depositing the body just inside the room. He then jogged back to the front of the lab and began cleaning off the blood that stained deck, doors, and bulkhead. Once done, he rejoined the assassin. She looked up at him from where she knelt, adjusting Stinton's corpse. She moved the body 3 more times before she was satisfied with the results. Rising on silent feet, she stepped back, the expectant look on her face telling Clint the rest was up to him. They retreated to the alcove's entrance. He powered up the machine, taking care to use Stinton's own security token to activate it, and then glanced over at the assassin. "I'm bypassing the unit's safety lockouts now," he informed her. "That should allow the gantry head to swing freely." The assassin's head tilted up in silent acknowledgement. "Do it, and let us hope that your machine does enough damage to mask the injuries you inflicted." Clint pressed his lips together to prevent himself from commenting. He merely nodded and sent the command for the final lockout to disappear. For an instant, the gantry head hovered in midair, perfectly balanced. In the next moment, it began to sway. And then it toppled, gathering speed as it neared the deck, slamming into Stinton with the force of a maglev train at top speed. Unlikely events. Medical Center, DeGrasse Research Taurus. Adahi Addie Mason sat at her desk inside DeGrasse's medical center and stared at the charts she'd thrown up onto her holodisplay. The cases were closed, the patients deceased. The charts on the right were 2 weeks old and detailed the treatment of a pair of pilots involved in a collision. The first pilot's death was understandable. The Navy lieutenant had been dead on arrival, and though they'd fought fiercely to revive her, they'd been unsuccessful. The second pilot's death, however, was another matter. When she'd left, he'd been in guarded but stable condition. As for the third chart, a knock sounded, interrupting Addie's thoughts. She looked up to see Gabriel Alvarez, DeGrasse's chief of security, leaning against the door frame of her office. "Got a few minutes?" he asked, and Addie nodded, gesturing to a nearby chair. "What's up?" She pushed away from her desk to face him. He tilted his head toward the hollows she had on display. "Those the reports on the pilots who died?" She nodded again. "Awfully high death rate on DeGrasse these days," he commented. Though the words seemed innocuous enough, the look he shot her suggested that he might harbor his own doubts about the reasons behind them. Addie's lips thinned. "Unusually high," she agreed, voice rough with frustrated anger. Gabe motioned to the reports. "I've found that sometimes if you talk things over with an objective third person, they can sometimes surprise you by spotting things you might have overlooked yourself." She blew out a breath. "There's no new information, though I wish there were. These are the same reports I sent you. Nothing's changed since last we talked." Gabe shrugged. "Sometimes it just takes time for things to gel." He tapped the side of his head. "Up here." She shot him a look that held little hope, but shrugged and turned to face the reports once more. "Okay then, from the top it is." Tapping the first one to enlarge it, she flicked a finger down its length to scroll the document to the beginning. Stopping at the header, she began to read. At 1600 hours local, we were notified by DeGrasse Space Traffic Control that there had been an incident, and wounded were incoming. Samantha, Travis, and I were the attending physicians. I took the Navy lieutenant, and she took the Marine. She paused when Gabe crossed his arms and frowned.
I know we discussed this before, he said, but Travis isn't a member of your team. She's one of the researchers. I know you told me she had a medical background, but no offense. Why was she down here? And are you sure the Marine's death wasn't due to operator error?
Addie shook her head firmly. It wasn't, I can assure you. You're right about Sam being one of the scientists, but she's also a practicing physician at one of the top research hospitals back in Procyon. Sam heard the news on the Taurus's pubnet and contacted me, offering her assistance.
Addie crossed her own arms, unconsciously mimicking Alvarez's stance.
I'd trust her with any of my patients. I'd put my own care in her hands. She's just that good.
Gabe shot her a brief smile. He lifted his hands, palms out, as if to forestall any additional protests. Got it, no worries. Just had to ask. Lowering his hands, his eyes shifted back to the report. Go on, then. You mentioned the two Vics. If I recall, Edinger was the Navy lieutenant, and Campbell the Marine, right?
She nodded her confirmation to his query. The lieutenant was DOA, although, with current medical practices, death isn't necessarily a permanent thing until all brain activity has ceased, and that usually occurs within 7 to 10 minutes.
Gabe's eyebrows rose. Didn't know about that. Good information to have. He coughed a self-deprecating laugh. Okay, well, there's not much I'd be able to do with it, except get the victim to you as quickly as possible.
It's not always possible to resuscitate, she cautioned, although we give it our best shot. In this case, the damage was too extensive. We lost her.
Gabe shook his head. Even with all the medical advances, the nano available?
He cut himself off as she in turn shook her head. It's not the silver bullet everyone seems to think it is. Sure, nanotech can work wonders, but it has its limits. The very word itself gives you the first clue. She smiled at his raised brow. Medical nano is tiny. That means it takes a lot of it to make a difference, especially if the nanobiotics in play are performing a task, not just delivering a medication. If the damage they're set to repair is too systemic? Comprehension flowed into his eyes as she let her voice trail off. She turned away, her explanation reminding her of how very systemic Edinger's wounds had been, beyond her ability to counteract. Failure to save the pilot felt just as raw as her very first loss, despite the years of experience which had led her to her current role as DeGrasse's chief physician. They never seemed to get any easier. To be honest, she hoped they never would.
And the Marine? Campbell? Gabe prodded after a moment of silence passed between them.
Addie returned her focus to the report hovering before her. He and Sam arrived on DeGrasse on the same transport. She knew Jack, had struck up a friendship with him on the way here.
Addie shook her head, remembering.
She was determined to save him.
A gesture brought up Campbell's personnel file, linked to the report. The image of a stocky, auburn-haired man appeared. He had the typical, well-muscled build of a Marine. The man looked fit and healthy, a far cry from the last time Addie'd laid eyes on him.
Jack Campbell arrived in stable but guarded condition, and had no pre-existing or hidden conditions that might have contributed to his injuries, she said. His back had been broken in several places. He received numerous contusions, suffered a fractured femur, and his spleen had ruptured.
Gabe whistled. I remember that from the report. That collision had to have been intense to have done that kind of damage.
His attention swerved from the hollow to her.
He had a standard pilot's lattice, didn't he?
Yes, the injuries occurred in spite of it, she confirmed, pulling up a scan of the man's torso. Pointing to a network of filaments that permeated the patient's organs, she said, Campbell had the same standard-issue smart carbine nanofloss issued to all military pilots. It's woven throughout their soft tissues. It's what kept him alive. And honestly, when we left that night, he was doing just fine.
Until he wasn't.
Gabe's statement landed harshly between them.
Addie looked up, expecting from his tone to read censure in his eyes. There was anger there, but she realized it wasn't directed at her when he spoke again. Clint Janus was the one here with him when he died.
The words were flat and hard. Addie wondered suddenly if she and Sam weren't the only ones who disliked the man. Yes, she said cautiously, feeling her way through her next statements. You know he showed up shortly after the medics brought the two pilots in.
Gabe's expression was impassive. I didn't realize he had a medical background too.
Addie shrugged uncomfortably. I didn't really have the time to check his record. Each patient had an attending physician, so his role was both secondary and under supervision. He offered his services in any capacity, and frankly, since we were in an all-hands-on-deck situation, I was happy to have the help. He basically functioned as a highly overqualified errand boy, schlepping whatever the surgeon needed from medical stores.
No suspicious activity?
Were his actions completely out of character? Yes. Suspicious? Not really. She shook her head, positive of these facts, at least. It had been her first thought when she learned of Campbell's demise. She'd grilled everyone who'd been in the operating theater that day. None had seen any activity from Janus that had been remotely questionable.
Okay, then.
Gabe bent forward and braced his forearms on his thighs. He looked up at her from beneath lowered brows.
Would it be accurate to say he returned to the clinic in the wee hours of the morning when you had a skeleton crew?
Addie waggled her hand. I wouldn't call it skeleton. We were staffed appropriately for the patients currently in our care.
Yet Janus managed to tell you Campbell was gone.
It was a statement, not a question, but Addie nodded anyway. He pinged me an hour before my alarm went off, said he'd stopped in to check on him before heading to the DFAC for breakfast, she said, using the Navy's term for the Taurus's dining facility. According to him, Campbell coded while he was there. He claimed he was unable to resuscitate him.
Bit odd, don't you think?
Gabe sat back, pinning her with an inscrutable look. Addie grimaced. More than a bit. Janus has never, not once, stooped to doing that kind of menial work. Just my opinion, but I think he considers caring for DeGrasse personnel, hell, anything other than his precious research, to be beneath him.
But he came when he heard. Pitched in.
She nodded. He was actually useful, too. Something that truly surprised me. Addie's finger hovered over the line in the report where Janus had turned Campbell's body over to the morgue himself. Something about the whole thing rang hollow to her. Janus has to have an angle, she murmured. There has to be a reason behind his out-of-character helpfulness that night. But damned I can figure it out. Her eyes tracked to the final report, this one from just last week. It was another in-flight accident, and it involved only one pilot.
Then there's Micah Case.
Gabe's comment told Addie he'd noticed her attention shift.
There's almost 4 weeks between the first crash and that incident.
Addie tapped on the date. He was right, of course. She hadn't needed the document to confirm it. The dates were seared into her brain, 2 failures, one right after the other. Unless... Just enough time to throw suspicion off, if there really is a connection. Her tone lifted at the end as she let the unspoken question settle between them. Gabe shook his head.
I just received the initial report back from the second one. Findings suggest metal fatigue is to blame for his spacecraft's failure.
Addie had had a hard time deciphering his expression. So, not pilot error, as was the case with the first accident, she said. He shook his head.
Doesn't look that way, no.
Still, 2 accidents in little under a month, where before the Taurus had boasted a flawless record?
Janus wasn't around when this one died, was he?
Addie began to shake her head, then paused, thinking back. Actually, he was, but Sam told me she refused to let him anywhere near the patient.
And still, he died.
She nodded, and felt a surge of uncertainty as she met his gaze. There was no way she was going to tell Gabe about Sam's odd behavior the next morning, how her colleague danced around specifics, claiming she was too upset to discuss the situation at the moment. Something about the stiff way Samantha Travis had held herself set off alarms in Addie's head. But until she had a moment to question Sam more thoroughly in private, she'd keep her unease to herself. Addie returned to the first report, her eyes returning to the line that stated Janus had taken Campbell's body to the morgue. Now why would he do that, I wonder?
Do what?
She highlighted the section of the report and enlarged it for him. Gabe narrowed his eyes.
Eddie, I need you to think back on that morning. You spoke with everyone who was there when Janice arrived. I know he didn't say or do anything unusual, or they would have reported it. But is it normal for a body to be sent to the morgue this quickly after death?
Her mouth twisted. Actually, yes. Completely within scope. Gabe steepled his fingers, brought the tips up and tapped them against his chin. His eyes locked with hers. After a moment, he said slowly,
And what about after a body arrives at the morgue? What's the procedure there?
Gabe interrupted himself, sitting up abruptly and holding a hand up in a wait gesture that told Addie he was receiving an incoming call. His face darkened, and he stood.
I have to go. Looks like you're going to get to play medical examiner today, Doc.
His eyes cut to hers, their expression grim.
They've found another body.
Evasive maneuvers. Underground passageway, DeGrasse Research Taurus. The weapon that had been fired at Micah and the woman he was shielding missed them both, though just barely. As the pressure wave dissipated down the passageway, Micah chanced to glance behind them. The shot had come from a compact, ultra-short pulse pistol, or CUSP. It was standard issue for the Marine just rounding the corner. Micah suspected it wasn't his quick action that turned the shot into a glancing blow. It was more likely that the Marine's shot had been a hasty one. He doubted the Marine, or the one behind him, would miss a second time.
Go, go!
He dropped the duffel she'd given him to carry and drew his own pistol, pushing her toward the intersection. He silently willed the woman onward as he fired back at the Marines, but the woman with him resisted. She scrambled for the bag he'd abandoned, but he yanked her forward, jinking left to avoid the next pressure wave from the two in pursuit. Thankfully, the Marine shooting had widened the beam in an attempt to better hit their now-moving target. It weakened the pulse, leaving a cold burning sensation in its wake as he shielded the woman from another blast.
We need what's in that duffel,
she hissed, struggling against his hold.
We need to stay alive.
He grunted back, dragging her forcibly forward and doing his best to make their track as erratic as the passageway would allow. They only had another 2 meters to go. He thumbed his own sidearm to wide dispersal as he ran, but before he could return fire, a crack echoed in the confined space, followed by a muted thwack.
Shit, they're not fooling around,
he thought, urging the woman to a faster pace. Micah knew that sound. It came from a small caliber firearm, the kind that could be safely discharged within a structure like DeGrasse. The ammunition they were using was slow, traveling barely 125 meters per second. The bullet spent itself harmlessly against the bulkhead, the softer metal's kinetic energy dissipating upon impact as it flattened the projectile against the bulkhead's surface. The weapon might not pose a threat to the Taurus, but it could easily tear through the more delicate medium of human flesh. They just reached the corner when another whine from the pulsed energy weapon reached his ears, this one indicating a narrow beam targeting solution. The cusp's pressure wave impacted his right side. He lost his footing as it flipped him around, searing pain tracing its way down his leg. He saw the Marine wielding the small caliber pistol take aim once more, just as the woman he was with pulled him clear of the intersection. He heard another crack and felt a stinging sensation slash across the side of his head. It was followed by the sound of another lead slug hitting the outer bulkhead just behind them. He lifted a hand to his forehead, and it came away slick with blood, the bullet having creased his temple. The only good thing about being shot at in a rotating Taurus was how much more difficult it was for the person aiming to get a solid lock on them. A Taurus as big as DeGrasse still spun at a rate of 1 revolution per minute. The physics involved a whole lot more than simply aiming at the thing you wanted to hit. Once the bullet left its chamber, it would continue along that same path while the Taurus and the person you were aiming at continued to rotate. The shooter would have to do some rapid, on-the-fly calculations if they hoped to achieve any degree of accuracy. Unfortunately, for Micah and his mysterious companion, these were highly trained Marines, and the processing power in their military-grade wire implants meant they had instant access to live targeting assistance. And he'd be willing to bet that their wires, unlike his, were fully functional. The emergency lights were spaced too far apart for his eyes to penetrate beyond 15 meters. The lights were purposely dim and red, a legacy system, no longer necessary since most humans these days had optical enhancement. The longer wavelength of light compensated for the Purkinje shift the human eye made during adaptation to the dark, allowing unaugmented eyes to read emergency placards and maps. For once, the military's reputation for resisting change worked in his favor. With his optics offline, this was the best he could hope for. Above his head, he could just make out one such placard. It indicated emergency hatch exits down the passageway, in both directions. He hoped their ride was attached to the hatch on this side of the intersection, and not the other. He fought to regain his footing, his right leg screaming at him as he urged the woman farther down the passageway. Instead, she wrenched herself free and stepped back toward the intersection. Sam knew they had to get that duffel back, or the man with her was going to die. She saw the streak of blood across his temple, the gash shining black in the red emergency lighting. She saw him struggle to stand, his leg refusing to respond after the cusp's EM pulse set the nerve cells in his leg on fire. A burning fury lit her from within. This had to stop. Now. Scrambling to her feet, she pulled out of his grasp and stepped toward the intersection. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she called out to the Marines around the corner. "Come out with your hands up!" he heard one of them shout back. She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned, frowning at the man behind her. "See one, think two," he murmured. He must have caught her look of confusion. "Marine fire team's made up of 4 people. If there are 2 here, then it's likely the other 2 are circling around to come at us from behind." She shifted, the movement causing her lab coat to fall open. The contents of her pocket made a soft clunk as it connected against the bulkhead behind her. Her hand automatically reached down to still its movement. "Maybe I can talk some sense into them, or at least delay them long enough for you to make it to that hatch." She tilted her head to indicate the passageway, ignoring his look of incredulity. She turned, her fingers absently reaching for the digital-to-biological converter inside her pocket. Instead, they came into contact with the spare brick of molecular material she'd shoved inside, along with the DBC. Sam froze as an idea came to her. "Wait." Twisting, she glanced back at the man, holding up a finger as she mentally reached out over her wire. "Hey, you still in contact with our friend?" "Yes," the voice replied. "Tell him to stay put, but be ready to haul my unconscious ass to that hatch as soon as I make my move. Got it?" She didn't wait for a response. Unslinging the bag of formation material from around her shoulders, she let it fall to the deck before moving closer to the corner that separated them from the Marines. "Stand down!" she called out from her still-hidden position. "I'm Dr. Travis, Samantha Travis, part of the DeGrasse research team. Why are you shooting at me?" "Sorry, ma'am." Funny. The Marine's tone didn't sound apologetic. "Just following orders. The person with you is wanted for questioning." Sam glared at the overhead. "And that justifies the use of firearms? Against a civilian? Are you kidding me?" She should have seen it coming. The ones who had experimented on the man behind her had tried twice to bury the evidence by eliminating him. He was living proof of their misconduct. They'd have no intention of letting him walk away a free man. She couldn't let that happen. "Look, there's no need for force," she said firmly, as she stepped out into the intersection. Weapons snapped up and she froze. Okay, she said, one hand rising slowly. "Just calm down now. I'm no threat. Don't shoot." Sam heard the man with her suck in a sharp breath and take an involuntary step forward, but trusted the voice inside his head to take care of things on that end. "Hands up, Doctor, and don't move," the older Marine ordered. "Look," Sam tried again, "I suggest you rethink your actions here. Who ordered this man hunted down?" She remained still, one hand up in a gesture of surrender, her eyes locked onto the weapons aimed at her. "Ma'am, we need you to step away from the person with you." "I can do that," she said easily, as she began to step slowly toward them. "But again, is this the wisest course of action right now, when we're evidently under attack?" As if on cue,
The Taurus shuddered once more, a reminder that they had a bigger problem to worry about. She staggered a little as the deck beneath her feet shifted, then resumed her slow walk toward them, her hands still out. The other remained in her lab coat pocket, fingers keying the digital-to-biological converter's activation sequence by rote memory. The unit came awake, handshaking with her wire interface. As she walked, she tried once more to reason with them as she called up the DBC's database on her HUD and searched for the formula she needed it to create. Taking a guess, she added, "Dr. Janus is not in charge, Marine." One of the figures shrugged. "My sergeant said he was. Gotta follow orders, ma'am. You understand?" Bingo. She shot them a stern look. "Even when those orders are to fire on one of your own people? Inside the Taurus?" The Marine ignored her and gestured with his weapon. "Hands up where we can see them, please. Both of them, Doctor." She was close now. Only 2 meters separated them. The formula flashed on her overlay, the icon flashing its query to execute. Pressing the DBC's maglock against the molecular brick, she removed her hand from her pocket as she mentally toggled the icon. The younger Marine glanced over at her partner, who nodded for her to secure Sam. She holstered her cusp and reached for Sam's arm. Sam sidestepped toward the male Marine. The proximity map projected by the DBC's program now included all 3 of them. Just as the male made contact with her shoulder to shove her back toward his partner, the unit turned red. It was the last thing Sam saw before she lost consciousness. Micah couldn't believe it when the idiot woman stepped back out into the cross corridor. He shot out an arm, ready to yank her back to safety when the voice interjected, "No, let her go. She knows what she's doing." Didn't look like it to Micah. He knew. There were at least 2 more Marines coming for them. They were on a very short clock. "We don't have time. Just be ready to grab her and the bags and run." Micah blew out an impatient breath and ran his hand through his hair, the coiled tension in his body ratcheting up a notch at the forced inaction. "What is she going to do? Incapacitate them both? All by herself?" A thread of amusement wound through Micah's mind. "Something like that, yes." Annoyed, Micah swiped at the blood that dripped into his eye from the bullet's track across his brow. It worried him that his medical nano wasn't even working. The wound should have clotted by now. His head snapped up when he heard muted thuds coming from the cross corridor. Closing the distance to the corner in a quick leap, he raised his cusp and chanced to look. The sight of 3 bodies slumped on the deck, out cold, had him stepping out into the corridor. He pulled up short when the voice interceded. "Hold while it dissipates." Assuming the voice referred to was some sort of airborne agent, Micah spent the time waiting for the all-clear, trying to regain feeling in his still-tingling leg. Massaging the much-abused limb, he kept his head on a swivel and his weapon drawn. Not that his limited eyesight was of much use in these conditions, but the area behind the slumped pile of bodies and the rim passage both remained empty. "Clear. Grab her and go. Bring both bags." Micah launched himself forward, pausing at the duffel. "This stuff really that important?" "Yes." He looped the strap over his head, then lifted the doctor into a fireman's carry before stepping up to the intersection, cusp once more held at the ready. A quick glance assured him the passage remained clear. He dipped to scoop up the second bag, surprised to find it so heavy. "What's in here? A load of bricks?" Micah's mental comment elicited a surprised laugh from the mystery voice. Nothing more. He shook his head, his attention returning to the passageway that stretched out before him. "The hatch? 6 meters ahead, on your left." Tightening his hold on the unconscious woman, he moved toward the hatch. It was cycling as he arrived. He slid through the opening just as the thud of running footsteps sounded in the distance. The other half of the fire team was closing in. "Too close," he thought to the voice inside his head as the hatch sealed. "Any idea if we were seen?" There was a pause, then an uncertain reply. "Don't think so." Micah didn't like the sound of that, but all thought fled as he turned to face the open outer hatch. The hull waiting just beyond belonged unmistakably to
What the hell, Jack? That's my ship!
Accident Investigation. Advanced Isolation Lab, DeGrasse Research, Taurus. Half a kilometer away, in the Taurus's research complex, the discovery of Lee Stinton's body had turned the Advanced Isolation Lab into a warren of frenzied activity. "Coming through," Gabe announced to the gaggle of onlookers hovering around the holographic "Police Line Do Not Cross" banner at the lab's entrance. He deactivated the ticker and pushed past them, Addie at his heels. "Hold up a second," she called out, snagging his arm just as he walked through the open doors. A quick glance down the corridor told him the instructions Addie had shouted to her medical team as they ran from her office had been implemented. Medics were coming in fast, laden with supplies and pushing a maglev gurney.
"They make good time,"
he said. Addie shot him a glance.
"In emergency medicine, time is everything."
"They do realize Stinton's dead, don't they?"
She exhaled, a quick, sharp breath.
"Time's a factor when you're gathering forensic evidence, too."
He nodded, pleased to see that her people recognized that. Now wasn't the time to enlighten Addie about his true rank in the Alliance Navy, nor his official title as a criminal investigator. They hadn't exactly come out and said that Gabe's assignment was an undercover operation, but he found it telling that the Navy's Criminal Investigation Command had altered his work history on the public military net. Gabe's superior had told him Admiral Toland had specifically requested an NCIC operator for DeGrasse's chief of security. He wondered if Toland was prescient, or if she'd just known news about the research in Loughton's was likely to leak and draw unwanted attention. Either way, his highly trained, analytical brain was telling him this temporary assignment was no longer simply Toland's insurance policy. The situation now warranted an official NCIC investigation. Now that the medical team had made it past the onlookers, Gabe reactivated the police line tape and turned for a slower, more thorough survey of the room. The security officers were gathered just outside an alcove, with a fire team of 4 Marines in power armor. Beside them stood Clint Janus. Gabe's eyes narrowed as they landed on the man. He glanced at Addie, wondering if she'd noticed Janus's presence yet. The slight flicker of an eyelid told him she had. The officer in charge signaled to Gabe. He nodded to the woman, then turned to Addie and tilted his head in the direction of the group. She nodded, falling into step beside him. "Sir," the officer greeted, then gestured to the Marines in powered armor. "I called in a fire team to help with the removal of the body. Dr. Janus has informed us the gantry arm pinning Dr. Stinton is too heavy to displace otherwise. I didn't think you'd want to trust the machine's interface to do it, given the circumstances." Addie eyed the alcove. "I'll need to take a look first, but yes," she said. "That sounds like a good call." One of the Marines stepped forward. "We'll be your muscle, ma'am. You just tell us how you want that thing moved, and we'll do it for you." Gabe stepped around one of the Marines to get a better view of the alcove for himself. His attention sharpened when he saw the mangled remains of DeGrasse's chief scientist, flattened beneath the gantry arm. Motioning everyone back, he said, "Let's give the doctor and her team some room." He waited while Addie waved her medics closer, then retrieved a few pieces of equipment. She then stepped into the alcove. Gabe followed. It appeared that Stinton had been facing the gantry arm when it impacted him. He found that strange. He would have thought the scientist would have noticed the thing swinging toward him and had enough time to make the blow a bit less head-on. He turned in time to see Addie stiffen. Her body held frozen in a moment as if in shock. Then she moved, releasing a microdrone. It flew to Stinton's approximate center of mass and began rotating around the dead body, moving slowly outward. The doctor paused long enough to confirm the drone was behaving as she'd programmed it to do, then began skirting the area with actions that were careful and deliberate. He stepped closer, resting one hand lightly on her elbow, the action enough to generate a direct peer-to-peer connection.
"What is it?"
he asked, his eyes taking in the blood spatter pattern and the position of the body, and wondering if she would confirm his suspicions. She sprayed a nano coating on her hands, the action gloving them and protecting anything she touched from contamination. She shot him a side glance.
Spray pattern is consistent with how the machine impacted the body. But Gabe?
Her eyes flickered to the people around her before drilling into his.
We have a big problem here.
Addie felt Gabe's hand on her arm tighten in warning, and then he interrupted her.
Not a word, Mason.
Gabe's mental voice held caution as he lifted a hollow recorder with his free hand and thumbed it on. With a murmured,
"Need to record this, Doc,"
he trained his eyes back onto the scene before them.
"Focus, Doctor. Eyes on the machine."
His tone was terse.
"I need you to keep your shit together, okay? You can't act as if this was a murder scene."
She turned to face him, startled.
You see it too, then?
A warning light flashed in his eyes, causing her to turn back. She stared unseeingly at the machine in front of them.
There's not nearly enough blood to account for his death,
she informed him.
A man Stinton's size would have had over 5 liters of blood in him. I can tell just by looking that the blunt trauma insult would have expelled more than what we see here.
Gabe sent her a mental nod. A gentle nudge had her continuing their perimeter walk while he rotated the camera to catch the scene from all angles.
"I know. Look."
He hesitated, glanced over at the alcove's entrance before returning his gaze to the camera.
"The last thing we want to do is cause panic to spread. You saw how upset the lab techs were when we arrived. Tensions are high. Let's not add to that just yet."
Addie shot a glance over her shoulder at Clint Janus. When she returned to face the corpse, she caught a knowing look in Gabe's eyes.
"Disliking someone isn't evidence,"
Gabe warned, as if reading her mind.
I'm not the only one you know,
she retorted.
Samantha Travis suspects him too. We discussed it after the first accident, but neither one of us could find anything he did wrong. At least, nothing we could point to.
Just try to act as normally as you can around him. If you don't think you can, then avoid engaging with him, okay?
She sent him a small chuckle.
Avoiding the man is one thing I can do, with pleasure.
Straightening, Gabe snapped off the camera.
"Got what I need. What do you think, Doc? Ready for the Marines to do their thing?"
Addie consulted the drone and saw that it had gathered all the measurable external data possible. Distances, air composition, surface composition, and so on. She knelt beside the wall where a small spattering of blood had reached and aligned a small device between its surface and what she could see of the top of Stinton's head. The device measured the distance and captured several additional data points. Nodding, she stood.
"Ready,"
she said, and followed Gabe to the alcove's entrance. Releasing the nanosheath that gloved her hands, she stepped over to the gurney to wait for the Marines to finish with the gantry arm. As she did, she caught Janus staring at her. The supercilious expression on the man's face made her forget everything Gabe had just said to her. Anger swept through her, and she returned his cold stare. Clint's eyes narrowed at the angry look the doctor was sending his way. Officious bitch. He knew Adahi Mason. She'd been the attending physician the night of the accident involving the Navy pilots. She'd made the job of acquiring the corpses almost impossible, not least because she'd managed to save Campbell. After the trouble he'd gone through to stage the accident, the damned Marine had refused to die. He'd had to use extraordinary measures to harvest that second corpse for Stinton. At least the Navy lieutenant had had the decency to stay dead, despite Mason's attempts to resuscitate her. A familiar smell teased Clint's nose as the gurney floated toward him. It was a particular aroma, slightly metallic, catalyzed by human blood when it came into contact with human skin. He shelved the pleasant memories it evoked, knowing he could indulge at his leisure at a later time. For now he had a job to do, though not the one the Alliance had for him. It was time to focus the civilian science team back onto the task of destroying samples and purging their files. They stood, gathered at the lab's entrance as if frozen, shock writ plainly upon their faces at the sudden demise of their leader. A few showed a morbid fascination, he understood all too well. The accident site had been every bit as gory as he could have hoped, Stinton's body barely identifiable. He found himself amused by those individuals as they craned their necks for a glimpse of the DBC prototype's blood-spattered fallen gantry. His eyes flickered to a corner, where the assassin stood. She was dressed in the unassuming coveralls of an engineering technician, awaiting her turn to service the malfunctioning machine. Her job was done for the moment. It fell on him to obtain the last remaining bits of research material from the scientific teams. Clearing his throat, Clint stepped forward, the movement garnering the attention of the assembled scientists. "All right," he began, spreading his arms and schooling his features to exude a compassionate yet firm authority. "Let's give the medical team the space they need to do their jobs. Please, return to your stations and resume your work. We still have a deadline to meet, and samples to space." There was a sharp intake of breath from one of the junior scientists. "About that order to destroy all the samples," she ventured timidly. "Dr. Stinton wouldn't want—" "We're civilians, not military." Clint cut her off, then forced a smile to soften the blow. "If the Navy says to shut it down, then we shut down." He took a moment to establish eye contact with the ones who looked the most recalcitrant. "Let me be clear. All data, all copies, must be wiped after you deliver the information to me. This is not negotiable. Understood?" He saw it in their faces. None truly had the heart to oppose him. The assassin had been correct. The shock of a death always made people more pliable. Still, he thought it prudent to offer an olive branch, however false it might be. "New samples can always be gathered from the planet's surface when we return," he said, injecting soothing reassurance into his voice. "And we will return." The lie slipped easily from his tongue. "The truly irreplaceable part of the work we've done here under grass is your research. So please, gather your materials, quickly, and send your findings on to me before second shift." Faces stared at him blankly. Impatience threatened to slip its leash. He clapped his hands together sharply. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a request." Biochemists, nanogeneticists, laboratory technicians, they all jumped as one at the noise, like a flock of birds at the sound of a gunshot. Within moments, the passageway had emptied. The Akkadian assassin's voice sounded inside his head, interrupting his musings. "Sharp words, Doctor. Persist, and you jeopardize your cover and endanger the mission." Clint's annoyance overrode the unease he felt to find the assassin had approached him from behind, noiselessly. He fought the urge to shake off the hand that touched his arm. "I think even the most congenial of people would be allowed a bit of temper after seeing a close colleague dismembered. Don't you think?" He shot back. When she didn't respond, he looked over to find she'd retreated once more. Unnerved, despite himself, he glanced at the timestamp on his overlay. It was already noon, station time. "Just a few more hours," he thought, "and I'll be able to wash my hands of the lot of them." Inhaling sharply, he turned to find the medical doctor studying him through narrowed eyes. He returned it with one of his own. "Please don't let us keep you from your work, Dr. Mason," he said smoothly, and with an arched brow. "I'm sure you have forms to submit or tests to run." Her lips compressed in displeasure, and she exchanged a look with DeGrasse's security chief, who shook his head, eyes grazing Clint's briefly before returning to Mason. "You go on ahead with the body, Doc," the man said, rising from his crouch beside the blood-stained deck. "My team will be finished in a few. We'll send you everything we find." His words drew Clint's attention to those crawling around the gantry arm, taking measurements and gathering samples. He failed to notice the suspicious look Mason threw his way, and the subtle, warning headshake the security officer sent her in response. "Very well, then." The doctor's response was terse. With one last look at the alcove that housed the polarized DBC prototype, she eased away from the scene of the incident. Pausing at the lab's entrance, she added, "I'll be in medical if you need me." With a nod, she was gone. As soon as Gabe could extricate himself from the investigation, he went in search of Addie, wanting to hear her initial thoughts on Stinton's death. The lift had taken him up from the laboratory deck and deposited him out into the main level. He pushed his way past the people filtering through security in the lobby. A quick exit out the building's front doors dumped him directly into DeGrasse Park. Park was a bit of a misnomer, although someone had gone to the trouble to set up a fountain at its center, even ringed the damn thing with park benches. It had always seemed like more of a wide concourse to Gabe. The park was the only area on the Taurus that felt expansive, stretching from its main deck all the way up to DeGrasse's transparent alloy inner ring, half a kilometer away. Its transparency wasn't for aesthetic purposes. Most of what could be seen through the clear surface were a network of struts with 5 fusion-powered generators at their center. These connected to the inner ring, rotating the Taurus and providing it with artificial gravity. The way DeGrasse was laid out, the open-air park sat between the research complex and the buildings that housed its public facilities. The clinic was in the center, sandwiched between the DFAC and the commissary. Tucked between them were a handful of smaller shops, a coffee house, and even a small pub. Gabe looked up, eyeing the light pouring in from the transparent inner ring to gauge the time of day. He had a habit of doing that whenever he was planetside, even though it was just as convenient to consult his wire. The golden light from Loughton's red dwarf star, directed down into the Taurus through a series of complex mirrors, allowed him to do much the same on DeGrasse. The mirrors moved in a diurnal cycle, the light allowing those on the Taurus to experience a natural day-night rhythm. It was nearing the end of first shift. Maybe he could convince Addie to grab some dinner with him. They could discuss the case over the meal. Just as he neared the complex that housed the Taurus's clinic, he heard a series of rolling, low-frequency rumbles. They were accompanied by a slight shivering of the deck beneath his feet. That felt like an explosion, he thought. He pivoted slowly, trying to pinpoint the origin of the sounds. An icon flashing on his HUD warned him of an incoming call from his security office. Before he had a chance to accept the connection, it was overridden by a priority alert. His eyes narrowed when he saw the ID attached to the incoming alert. Colonel Nate Fraley was Admiral Toland's second, the man responsible for the Taurus in her absence. Fraley was also the only other person here besides Toland who knew Gabe's true occupation. Alvarez? Fraley's voice was gruff. Marines are in pursuit of 2 suspects. They have eyes on and are rounding them up now. Need you to take point on this. What are they suspected of doing, Colonel? Gabe asked, turning back toward the clinic, pushing aside his concern over the rumbling sound as he focused on the information Fraley was sharing. Anonymous tip linked them to Stinton's death, the colonel replied. You know procedure. I'll have the Marines hand them off to your people once they're in custody. Interrogate them, see what they know. Innocent people don't run from Marines, Alvarez. You know that. Gabe wasn't certain he entirely agreed with Fraley's assessment, but refrained from commenting. We'll take care of it, Colonel, Gabe assured him instead, then took a gamble. Any connection to what I just heard coming from the research sector? Sounded like an explosion. Too early to know, came the colonel's quick reply. His evasive tone reminded Gabe of those times when someone outside the investigation asked him a question about an ongoing case they weren't cleared to know about. What about the suspects? Have they been ID'd? They have, Fraley sent. You know that pilot flying the Nova Strike that broke up in flight last week? Seems the news of Micah Case's death was a bit exaggerated. He's been spotted with one of the scientists, a Samantha Travis. Travis? Gabe pulled up short, startled. Shit. Abby's going to be pissed, he thought. That can't be right. Can you patch me into their combat net? Already done, Fraley assured him, and Gabe saw a flashing icon on his HUD, awaiting his approval to complete the connection. Wish I could say they're wrong, but I saw some of the footage from one of the Marines' feeds myself. It's them. Gabe sent a mental whistle. Things just got a lot more interesting. Damn straight, Fraley responded curtly, and then just as abruptly dropped the connection. Not looking forward to the conversation ahead of him, Gabe strode through the clinic's entrance. Just as the deck beneath his feet heaved, and a loud explosion reverberated through the exterior bulkhead half a block away. Wraith. GNS Wraith, outside DeGrasse service hatch. Micah carried the unconscious woman through the hatch of his ship and sealed it behind him. As he did so, he mentally reviewed what had just happened. If awakening in the station's morgue wasn't clear indication that someone wanted him dead, Sending a Marine fire team after him with weapons hot sealed the deal. He wished he knew who was gunning for him, and why, but his mind was drawing a blank. He had no idea what the hell was going on. No briefing, no mission parameters. A quick glance around informed him that both cockpit and crew cabin were empty. The aft cargo doors were sealed. His co-pilot, flight engineer, and crew chief were nowhere in sight. "Jack?" he called out as Wraith's hatch closed behind him. But there was no answer from the big Marine whose voice he was certain he heard in his head. "Yuki? Will?" he called out. But neither crew chief nor flight engineer responded. Micah dumped both bags and settled the unconscious doctor into Will's station, cursing his inactivated wire once more. He did another, more thorough survey while his fingers automatically ran through the lock and web sequence that would secure her into the seat. He saw nothing out of order. "Wraith," he called out to the ship's synthetic intelligence. "Monitor vitals in the flight engineer's station." The SI chimed an affirmative, and Micah blew out a relieved breath. Since someone apparently had a kill order out on him, he'd been worried his ship had been updated with orders to report his whereabouts to the station Marines, should he show up. He straightened and stepped forward into the cockpit, eyes scanning the readouts currently on display. On the holo, he could see a swarm of ships exiting the Taurus, in a way that suggested a station evac. He reminded himself to follow up on that shortly. If that was indeed what was going on, it could be beneficial. The sensor clutter would help mask their own departure. The Helios shuddered slightly as another explosion rocked the station. Micah plunged his hands into the ship's holo interface and, with a gesture, released the clamps, disengaging from the Taurus. The ship began to float away at 100 meters per second, the tangential velocity Degrassi's rotation had imparted to the craft. No longer under centripetal acceleration, Wraith began sloughing apparent gravity as it moved away. He started to slide out of the pilot's seat when a mental nudge pulled him up short. The voice he swore was Jack's returned. "Before you leave, have the ship run a full bioscan on you." Micah blinked at the suggestion. "Now's not really the time." "Do it. Your wire's not the only thing out of commission. Your lattice is, too. You're going to have to take care how you fly this thing." Every military pilot had a smart lattice of carbine nanofloss woven throughout his body. The smart carbine reinforced bones, strengthened muscles, protected organs. An accelerometer embedded in a pilot's wire fed data to nanosensors embedded within the lattice, signaling it to automatically harden during high G acceleration, the kind pilots often experience during combat. With his wire out of commission, Micah had no way to determine if the lattice worked, short of the bioscan the voice suggested. He initiated the scan, his mouth thinning as the results hovered on the holo display before him. "You're right. That's going to limit our maneuvering capability. Best to batten down, then." He nodded reluctantly. "In a minute. Since we're without crew, I need to do a quick check and secure the cabin." He held up a hand to forestall any protest, and then wondered why he did it when no one was there to see. "I'll make it fast. I'm stubborn, not stupid." The other man made a derisive noise. "Grab the medkit while you're at it. You're still bleeding." Micah's hand automatically went to his still seeping head wound as he stood. Somewhere within the past few minutes, he'd gotten used to swiping the blood away from his eye and hadn't even noticed. He grunted and moved aft toward a starboard storage panel to access the ship's medkit. "Keep talking," he instructed as he flipped open the case, stocked to triage injuries far more severe than this. "Who's attacking us?" There was a beat of silence. Then the voice returned, sounding amused. "We are." Micah froze, his hand on the nano-injector. "Come again?" "Stop dripping all over the ship." He growled and pressed the injector to the site of the wound on his temple. He could feel the open wound scabbing over as tissue nanotransfection agents worked to regenerate the traumatized skin. "Explain," he demanded. "What do you mean we are? We're attacking the Taurus?" "I used Banshees to plant low-yield grenades on the Taurus's exterior. Maximum confusion, minimal damage," the voice said. Banshees were stealth drones, part of a Helios's standard weapons load. Wraith carried 250 of them under normal conditions. The mental image pushed its way into his mind. He recognized the feed from Wraith's external sensor suite as it registered dozens of Banshee drones. As he watched, the tiny ships dipped and whirled in an intricate dance, attempting to evade the Nova Strike defense fighters DeGrasse had unleashed against them. Micah groaned as he saw one of the drone's icons wink out of existence. Moments later, another Banshee began a strafing run.
"Oh, come on, Jack, you got a death wish? We can't fire on an Alliance installation."
"They were a distraction to buy you 2 time to get out of there," the voice explained. "The Taurus's self-healing protocols will repair most of the damage within a single week. They figured it out almost immediately, which was why you found yourself face-to-face with a Marine fire team."
"Well, yeah, I imagine they would."
Micah's voice dripped sarcasm. "Way to go, asshole. You just bought us a one-way ticket to a court-martial." There was a long silence. Micah received a sense of exhaustion and realized the voice's explanation had been the most he'd heard from Jack at one time.
"Hey, you okay?"
he ventured after a few more moments had passed.
"Don't get your panties in a wad. Worry about yourself, not me."
Micah grinned involuntarily at the classic Jack-style comment.
"The Banshees have been recalled,"
the voice continued.
"They'll begin to rendezvous with the ship in 15.
Micah chewed on that as he snapped the medkit back into place. He glanced over at the still unconscious doctor.
"Any idea how long she'll be out?"
He felt a mental shrug.
"Could be minutes, could be hours. She didn't say."
Micah nodded, and then ran a quick check for loose items before returning to the pilot's chair, hands automatically reaching to secure the webbing that would hold him in place. His eyes sought the cockpit's synthetic vision display, the array of hollow images providing an immersive view of the ship's immediate surroundings. Once he saw that Wraith was, indeed, clear of the active area, he relaxed back into his seat.
"Okay, our destination is Loughton Gate," he said,
pulling up the system map and tapping on the gate icon at its astropause.
"Wraith, maintain heading, thrusters only, until we're 1,000 clicks from the station."
The system flashed compliance. He glanced at the growing clutter of ships on the hollow. With a gesture, he zoomed in, noting the number and type of vessels and their dispersal pattern. Oddly, one of them looked like it was on a heading-out system. He circled the mass of ships, then dropped an icon tag on the departing spacecraft.
"Let me know if the departing vessel changes course, and if any of the ships in that field get within 100 kilometers of our location."
He continued to scroll through the data, then paused, his attention snagged by a cargo manifest. Frowning, he moved the manifest to the main screen, expanding it to show more detail. None of this made any sense. Wraith's hold read like a medevac triage unit, but he didn't recall being deployed on a combat search and rescue mission. Caesar had turned many a Helios into the equivalent of a spaceborne hospital, as the ship's crew infiltrated hot zones and military medical personnel evacuated soldiers wounded behind enemy lines. But Wraith wasn't on such a mission, not that he could recall. Even if they were, what call would there be for such an operation within Alliance borders? A noise in the crew cabin pulled his attention away from the mystery of the manifest. In an instant, he knew he and the doctor were no longer alone. A flick of his finger brought up the feed for the main crew cabin on one of the lower screens, his torso blocking it from view. It showed a figure traversing the starboard bulkhead, the movement deliberate and furtive. The figure was small, female, and armed. She wore a tactical vest. A pulsed, short-barrel combat assault rifle or P-SCAR hung on a single-point sling around her neck. It seemed they were under attack. From within. Stowaways. GNS Wraith, outside DeGrasse service hatch. Micah's intruder was nearly to the flight engineer's cradle, her attention split equally between the cockpit and the unconscious doctor. The way she handled the rifle hanging around her neck didn't suggest an easy familiarity with it. That, in itself, could pose a problem. Startling a person who didn't know how to handle the weapon they wielded was a recipe for unpredictable, often deadly, results. Micah knew his best option was to close the distance between them as rapidly as possible and get inside the intruder's line of fire. Micah reached for the tanto blade sheathed at his waist and planted his feet against the base of the pilot's cradle. In one coordinated move, he jackknifed out of the seat and launched himself toward her. The woman reacted quickly enough, turning to meet Micah's rush head-on. Dark hair fanned out around her, arm lifting instinctively to block the blade coming toward her. Recognition flickered in her eyes, along with a wariness he didn't like. The P-scar on the sling around her neck swung to one side, weapon forgotten. She would have gone spinning away had Micah not pulled her toward him with a grappling hold. She froze when she felt the naked carbine blade settle against her neck. His other hand snaked out and latched onto the weapon. A quick glance showed the pulse rifle was safetied.
"Who are you, and how the hell did you get access to this ship?"
he ground out, unclipping the P-scar from its sling. When she didn't immediately answer, he increased the blade's pressure. A drop of blood beaded on the blade's edge. She pulled against his hold, seeking to ease the force of the knife resting against her jawline. She swallowed convulsively, then in one breath seemed to recall herself. Her spine straightened in anger, dark eyes narrowing.
"You gave me access."
She hissed the words at him, pulling against him once more. She put up a good front. He knew she was wound tight, could feel her pulse beating rapidly under the fist that held the knife. Yet after that initial reaction, she refused to show fear. Their floating bodies connected abruptly against the bulkhead that separated the cabin from the aft cargo hold. The jolt caused the tanto to slice deeper into the skin beneath her jaw. Feeling guilty, he jerked the blade away from her fingers, the action causing the blood globules on its edge to float into the air around them. She flinched, more in reaction to the sight of her own blood, Micah knew, than because of the pain. The blade was so sharp that it would take a moment for her to begin to feel.
"Ow, damn it!"
She glared at him, her hand going up to cover the wound.
"Wraith?"
he called out to the SI, his eyes drilling into his intruder.
"Release containment nano, cargo bay bulkhead, starboard side."
The SI acknowledged, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of light as a haze of glittering specks leached from the bulkhead to envelop the floating droplets. A slight breeze grazed his cheek, and he knew the ship was directing the airflow to recall the nano. Soon it would absorb back into the active fiber coating that layered the ship's bulkheads. The woman he held captive twisted in an attempt to once more break free. She stopped when he tightened his grip. He suppressed a shaft of envy when he saw that her body's medical nano seemed to be working just fine. It had already stopped the bleeding and begun to heal the wound.
"You haven't told me who you are yet,"
he reminded her.
"And I never gave you access to Wraith. Believe me, I'd have remembered that."
She remained stubbornly silent. To draw her out, he deliberately stropped the tanto's blade against the sleeve of his flight suit, the self-cleaning fabric absorbing the remainder of her blood. Her eyes remained transfixed, arrested on the movement of his hand. The blood seeped into the cloth, the suit breaking it down into its constituent components of water, salt, and proteins. Once that was done, Micah knew it would shed the water molecules back into the atmosphere. The salt and proteins could be used to stock the suit's nano-reservoir if needed. As the last of the blood disappeared into the fabric, she sucked in a breath and shook her head, the spell broken. She stared intently at him for a long moment, then nodded, apparently having come to a decision.
"Okay, Sam said recent memory might be an issue,"
she muttered under her breath. Micah's brow furrowed at that. But before he could ask her what she meant, she continued.
"My name's Harper Kinsley. I'm an analyst for Alliance Military Intelligence,"
she clarified, one hand reaching cautiously up to unseal the top of her tactical vest and reveal the Mil-Int insignia displayed on her uniform.
"Sam's a friend from college. I've been helping her with—"
Harper abruptly fell silent.
"With what? Breaking me out of the morgue?"
Micah made a frustrated sound as he gave her shoulder a small shake, but then he released his hold on her.
"What in hell's going on here? And why do they want me dead?"
"One thing at a time,"
she said. Before she could continue, a groan came from the flight engineer's cradle. The doctor was regaining consciousness.
Sam!
Harper snapped her head around and then pushed off, shooting across the cabin over to her friend. She overshot, slamming awkwardly into the bulkhead before recovering and twisting back around.
Damn, but zero-G sucks.
Micah stifled a grin at that pronouncement. Rarely had he seen anyone quite so awkward with weightlessness as Harper. It was apparent the woman spent most of her time at a desk, either planet-side or on a station with artificially generated gravity. Sheathing his blade, he followed her over to the cradle, one hand reaching up to snag the hollow panel above the flight engineer's station to arrest his motion. The doctor blinked, eyes staring unseeingly at her surroundings. She shook her head, struggling to throw off the sedative, and the motion caused her short hair to float gently around her face. He could tell the moment memory returned. Her gaze sharpened, and her eyes darted about the cabin until they fell on him. She smiled.
Guess we made it then,
she said.
Guess we did, Doc.
He agreed. Want to tell me what's going on now? And why someone from Mill Int is on my ship?
I told you,
Harper shot back, her tone acerbic.
You gave me access.
Not possible. We've never met.
Not true,
she countered quickly.
Well, that is...
Her voice cut off, and she turned to look pointedly at Sam.
Look, you got me into this.
Harper's voice sounded sharply in Sam's head.
You answer him.
Sam worked to hide her amusement at the analyst's aggrieved tone.
Has he been back there yet?
She asked Harper, shooting a glance at the closed cargo bay, and her friend responded with a minute shake of her head.
No time. Soon as I felt the ship move, I popped my head out and saw you here. I could tell through my wire that you were still alive, but when I tried to sneak out to check up on you, someone got the drop on me.
Her voice turned wry, and Sam saw her reach up to finger a recently healed cut.
He did that to you?
Sam asked in surprise, and Harper shrugged.
He caught me off guard. You said he might not remember anything. You were right.
Her mouth twisted, eyes glinting with unexpected humor.
Guess I make a better analyst than I do a spook.
So... The man in front of her nudged her leg with his foot to get her attention. The expression on his face told Sam he was well aware there was a conversation going on and it excluded him. He jerked his chin. Want to tell me what happened back there? Who are you, Doctor? And what the hell's going on? She pursed her lips, taking a moment to study him. He looked relaxed, if a bit irritated. He was utterly in his element, staring down at her, one arm looped comfortably around the panel that hung quiescently above her head. When she didn't immediately answer, he stirred impatiently. Look, I'm just a pilot, ma'am. I go where I'm sent, do what I'm told. Now it seems my own military wants me dead, and I have no idea why. Sam nodded, took in a breath, and then let it out before launching into the tale.
Harper's been assigned to DeGrasse for the past year. She contacted us when she realized things weren't adding up and she began to suspect we have a traitor in the Alliance.
She saw his eyebrows climb at her words.
If I'm right,
Harper chimed in,
then that someone is desperate enough to get their hands on what we've discovered here in Loughton Star. Evidence suggests they'll kill to get their hands on it.
Sam saw his expression flicker at Harper's mention of killing. It briefly disrupted the skeptical gleam in his eyes. Still trying to wrap my head around the part where there's an Alliance research station in Loughton Star, if that's really where we are. Harper's voice turned derisive.
It is, and you know it. I heard you order the ship to head for the gate before you went all commando on me.
The man's face tightened at the word commando. Sam could tell he didn't like it. His gaze moved from Harper to the cockpit, and then back to Sam, distrust evident. Loughton's interdicted because it's a dangerous star system, he stated flatly. Now you're telling me the Alliance has some sort of top-secret research facility right in the middle of it? She nodded.
That's right.
He grunted, his body swaying as he shifted hands. Lady, it's interdicted for a reason. We did a lot of damage to the fabric of space-time in this part of the Milky Way when we arrived. A fleet of research drones with first-gen Scharnhorst drives saw to that.
That's what they'd have you believe, yes. The truth is somewhat different.
His eyes narrowed, and something flickered in their depths. Abruptly, Sam recalled who this man was.
He knows something. Something about this ship he's not telling,
she thought.
Different how, exactly? He asked, his tone neutral.
Sam licked her lips as she thought about where to begin. She decided to let his odd reaction go for now, and focus instead on the situation they now found themselves in. This was when things got a bit tricky.
What's the last thing you can remember before today?
He reared his head back, seeming surprised by the unexpected direction of her question. He pushed away from the hollow panel, drifting in front of her, arms crossed and brow creased in thought.
He said after a moment,
and then lapsed into silence as he thought about it. Shaking his head, he said slowly,
I remember being called into a briefing by Colonel Valenti about a mission.
Who?
His eyes narrowed on her, his earlier suspicion returning.
Maybe you'd better tell me more about yourself. Mission briefs are need to know. Sorry, Doc, but I'm not sure you qualify.
Sam cracked a smile.
Fair enough, under the circumstances.
She blew out a breath as she glanced around at the ship she knew he considered his. She wondered briefly how he would feel once he discovered she'd been in here quite a few times over the past few days, and that she had access to things aboard his ship that he didn't.
You're right about the mission, she began. It was to bring me here. My uncle commissioned it 3 weeks ago.
Your uncle?
His tone was flat, laced with disbelief.
Yeah, her uncle,
Harper interjected.
You might have heard of the guy. He's the director of national security for the Alliance.
He blinked in surprise.
Duncan Cutter?
His eyes tracked from Harper back to her, the question in them clear.
Yes. He arranged an opening on the science teams, one I was qualified for and could fill.
She blew out a breath.
I was just supposed to observe and report back to him on what I saw.
But something happened, he guessed.
You happened.
Sam ignored Harper's interruption, her eyes on the man in front of her.
I've never heard of Colonel Valenti, but I'm guessing that's your superior, the person who authorized you for this mission? It was just you and a Marine co-pilot, Jack Campbell, not your usual crew.
She hesitated, took a deep breath, and continued.
You were sent to,
Her voice drifted off uncomfortably. Another voice intervened.
You were sent as undercover security, to keep her safe. Black op.
Sam knew he heard the words as well, although not through any conventional means. They were being sent directly into the mind of the man before her. It was a completely different and utterly unexpected way to communicate, and one she was itching to investigate.
Your cover was as a transport shuttle captain.
The voice continued.
Wraith was in the cargo hold of the ship you were flying, masquerading as a vanilla Helios. You dropped Sam off and then reported to DeGrasse's security squadron as a relief pilot, rotating in from the Procyon. Admiral Toland was the only person on DeGrasse who knew who you really were.
Undercover? What the hell, Jack? Whose dumbass idea was that? A pair of pilots don't make good bodyguards. There was a pause from the other end. The voice returned, a sharp urgency to it that hadn't been there a moment before.
Hate to break up this little party, but we're going to need to be able to maneuver real soon.
As a distraction, that worked. Even though she knew it was, at best, a brief reprieve, Sam couldn't help but be thankful for the diversion. At the voice's warning, Micah's attention snapped immediately back to the ship. "Status?" he barked, motioning for the doctor to secure herself in the cradle.
They figured out you're no longer on DeGrasse,
the voice in his head informed him. Cursing softly, he grabbed Harper's arm and pushed her toward the gunner's station. She landed awkwardly with a soft oomph, but once there, began to efficiently lock and web.
I'm reading multiple Nova Strike launches.
This was unsurprising. An installation the size of DeGrasse usually had a unit of the smaller fighters based there.
Copy that.
His glance flicked once more between the two women to confirm both passengers were secure, and then he pushed off, arrowing for the cockpit once more.
Looks like they're mounting a search, standard grid pattern.
Do they know what they're looking for? He asked as he snapped his own restraints into place. It took several long seconds for him to pull up the information on ship's scan. His neural interface would have provided it instantly. The last time he'd had to access data manually like this was during basic training. He shoved the handicapped feeling away, recognizing that he still had full access to his strongest weapon, his brain.
They know Wraith is missing.
The voice cut into his thoughts.
But they'll be scanning for the wrong ship. Her DAP capabilities were never revealed to anyone on station.
We can work with that,
Micah murmured. The Helios fast-action spacecraft were the workhorses of the Alliance Navy, capable of carrying an entire squad of fully kitted Marines. Wraith was one of the few Helios modified as a direct-action penetrator stealth unit. All DAPs were assigned to the Geminate Alliance's Special Reconnaissance Unit, often referred to as SRU, or simply, the unit. The teams that flew the DAPs were known as Shadow Recon. They deployed on classified missions, dropping elite Marine fire teams to destinations none spoke about. Wraith could play hide-and-seek with a few Nova strikes without breaking a sweat. At the moment, Micah was the weak link. Not only was he without both wire and lattice, the generic ship suit he wore wasn't a Helios-issued uniform. It lacked the connections his usual flight suit had to his ship's helmet. Despite that, he reached for the helmet recessed into the cradle's headrest. Its seal might not be a perfect match, but he'd take it over nothing. If the ship suffered a containment loss and vented atmosphere to space, it would hopefully buy him the time he needed to seal the leak. More importantly, the helmet could also be used as a poor man's HUD. The helmet's synthetic vision mode could interface with the ship's sensors, providing a low-res, full spherical view of near space. A series of blinks provided crude manipulation of the ship's data, projected as an overlay. It wasn't as intuitive as his wire, but it'd suffice. He heard a noise and realized Harper had activated the gunner's station. He swiveled in his cradle and shot her a warning look.
"Don't worry," she said, lifting her hands, palms out. "I'm not firing anything. I just want to see what we're dealing with."
Micah grunted, then returned his attention to the display. Placing the helmet on, he swept his head around, up and down, testing the unit's SV interface. The helmet tagged each of the small Navy fighters as they registered on scan. He saw that 6 had scrambled, each taking a quadrant of space. Suddenly, minute specks appeared, populating the space around each Nova strike. He enlarged the display, rotating it to examine the specks more closely.
"Are those Nova Strike microdrones?" "Yep."
Micah was impressed.
Not even a Helios can pick those things up on scan. How do you manage it?
He watched as a web of tiny dots spilled from each ship, each one serving as a sensor to widen the fighter's coverage.
"I'm with Mill Int, remember?"
Harper's voice sounded smug and self-assured.
"I've backdoored us into the Taurus's combat net."
Micah whistled his appreciation. Now there was a tactical advantage he could get used to. He brought the readout for Wraith's fusion reactor to the foreground as he spoke. He didn't like the projections and ordered the cone-shaped dynamic fusers to lower their output by 30%. Even with the best sensor scattering tech the Alliance could produce, there would still be a faint heat bloom from Wraith's drives when they came online. Ordinarily, he'd be willing to risk it. With Nova strikes closing in on their location, all actively seeking Wraith, that wasn't such a good idea.
Got anything in your bag of tricks that'd get them to look the other way while I bring our drives online? Be nice if we were a bit farther than 700 kilometers from that Taurus.
"Sorry, no. Except maybe—"
Her voice trailed off, and when Micah prompted her, she held up a hand.
"Not sure this'll get us any reactions, but I just gained access to that incinerator where you were held in the morgue. Did you know there are several volatiles in that area? Wouldn't be hard to make that thing go boom."
Micah couldn't suppress the grin that formed at her words. Given how he'd spent the last few days, he held no love for that place.
"Feel free, but try not to kill anyone, other than that asshole sergeant that was out to end me. Not sure it'll stop the Nova strikes, though."
"It might, if they think you're still on station,"
she countered. There was a pause, and then Harper whooped and shot both arms straight up in the air.
"Take that, Sergeant Asshole!"
Sam's voice cut in, and Micah heard the strain in it.
"Harper, were there people there?"
The analyst blew out a breath.
"No, I just rigged the data to implicate him when they investigate. His token will be the only one they see when they look at who had access to the area last."
They waited another few minutes, but the Nova strikes remained on course.
"Damn it, okay then. How about more strafing runs, maybe on the other side?"
Micah heard the hopeful note Harper injected in her voice. He shook his head.
All of the Banshees have been recalled, he reminded her. Looks like we'll be doing this the hard way.
What way's that?
Sam's voice joined the conversation. Micah shrugged. We lay low and wait for them to give up the hunt.
He didn't tell the doctor that, with the number of microdrones each Nova Strike released, the odds that one of the things might physically bump against Wraith's stealthed hide were fairly high. He'd deal with that problem if it happened.
Countermeasures? The voice asked. Good idea,
Micah muttered back. He gestured, and a constellation of microdrones flushed from several points along the Helios's hull. The tiny machines jetted outward into a protective sphere around the ship.
What's that?
Harper asked. Just stacking the deck in our favor, in case anyone gets too close, he told her. Those are some of Wraith's active countermeasures.
What do they do? Sam joined the conversation, her voice curious.
If it looks like any of those fighters' drones are taking a particular interest in our little corner of this star system, Wraith can hack their systems, he said. They'll take over, blocking the drone's sensor return while sending a fake reading back to the search ship.
Sweet,
Harper said.
So they're essentially a cross between system spyware and a rootkit program.
Sam sounded amused.
Careful, Captain. Harper's going to start thinking you're talking dirty to her if you keep that up.
Micah's mouth cocked up into a grin as Harper made a rude noise. Roger that, Doc. Thanks for the warning.
He nudged the stealthed Helios out of the path of an oncoming vessel.
Sit back and relax, ladies, while we play hide-and-seek with DeGrasse's best. It's liable to last a while.
Evacuation. Medical Center, DeGrasse Research, Taurus. Gabe braced a hand against the clinic's reinforced bulkhead as a secondary explosion followed on the heels of the first one. Dodging panicked people racing for the exit, he pinged his security team back.
Mandatory lockdown's been initiated,
the voice on the other end announced before he had a chance to say anything.
Where are you, sir?
Gabe grunted. Lockdown meant everyone was supposed to report to their assigned Stellar Event shelter-in-place location.
I'm at the clinic,
he responded. He looked around, spotted a medic standing guard at the entrance to the treatment area, and angled in that direction.
Things are nuts down here,
the voice continued.
Fraley's scrambling Nova Strikes, says the attack's coming from outside the Taurus. Did he say anything about who's behind it?
He asked.
No, except they don't appear to be targeting vital systems, the officer responded. Attacks localized, too. Let me guess.
Gabe's tone was dry.
Research.
That vicinity, yeah.
Gabe frowned. That last hit we just took didn't feel like it was on the Taurus's outer skin. It was too sharply defined. Came from inside. I'd wager good creds on it.
Yeah, the officer agreed. That's what Douglas said, too. Douglas was their munitions expert. Her word was good enough for Gabe.
What about our guests? Have the Marines dropped them off yet?
Guests? The perplexed tone on the other end told Gabe they hadn't. His eyes tracked to the icon Fraley had dropped onto his HUD, the one that gave him access to the Marines' combat net.
Hang on a tick,
he told the man as he tapped into it. What he saw had him swearing silently. 2 of the Marines were down, alive, but down. He could tell by their biometric data that they were out cold. The visor cams streaming from the other 2 indicated they had just arrived. One swept the area with her weapon, while the other checked for injuries. Micah Case and Samantha Travis were nowhere to be seen.
Scratch that,
he told his officer.
Negative on the guests.
Before exiting the Marines' combat net, he ordered their visors' recordings sent to his wire's data cache.
Sir?
His subordinate cut in, sounded distracted.
I just received a ping from Colonel Fraley. He's sending a squad of Marines down. We're to coordinate with them on an internal sweep for more bombs.
Good.
Gabe was relieved his people would be able to contribute to the FUBAR currently unraveling.
Ask Douglas about team assignments. She's been cross-training some officers. It'd be smart to spread them between the 3 fire teams.
The officer sent him a nod.
Colonel also said to let you know they'll be issuing an evacuation order in 5 minutes. He said it was more of a precaution while they checked containment. Consensus is that the attack was some sort of diversion and that the explosions did minimal harm, except for the one big boom that happened inside.
Very good. I'll stay here until the evac's announced, and escort Doc Mason to the flight deck.
Gabe straightened as he severed the connection and looked around. He'd come to a stop while finishing his conversation, and was leaning against an interior bulkhead several meters away from the door that separated the clinic's waiting room from its medical treatment area. In front of the entrance, an enraged man was trying to get past the medic guarding the entrance. Thwarted by the medic, the man, a maintenance tech from the cut and color of his coveralls, shoved his face down into the woman's and began screaming at her. Gabe took that as his cue to intervene. The medic was doing her best to calm the angry man, who was having none of it. He turned at Gabe's approach, and when he saw the security uniform, grabbed Gabe's arm.
"What the hell's going on?"
he demanded. "Are we under attack? Why aren't you doing something about it?"
"Right now, you know as much as I do. Private,"
he added, as his wire automatically supplied the man's name and rank.
"But if you're volunteering to help..."
Gabe suppressed a smile as the man shoved away from him, pivoted, and stalked off, muttering under his breath. Turning, he faced the medic still guarding the door. He shot her a questioning look.
"Going to give me the same trouble about getting past?"
The medic's annoyed expression had turned to one of amusement at the way Gabe had handled the man. Now she stepped aside to let Gabe pass.
"Not at all, sir,"
she responded, lips twitching slightly.
"Go right on in."
It was much the same on this side of the door, although as time passed without another explosion, he began to see the fear on faces retreating. That might change, he knew, once the evacuation orders were broadcast. As if on cue, alert klaxons sounded, the automated system ordering people to move to their sector's designated exit. He sidestepped, barely avoiding a nurse who had rounded a corner at a dead run. Turning down the passageway she'd come from, he headed toward the medical offices. A quick glance inside told him Addie wasn't there. He turned, straining to see past swiftly moving personnel as he sought the tall, dark-haired chief physician. Her voice sounded behind him, and he spun, craning his neck in that direction. He pushed further into the heart of the trauma unit until the people between them parted long enough for him to catch a glimpse of her. She was shouting instructions, her commanding tone cutting through the clutter as she directed gurneys to the clinic's private lifts. From there, he knew they could access one of the below-decks levels and more quickly transit the distance between their location and the nearest escape craft. As critical as her job was, he had something more important for Addie to do. A nagging suspicion had been growing at the back of Gabe's investigator's mind, something that told him the pieces of the puzzle weren't adding up correctly. In case Fraley was wrong, he needed to get Addie evacuated soonest, and he needed her to bring something along with her. When the explosion hit, training had settled into Addie's mind like a well-worn glove. She assembled a triage net through her wire, quickly pulling her staff into the connection and assigning roles. She couldn't help a swell of pride at the smooth and efficient way they swung into action. She was standing at the nexus, calling out reminders and confirming critical systems had been secured, when she felt a presence at her back.
"Doc?"
Gabe's hand wrapped around her forearm.
"The forensic data your team took in the lab. Got it with you?"
She stared at him, surprised. "Is now really the time? We're in the middle of—"
"I need you to delegate this and go gather that evidence,"
he interrupted. She stared at him for a beat, wondering if he'd lost his mind, until he tugged on her arm, urging her back toward her office.
"Tamsin,"
she sent over the triage net as he dragged her along.
"Take over for me."
Not waiting for the resident's response, she pulled her arm from Gabe's hold, but continued to keep pace with him.
"What's this about?"
Gabe's expression was shuttered.
"Just a feeling. If I'm right and this is a diversion, then I want to make sure that evidence is secured."
He shot her a quick glance.
"Don't want to get back and find out it's been compromised, messed with, or gone missing, is all."
She stared at him in disbelief.
"You really think they'd go to all this trouble just to corrupt some data?"
He shrugged but didn't otherwise respond. She shook her head as they entered her office, and she slid into her chair.
"It'll take a few minutes,"
she warned him.
"We're going to be, late for the evacuation."
Gabe smiled at that.
"Well, I have it on good authority that the evac's more of a precaution. Although..."
He held up a hand and added when she began to protest,
"We're not ignoring it, just grabbing some stuff before we head to the flight deck."
He looked back out into the corridor, and she saw his eyes flicker as he checked something on his HUD.
"I'm guessing we won't have time to swing by the morgue and retrieve the body."
He stilled, an arrested look on his face. Addie finished uploading the reports and unjacked from the data port.
What body? One of the pilots? I'm told they were cremated.
He nodded, seeming distracted.
You look like something just occurred to you,
she remarked, reaching for a portable holoprojector. She pocketed it and then rose.
Ready?
She informed him, and he nodded again.
Let's go then.
He turned and headed down the now emptied corridor toward the medical's lifts. She followed.
So?
She prompted.
So what?
What just occurred to you?
Gabe turned to her as they came to a stop in front of the lifts, and he pressed the call button.
I just realized that last explosion could very well have come from the morgue.
Tactical exit. Clint Janis's office, DeGrasse Research Taurus. The moment the medical team had taken the body and Clint had been assured the research staff were all back at work, he'd excused himself from the advanced isolation lab. With the assassin following silently at his back, Clint had ducked into Stinton's office, intending to make a final, cursory sweep for any overlooked or misplaced documents. He couldn't have been more wrong. Stinton had been holding out on him. The inordinate amount of digital hard copies he'd found in Stinton's office proved that. Clint hadn't expected to come across a cache of files that documented experiments Stinton had hidden, even from him. The potential edge this could gain Acadia couldn't be ignored. The material was too valuable to leave for the Alliance Navy to find, so he'd hauled it all back to his office where he could dispose of it a bit more handily. Stinton had always been a bit of an eccentric. He'd claimed the act of holding physical Plaz sheets in his hand when reviewing data helped him to think. Right now, with alarm klaxons sounding in the corridor, all they were doing was causing Clint a massive headache. He stared down at the dwindling pile and reached for the next document. Once his hand came into contact with the sheet, Stinton's hacked token, now connected to Clint's own biosignature, performed a handshake with the security nanofiber embedded in the page. Once its contents were transferred, Clint slid it into a slim case that held the already scanned sheets. One last document remained. He glanced over at the assassin, waving it in the air. "This is the last of them. Damn fool set us back a good hour with his idiot ways." The assassin shifted but remained otherwise silent. Clint grunted, piqued by her lack of response before he sealed the document case and ordered it to erase all data within. "They're running for the exits," he reminded her as he set the case aside. "We'll have to wait until the research teams have returned after the evacuation to confirm the samples have been destroyed." Clint looked over at her, one eyebrow raised. The woman's implacable gaze pierced him. She shook her head once. "We will not wait. I have contingencies in place. It will be handled." Her words ran cold down his spine, as it occurred to him that she might have a contingency plan for him as well. It was not a comfortable thought. The assassin stepped forward. "It is time. You have the research. The courier ship is waiting." Clint eyed the assassin and gave her a sharp nod. He turned to program the robotic drive unit attached to the biosphere sample case, linking the drive to his own security token so that he could track its progress on his overlay. He sent it on its way to the flight deck ahead of them. The rumble of another explosion sounded in the distance. Straightening, he turned back to the assassin. "Do you have any idea what's behind these explosions?" The assassin's face turned contemplative. "This was not an attack so much as it is a distraction, I think. A diversion, set most likely by whomever helped your experiment escape the morgue. Effective, too. We must assume that he is lost to us." She made a small gesture toward his office entrance. "It is of little consequence. As I said before, I have contingencies in place. We go. Now." The lift carrying Clint and the assassin to the flight deck came to a stop, and the doors parted. Instantly, they were assaulted by sound from all directions, drowning out the distant explosions they'd heard en route. He stopped, taking stock of their surroundings. The great free-span bay that housed the Taurus's small fleet of Nova Strikes was nearly empty of ships. Those that remained were hotbeds of activity. Crews swarmed them, and stragglers hustled toward them, preparing to evacuate. Clint's attention swerved to the bay doors when an alert sounded, warning bystanders to stay clear of the demarcation line. A flare of bright blue energy sprang into existence, framing an invisible wall, On this side of the line, the atmospheric shield maintained the flight deck's ambient air and pressure. On its other side, the bay was exposed to the vacuum of space. As Clint watched, one ship departed while another taxied into position. His gaze swept the remaining ships, coming to light on the one parked beside his crate. It was a courier ship. A hand wrapped around his arm and tugged.
"Quickly, before anyone notices our departure."
The assassin barely vocalized the words, urging him forward. The ship was a sleek design, small yet capable of traversing distances that required a several-day journey in relative comfort. The pilot standing next to it nodded as they neared, his face vaguely familiar. A connection request appeared on his wire, and Clint accepted it, transferring the token for the crate over to the man. Without a word, the pilot took control of the robotic unit, steering it inside the tight confines of the courier ship's cargo area. Clint shot the assassin a questioning look, his eyes cutting from her to the pilot and back. She gave a slight shake of her head. So, not an Acadian, then. He repressed a sigh of annoyance. Buying the loyalty of Alliance traders was wearisome. It prevented him from speaking freely and forced him to present a facade he was tired of assuming. At least the man would be silenced before he could betray those who had bought his loyalty. He took small comfort in that knowledge. He didn't notice the two figures that burst hastily through the flight deck's doors. Had he seen them, he would have noticed Addie Mason halt mid-flight as she caught sight of him. He might have seen the assessing look in her eyes when she saw the crate being loaded into the courier ship. But he didn't, and neither did the assassin. By the time either looked up, the doctor was halfway across the deck, Gabriel Alvarez's hand at her back as he steered her toward a waiting ship. Unexpected answers. GNS Wraith, 300 kilometers from DeGrasse Research Taurus. As the search for Wraith continued, those inside the DAP Helios maintained an uneasy silence. Nothing disturbed it, save for the occasional warning ping that announced another one of the Nova Strike drones had been intercepted and hacked. Micah was used to the kind of hyper-focus required to remain vigilant for long periods, but he could tell it was wearing on his passengers. He blinked to relieve the strain, nudging the Helios off the projected heading of yet another fighter that had strayed too close while searching for them. Just then, one of the Nova Strikes flipped, its pilot turning to have a second look. Micah tensed as the vessel neared for another slow pass.
"Move along," he murmured. "Nothing to see here."
"Hang on,"
Harper said, equally soft.
"I just intercepted something, I think. Yes, they just called off the search."
The Nova Strike casing the area continued its sweep for another few seconds. Micah waited, rubbing his palms against his flight suit, the material wicking away the slickness of sweat.
"Come on, buddy," he coaxed. "Just follow orders already."
A few seconds later, it turned, pointing its nose back toward DeGrasse's flight deck. Micah waited until the Nova Strike was dozens of kilometers away before he let out a breath. When it was clear that none of the vessels remained a threat, he unsealed his helmet. Removing it, he racked it into a recess beside the pilot's cradle. After several hours of cat and mouse, the muscles in his neck were a roped, knotted mass as he gratefully released the cradle's restraints, rotating his head to work the kinks out.
"Everyone good back there?"
he asked, swiveling his seat so that he could view the two crew stations. Sam nodded, and Harper gave a thumbs up before brushing dark bangs away from her forehead.
"Okay, then."
One hand still working at the base of his neck, he turned back to the main holo.
"Don't know about you, but I'd feel a hell of a lot more comfortable if we had a bit more distance between us and that station. Wraith, spin up one of the drives, half power."
The SI sent a verbal affirmative. He saw the doctor look up at him in alarm.
"Won't they be able to see us if we do that?"
Micah shook his head, a tired grin playing about his face as he unwebbed and floated away from the pilot's cradle.
"Not unless they're specifically looking for us. Now that the search has been called off, we should be fine."
He felt power thrumming deep within the ship's bulkhead, the Helios readying itself for flight. It resonated in his bones, familiar, embracing. His feet slowly settled to the floor as the drive came online, and its thrust provided them with the sensation of gravity once more.
"Our fusion reactor's a newer, more compact design,"
he continued his explanation.
and it's buried behind layers of high-performance electromagnetic shielding. Our sensor return only shows a small fraction of our true emissions, thanks to the new smart metal."
Sam's face lit with fascination as she unwebbed and joined him.
"So it's true then? I'd heard they'd found a way to integrate some twisted graphene with the foam substrates. Those Dirac semi-metals show some interesting time reversal and spatial inversion symmetry."
Micah's brow rose and he shrugged.
"Don't have the slightest clue what that means, Doc. Maybe it sounds familiar, maybe not."
He tapped the side of his head.
"The team doing the refit used a lot of big words this simple pilot's brain can't comprehend, so they dumbed it down for me. Told us the new hull was seriously badass and could take one hell of a pounding. Could shake off a direct hit from a small-yield tactical nuke like a dog coming in from the rain."
Sam nodded, her eyes getting a faraway look as she contemplated what he said.
"I'd imagine so,"
she murmured with a slight smile.
"The metal foam would absorb the strike, dispersing it across the external surface area."
Micah looked her over with a fresh intensity.
"You know, you've never said. Exactly what kind of doctor are you, again?"
"The serious brainiac kind of doctor,"
Harper said as she rose from the gunner's seat.
"Radiation physicist and medical doc, all rolled into one."
Micah considered her words. He cocked his head, understanding flowing through him. He jerked a thumb toward the aft bulkhead.
"So you're the reason why my cargo hold's now a med bay?"
Surprise crossed Sam's face.
"You know what's back there?"
He folded his arms across his chest.
"Cargo manifest. Anything brought onto this ship is automatically cataloged. Gear, supplies, people."
At that last, her expression changed, clouded by worry.
"If we're safe now, I have a patient back there I need to check on."
He felt a flash of surprise, but merely nodded his head toward the cargo doors.
"After you, Doc."
He stepped back to give Sam room. She paused at the entrance, eyeing him thoughtfully.
"And maybe it's time for some introductions, too."
With that cryptic comment, she turned and lifted her palm to the control plate.
Doc, that's not key to your biosig—"
He felt a shock when the doors that should only open for him and his crew, slid apart. A chittering noise sounded. He looked down and saw a small paw wrap around the edge of the door. It was followed by a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes that quickly fastened themselves on him. The ferret chirruped again and scurried toward Micah.
"Whoa there!"
Sam laughed as she moved to intercept the small, furry bundle.
"He can't hear you yet. We need to get him a working wire, remember?"
Micah's eyebrows rose.
"He's enhanced?"
Harper groaned as she joined them.
"Oh, yes. So are the others."
"The others?"
He crooked an eyebrow at the analyst as she sauntered over to them and lifted the ferret for Sam's arms.
"Since when did my ship become a menagerie?"
"Not a menagerie,"
the doctor corrected.
"There are only 2 pairs of them. This is Snotface, the other ferret's Sneaky Pete."
Ignoring the introduction, he frowned, looking from one to the other.
2 pairs of what? And why are they on this ship?"
A loud chuffing sound reached his ears. His head whipped around as the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Pushing past the 2 women, he eased into the cargo bay, hand reaching for his weapon as his eyes swept the interior. He froze at the sight of a large and deadly predator. The creature was easily a meter tall from shoulder to paws, and all black with subtle rosettes lining its flank. Jewel-green eyes stared back at him, unblinking.
"What the hell? You brought a panther onto my ship?"
The words were directed at the 2 women, though his eyes remained riveted to the animal in the cage. The panther looked lethal.
"That's Jewel."
"Jewel?"
Harper's voice sounded amused.
"Nope, Jewel. Like the physics guy?"
Micah turned disbelieving eyes on the 2 women.
"And there are 2 of them?"
"The other one's named Pascal,"
Harper offered, as if that would change his opinion.
"Also a physics guy."
He didn't miss the mirth in her eyes at the healthy distance he maintained between himself and the crate as he moved further into the bay. The big cat must have found humor in it, too. She flashed her fangs, mouth dropping open in a yawn, her eyes slitting shut. Micah could sense the animal's amusement at his caution.
"Hey, you'd be careful, too, if you came across an apex predator you'd not met before."
He glared at the cat. Jewel shook her head convulsively in response, stretching out and resting her head on her paws. Micah reluctantly pulled his eyes away from the crate when he sensed the doctor was no longer beside him. A low, rhythmic beeping intruded upon his mind, and he realized he'd been hearing it ever since the bay doors had opened. It seemed to come from behind the stack of crates that had been mag-locked to the bulkhead. He stepped around them, Harper following in his wake. He was unsurprised to find the noise belonged to a portable surgical suite. But the patient inside... Micah stopped cold as he realized who he was looking at. That's not Jack. High Altitude Tour. Flight Deck, DeGrasse Research Torus. DeGrasse's flight deck was shockingly empty, but that wasn't what had Addie grinding to a halt.
What is Clint Janus doing with a shipping crate in the middle of an evacuation?
Her eyes narrowed in suspicion, and she jerked her head around to Gabe, but the warning in his eyes and the pressure of his hand between her shoulder blades told her to curb her response. She wasn't sure what she would have done if Gabe hadn't encouraged her to keep moving.
Probably gone over and confronted the asshole, she thought. And wouldn't that have been a dumb move?
She didn't need Gabe's hand propelling her forward to figure out he didn't want her doing any such thing. She also didn't need his help to figure out their destination. The weathered tug was one of the few ships remaining on the flight deck. If that hadn't clued her in, the pilot's rolling hand motion urging them forward would have done it. Still, Gabe's hand urged her toward the tug, as if he was afraid of what she might do if he let loose of her. She felt a peer-to-peer connection snap into place inside her head.
Don't look back at them or call attention to us. Just let it go,
he instructed. She shot him a sidelong glance and a brief nod as they pulled to a stop in front of the tug. "Hello, sir. Doc?" The pilot greeted them. Tall and rangy, the woman stood hip-shot, hands jammed loosely against her waist. Her hair was cut so short it was little more than a cap of fuzz, and it was dyed a shocking blue. "Cutting it a bit close there, aren't you?" She grinned before gesturing them to the ramp. Her face creased in a wide smile, and she tilted her head to look up at them from her position on the deck. "Harriet pinged me to let me know you're the last of the stragglers. Sorry for the slim pickings, but when you wait until the very end to be evacuated, you get old Betsy here, instead of riding a Nova Strike." The woman's grin belied her self-deprecating remark, as she slapped the side of the ship with affection. She sprang up into the opening, bypassing the ramp altogether, surprisingly graceful despite her gangly appearance. She directed them to the two open cradles behind the crammed cockpit. The co-pilot's seat was already occupied by a jowly, sad-eyed basset hound. Gabe's eyebrows climbed into his hairline when he saw the dog, and the tug operator responded with a shrug and a sheepish look before turning to secure the hatch. "I know it's not regulation, but I prefer to be prepared in case this not-a-drill evac turns into something more. So, Fred goes where I go." The woman's firm tone told Addie this was non-negotiable. Once she'd confirmed the hatch's seals read green, Chief Warrant Katie Heyer, Addie's overlay helpfully supplied the pilot's name and rank, maneuvered past them. Slipping into her seat, the chief began the ship's startup sequence. "Batten down, folks, you know the drill," Heyer said, reverting back to the easygoing, jovial manner she'd greeted them with, as she secured her own webbing. The ship began to move, taxiing into its hold-short position behind holographically projected lines that indicated an active zone. Once cleared for departure, the tug's thrusters would maneuver them into position, and then wait for DeGrasse's launch system to engage. The system allowed ships to safely depart the Taurus, despite DeGrasse's 250-meter-per-second tangential velocity. They were number 2 for departure, following the courier ship. Addie shot Gabe a concerned look. "Did you get a look at their cargo? That's not an evac." A single shake of Gabe's head had her breaking off the rest of her comment, and she looked up in time to see the pilot's head tilted back to catch her words. Heyer glanced back at them, a curious expression on her face. "If you're talking about the courier ship, you're right. They just filed a flight plan for the heliopause." She did something to her forward screens, and the projection of the flight deck just outside their ship was replaced by a diagram, populated by colorful icons with alphanumeric tags. The icons were marching in slow patterns. She realized they represented the various ships outside the Taurus. Heyer brought her attention to the lower right corner of the diagram, where the words DeGrasse Space Traffic Control were displayed. "Here's us," she said. pointing to one of two ship's icons, sitting inside a shaded area that Addie realized must represent the Taurus. And that's them. The pilot tapped on the icon representing the courier ship, and it opened up a flight plan. She enlarged it so they could see for themselves what it said. GA 16914. Departing DeGrasse, 1435 local. Destination, Loughton CY Gate. Gabe leaned forward to get a better look.
Need you to do me a favor, Chief. Keep tabs on that ship, but don't do anything to draw attention to the fact. You get what I'm saying?
5x5, sir. She reached into the display and swiped, clearing the flight plan. With a pinching motion, she bracketed the icon displaying the courier ship's tail number and dropped a virtual pin on it. Higher reduced the STC feed, shunting the clutter of icons floating in near space to one of the tug's smaller displays, returning the forward screens to a projection of their surroundings. She reached over to check the webbing around her canine co-pilot, then straightened as her console beeped an alert. "Here we go," she announced, and Addie saw that the STC's holographic countdown, splashed across the flight deck's outer bulkhead, had moved the tug's ident from the number 2 position into the active slot. Higher brought the tug's thrusters online, and Addie felt the craft lift into a hover. The pilot maneuvered the craft into the operational area, and then neatly pivoted, bringing the tug's port side parallel to the flight deck's open maw. A slight bump told Addie that the Taurus's rail system had maglocked itself to their ship. The next thing she knew, they were moving sideways, the rails pushing them across the bay's threshold and outside the Taurus. On the tug's forward screens, their view of the flight deck was replaced by the darkness of space, populated by dozens of small spacecraft. Tiny sparks emitted by ship's thrusters twinkled across the visual canvas as the vessels maneuvered according to STC directives. All were within the wake-free zone mandated for Alliance near space. No ship within it was allowed to power up a fusion drive. To do so would not only strip a pilot of their license, it would be a death sentence for any vessel caught in its exhaust plume. Addie shifted her gaze to the STC feed, her eyes seeking the courier's icon. It was easy to spot. Its track cut between two stacks of tiered icons that moved in a coordinated, racetrack-like holding pattern. She pointed it out to Higher.
"He's not wasting any time, is he?"
she murmured. The pilot tossed another look over her shoulder. "He's in the corridor, that's for sure," she agreed. "At the rate he's going, he'll be able to bring his fusion drives online within the next hour or so. After that..." Her voice cut off as the rail's maglocks released their hold. "Hang on," Higher announced. The ship seemed to shoot forward as it was cut loose from DeGrasse's rotation. At the same time, Addie experienced the familiar weightlessness that occurred when parting from the Taurus. Gabe waited until Higher had engaged thrusters and entered into the pattern with the rest of the ships before he leaned forward.
"ETA to the gate?"
he asked, pointing to the courier ship still highlighted on the display. Higher reached a hand over and rubbed one of Fred's ears vigorously as she thought. The basset hound let out a low groan and somehow managed to flop over, exposing his belly, despite the low gravity the tug's thrusters imparted. "Depends on how hard they boost," she said after a moment, her hand moving from Fred's ears to his belly. 28 days if they stick to 1G. They could cut it in half if they do a hard burn. Be a hell on the passengers, though, if they don't have pilot's augments.
"It'd get the attention of everyone in the system, too,"
Gabe mused, stroking his close-cropped beard.
"Somehow I doubt they want to do that."
Higher slapped Fred's belly lightly before straightening. "Well, whoever it is must be cleared for a gate transit. It's not like there's a customs station they can waltz into, what with Loughton being interdicted and all. Gotta be government cleared," she repeated. Addie shook her head at the mental picture Higher's comment evoked. When Gabe shot her a questioning look, she responded with a wry smile and a small shrug. "I've never been that eager to approach a Calabi-Yao gate." She could tell she'd surprised him.
"But you're—"
"A captain in the Geminate Navy,"
she finished for him. "True. But I signed up for the free ride through medical school, plus the opportunity to serve and give back. Not a join the Navy, see the worlds kind of person, eh?" Higher interjected, tossing a smile over her shoulder. Addie's mouth twisted in apology. "I just have this mental thing I can't get over, knowing my insides are being folded up when I go through that."
"Well, they're not literally doing that, you know," Gabe protested. "I'm not an astrophysicist, But the way I understand it, they punch a hole between dimensions to get from one location to another. There's no folding involved.
Higher wobbled her hand back and forth to let Gabe know his description wasn't quite tug operator approved. Actually, the fold part comes from how the gate is powered. It siphons dark matter out of a Ricci flat manifold. That's a special curvature of space found in the bulk.
Voodoo and pixie dust as far as I'm concerned, Chief.
He crooked a grin at Higher. Just one of the many layers in hyperspace, sir. The universe we live in is another one. A brain, a kind of indentation, poking out of it. Addie exchanged looks with Gabe.
Do you understand anything she just said?
She asked in a stage whisper, and Gabe chuckled. He held up a hand, finger and thumb spread apart by about a centimeter.
Maybe that much,
he admitted. Higher looked a bit sheepish. With a shrug, she explained, Working a tug tends to give you a lot of downtime, so I signed up for a few quantum engineering courses back home. Suddenly she held up a hand. Hang on a tick, STC's calling. Higher nodded at something they couldn't hear, then bent toward the tug's flight controls to adjust their heading as she responded to the Taurus's tower. After a moment, she turned back to face them once more. Okay, now where was I? Oh yeah, dark matter. Well, a Ricci flat manifold lets us convert the dark matter into Casimir energy. Build up enough of that, and it kind of lets you bend all those compactified brains stacked up within the bulk. She held out her palm, flat, and then curled her fingers in until they touched her thumb. With her other hand, she mimed hopping over from the fingers to the thumb. Once that's done, we just pop on over to the other side. Addie laughed. You realize I have absolutely no idea what you just said? Higher winked and turned back to face the ship's forward screens. That's okay, Doc. I know just enough to be dangerous. Probably got it all wrong in the telling anyway. She shrugged. Pretty much all I do is point the nose of the ship where the folks staffing the gate tell me to go, and they do the rest.
I don't think you're making her feel any better, Chief,
Gabe said, amusement coloring his tone. Fred woofed his agreement, which caused Higher to frown at him in mock affront and accuse him of selling out. So, how long will it take for DeGrasse to recall all these ships, once they give the all-clear? Addie asked. The pilot heaved a huge sigh, her expression so mournful it reminded Addie of the woman's canine co-pilot. The same thing must have crossed Gabe's mind, if his stifled laugh was any indication. It could take a good 2 hours, maybe more. Her despair lasted for all of 2 seconds before she bounced in her seat and turned to them, a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Hey, want to take a turn around Vermilion while we wait? Not much else to do up here, and trust me, all of this... One finger circled the air, mimicking the racetrack-like pattern they were flying. Is going to get really old really quick. Gabe cocked his head, cupping one hand over his mouth to hide an amused smile at the Chief Warrant's bubbly, irreverent attitude before giving a slow nod.
You're the driver,
he told her, sending a sidelong look Addie's way.
It's not like either one of us is certified to fly this boat.
Addie held up both hands. Trust me, you wouldn't want me to try. Higher smothered a laugh, turning around to face her cockpit controls. One aerial tour coming up. Chemistry lesson. GNS Wraith. The man who thought of himself as Micah Case stood frozen, a look of stunned surprise on his face as he took in the identity of Sam's patient.
That's not Jack,
he repeated. His voice sounded steady, calm. Sam had expected the surprise. She hadn't expected him to handle the revelation with such equanimity. No, she said simply. It's not. He moved forward, eyes taking in every detail. She saw his hands clench at his sides as he took in her patient's double amputation, both legs gone below the knee. She watched as his gaze traced the woven network of nanofibers surrounding the crushed left hand, a hand she was desperately trying to save. And then his eyes tracked up to her patient's face. They fastened upon the lone visible blue eye, identical to his own, save for the pain bracketing it. The man standing in the cargo bay faced off against his mirror image in rigid silence for one long moment. And then his breath came shuddering out.
You're the voice in my head.
The words were low, yet they carried clearly to all in the room. The injured man nodded faintly.
Oh. What?
The other stumbled to a stop, sounding lost. Sam inserted herself between the two, one hand coming to rest lightly on the biogel pack that encased her patient's injured arm.
I have to put you under again,
she gently told the man in the surgery suite. She turned and laid a hand on the shoulder of the man standing over him, her eyes seeking his, willing him to understand.
He insisted on remaining conscious until we got you to safety, but the strain is too much for him, she said softly.
The man in the surgery suite made a gurgling noise, a wheezing protest. She turned a stern look on him.
You two can talk later.
Her words were firm now, doctor to patient.
Harper and I will fill him in on what he needs to know.
It's okay, Navy. We'll figure it out.
The man's mental words were slurred, dulled by pain and exhaustion.
Ship's yours. I have the ship.
Sam heard his doppelganger murmur in response. Something about the exchange made her think that a ritual had just passed between the two.
You can trust them,
her patient added.
Even Harper.
Sam's friend made a choking sound from her position beside the stack of crates.
Idiot,
she heard Harper mutter, and Sam saw the injured man's cheek twitch in the semblance of a smile. The man standing beside her saw it too. His grip tightened momentarily against the side of the surgery suite before he nodded reluctantly and pushed back, giving Sam room to maneuver. She made a few small adjustments to the surgical program, then pressed a sequence to re-engage the system.
See you soon,
she murmured, smiling down at him. His eyelids fluttered and then drifted closed, the nanoparticles injected into his system rendering him unconscious. Taking a deep breath, Sam turned to confront the man standing at her back. Shock and confusion chased across his face. His gaze sought Sam's.
That's me. Or I'm him? How?
She gripped his arm lightly.
It's a long story. Give me a second to check you over, then we can talk.
Not waiting for his response, she stepped over to a smaller medical unit mag-locked to the top of a crate and began manipulating a holoscreen. She shot him a look from over her shoulder.
Come on, Captain. Let's get you back online.
He stared down at the surgery suite, rooted to the spot. She slipped the medical barrier onto her non-dominant hand and turned to face him. The unit encased her fingers like a glove, reaching up almost to her elbow. The bracer's controls blinked twice as they made the connection with her wire, and the holographic readout along her forearm came online. She waited, medical injector in her other hand. He ripped his gaze from his double and, with effort, focused first on the bracer and then on the injector. He cleared his throat and then asked, voice hoarse,
Medical nano?
She tilted her head.
Nano-click assembly bots,
she corrected, choosing her words carefully.
You have no working neural lattice for a wire to interface with, and no store of medical nano. We need to remedy those things.
She suspected he was too stunned to process what she'd inadvertently just revealed. Click assembly bots were used to build things like neural interfaces inside the human brain. These interfaces in turn allowed humans to connect with the constellation of star-shot communication buoys seeded throughout this system. They were also used to build the smart carbine lattice of nanofloss, woven throughout soft tissues and organs to protect against the stress of high-G maneuvers. In truth, this man had no web of any sort, neural or physical, woven throughout his body. This, despite memories insisting they were already there. Neither did he have a wire implanted inside his neocortex. He never did.
Stars. How am I ever going to explain that to him?
He stepped forward as she motioned, his expression dazed. She waved him to sit on a low crate she'd commandeered as a makeshift triage table. As he sat, she activated a sterile field. He jumped, feeling the static wash as the field enveloped them.
Doc?
Bend forward and let me see the back of your head. This will only take a minute,
she murmured, resting her hand against his shoulder until he complied. Brushing his hair away from the nape of his neck, she held the injector against his skin and activated it. The load of nano being delivered into his body was extensive. If she had a second Surgisuite, she would have hooked him up to a central line to deliver the material. Instead, she had to do it manually, and that took time. She popped an empty ampule out of the injector, grabbed a fresh one from the med unit, and inserted it into the injector. He stirred, the muscles in his neck cording with tension as he sensed she was doing something out of the ordinary.
"Doc?"
His voice held a warning edge.
"Hold still,"
she said, squeezing his shoulder.
"We're almost done."
He took in a deep breath.
"Want to tell me what you're doing back there? Sure as hell isn't a new batch of medical nano. Doesn't take this long."
Sam kept her voice calm and professional.
"You're right, it doesn't. As I mentioned before, these are click assembly bots, not medical nano. These take longer."
The injection complete, she patted his shoulder with one hand.
"You can sit up now, but please remain seated. There's one more thing I need to do."
He sat up, adjusting the collar of his ship suit. She reached for the surgical tool that would allow her to make the minor cranial incision to install the implant in his neocortex. She then placed her hand atop his head, her thumb coming to rest against his skull, just above and behind his ear.
"I'm going to tilt your head to one side. You'll feel a cold sensation, and then a slight numbness,"
she quietly informed him as she lifted a surgical laser microdrill. She inhaled swiftly as the man's hand shot up. She found her wrist encased in a hard grip.
"I don't think so," he said, voice like steel.
Cold blue eyes drilled into hers, laced with suspicion. His gaze shifted to the surgical tool she held, his hand tightening. Pain forced her to release the drill, and it landed beside the med unit with a small clatter. The pressure around her wrist let up, but his expression remained unyielding, an unspoken demand for answers playing across his face.
"That is a surgical tool I plan to use to embed a wire inside your head,"
she said, indicating the drill with a slight tilt of her head. She kept her tone even, matching his stare with her own.
"You recall what it was like to have your wire implanted?"
His eyes flicked from the tool resting on the crate, and then back to her face, his expression wary.
"You're telling me the reason I can't access my wire is that they stripped it from my head?"
"You have no wire inside you, that is correct."
She chose her words carefully.
"No database, and no implant."
He stared at her for another beat, and then nodded. Releasing her wrist, he bent and turned his head to one side. She let out a breath and reached once more for the area just above and behind his left ear. Her eyes on the med unit's display, she positioned the drill, pressing the unit's bio-lock to secure it in place.
"Hold still,"
she murmured, before activating the drill. Her wire interfaced with the med unit, the optical overlay superimposing the drill's progress as it bored a microscopic hole through his skull. That step completed, she swapped the drill for a nano-injector. Once the small device released its payload, she applied sealant to the surgical site, and then stepped back and disengaged the sterile field.
"All done."
She turned to the hollow screen on the small medical unit, interfacing with the implant she had just inserted. This allowed her to monitor the implant's progress as it settled at the base of his parieto-occipital sulcus, where temporal lobe met occipital. Sam ran a quick diagnostic, then glanced over, catching his gaze.
"Ready?"
He nodded, and she brought the unit online.
"Can you hear me now?"
she sent, and saw his eyes flicker, a swift intake of breath.
"Yes,"
he replied, voice curt and with an undercurrent of anger. She couldn't tell if it was directed at her or at the circumstances he found himself in.
"Are we done here?"
"We are, Captain."
Sam shut off the small unit and stepped away, allowing him to rise. She exchanged glances with Harper, who had remained off to one side, quietly observing the procedure, 2 ferrets in her lap.
"Guess it's time for that talk?"
Harper said, releasing the animals and standing. He stared straight ahead, jaw clenched.
"Damn straight. I'll be in the galley."
A derisive tone entered his voice.
"Something tells me you already know where that is."
Micah stood inside Wraith's tiny galley, palms braced against the small, fold-out prep counter. Head bowed, He pinched the bridge of his nose between two fingers as he fought to make sense of everything he'd just seen and experienced. He'd been so certain the man inside his head was Jack. Despite his physical appearance, Micah knew the man could very well still be Jack. But he couldn't fathom why anyone would go to the trouble to surgically reconstruct someone to look like him. Somehow, that had to tie into what the Dr. Samantha Travis had said about traitors, classified discoveries, and their mission. If he'd been captured, brainwashed, he could understand his memory loss. But someone had gone to the trouble to remove his wire and disable his lattice? What the hell is going on? He lifted his head and stared speculatively at the nearest storage unit before popping it open. It was fully stocked. He considered what he'd seen in the cargo bay he'd just left. It, too, had been filled to overflowing, save for the part of the hold set up as a provisional hospital. So the ship was configured for a long mission. When had this happened? More importantly, why? The questions squirrel-caged in his mind, his hands fisting in frustration as he came up empty. He turned as both women appeared at the galley's entrance. One of the ferrets scampered over to him and began to climb up the leg of his shipsuit.
Micah, too. Got food?
He looked down to see a small paw clinging to the place where his name would ordinarily be displayed, two bright eyes regarding him intently. Micah found his anger slipping away as the little guy stared earnestly up at him. That irritated him. He wanted to hang on to that anger for a bit longer. He looked over at the women from under lowered brows. Uplifted and with evanescent comm access? His tone was laced with sarcasm. This little guy have a full wire implant, too? Harper shook her head, ignoring Micah's aggressive tone.
Simple EV circuitry, limited range, but enough to make a nuisance of himself.
The smile on her face softened her words.
Want me to take him?
Which one is this guy? He grudgingly asked, hand curling around the ferret to support him, oddly hesitant to give him up. The creature obligingly settled around his neck.
Snotface,
she said, and Micah smothered a laugh at the name.
He was born deaf,
Sam added.
I think that might be why he's a bit more chatty than the other one, now that he has the ability to communicate better.
The ferret nuzzled him behind his ear.
Snacks?
Micah shot a sharp look at the doctor, wondering what she had been about to say.
He's an obligate carnivore, she said before he could voice his question aloud. There's some jerky in the cabinet by your left knee. He can have a piece.
Micah slid her a jaded look before he bent and peered into the cabinet, unsealed the container, and offered the ferret a piece. Looks like you've made yourselves at home here, was his caustic observation. Want to tell me how? And why? Sam's expression turned resigned. Harper stepped deeper into the little galley and unfolded one of the benches built into the retractable bulkhead. Flopping down onto it, she waved to Sam.
All yours. You get to do the honors.
Sam made a face at Harper, but nodded. Turning, she reached overhead, opening a nearby storage compartment. She grabbed a few water bottles from within, handed one to Harper, and chucked another at him. The third one she kept for herself, before settling onto the bench beside her friend. Micah unfolded the bench across from them, and the ferret immediately made himself at home. Sitting across from the two women put his knees a scant half-meter from theirs, close enough to feel like a threat, should he choose. Neither seemed bothered by that fact.
Drink,
Sam ordered, nodding at the bottle, and he frowned at her.
Your medical scan indicated you were dehydrated.
Micah barked a humorless laugh. Guess they don't worry about things like that when you're in the morgue. He popped the bottle open and took a long pull, then braced his elbows on his thighs, the bottle held between both hands. Snotface took that as an invitation. The ferret wiggled under one arm and draped himself across his thigh with a contented sigh.
Human's gonna talk. Time for a nap.
It broke the tension. He huffed a laugh at the creature in his lap and sat back. Okay, Doc. Talk. Sam unconsciously mimicked the actions of the man across from her, rolling her water bottle between her palms. She studied it for a long moment before giving her head a small shake. She hated what this was going to do to him when he found out. Expelling the air in her lungs in a quick breath, she began.
Tell me, Captain, have you ever heard of chirality,
He frowned.
No. Should I?
She shook her head.
Prior to DeGrasse, it's been something relegated to pharmaceutical companies and research grants, so no. I would have been surprised if you'd said otherwise.
So?
He prompted when she didn't continue.
What is it then? And what does it have to do with why someone wants me dead?
I only have a basic understanding of it myself, really, Sam admitted. Radiation biology is my specialty, not biochemistry. Based on the fact that they were trying to detain me, too, maybe I didn't fake my way through this assignment as well as I thought I was.
Harper coughed.
If you think your understanding of it is basic, I'd hate to hear what you call my understanding of it.
Sam's gaze flickered to her friend. Her mouth kicked up in a half-smile, and she shook her head at the other woman before returning her attention to the man who thought of himself as Micah Case.
Chirality refers to the way atoms are oriented when they're bonded together, she told him. Depending on how the molecules are formed, they can have a handedness to them.
The man who looked achingly similar to her patient blinked at her.
A handedness,
he repeated, sounding lost. She raised both hands, palms facing out, and then placed one in front of the other and wiggled her thumbs.
You can't superimpose one hand over the other and have them line up. Your thumbs mess up the symmetry there. But if you can bring your palms together—
Her hands came together in a prayer position.
You can make them match, as mirror images of each other. That's what chiral means.
She dipped into her pocket and pulled out a small holoprojector she'd grabbed before joining him in the galley. Thumbing it on, she called up a diagram she figured he might recognize from a college chemistry class. It was a model of a molecule. The black sphere in the center was a carbon atom. 4 spheres circled the carbon atom. They were brightly colored, red, white, blue, yellow. She knew he wouldn't have the slightest idea what they were, but it didn't really matter what they were. The principle was what counted.
This is a molecule, a connected grouping of atoms of different types, building blocks of nature, right?
He nodded. So far, so good. She duplicated the molecule and flipped it. The mirror images faced each other as they floated over the device, the atoms on the left now encircling the carbon atom in a reversed yellow, blue, red, white pattern.
This is a chiral molecule. Each atom attached to the carbon atom in the center is assigned a priority. Going from the highest to the lowest, you'll travel around it in either a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. If you move clockwise, the molecule's right-handed. Counterclockwise, it's left-handed.
Sam's finger traced the paths along the 2 holographic figures as she spoke.
Now, both of these molecules have the exact same physical properties, the same boiling and freezing points, the same densities, and so on, but they can react very differently with biologically active molecules.
She wiped the mirror molecules from the hollow and replaced them with images of 2 plants. One was feathery and fern-like. The other had deep green oval leaves that looked almost furry. She looked expectantly over at him. Then, after a moment, when it was clear he wasn't going to speak, she raised an eyebrow.
What? Don't tell me you've never seen either of these plants before.
The man who looked like Micah shook his head with a smile.
The one on the left looks like an herb? Dill, maybe?
She nodded.
The other one, though, sorry, haven't the first clue,
he confessed.
Let me guess.
Her tone turned dry.
You aren't the kind of guy who drinks the occasional mojito or mint julep.
He barked a laugh and shook his head.
Can't say that I do. Rather have a beer than anything fancy.
His response had her smiling despite herself. Turning back to the hollow with a shake of her head, she pointed to the 2 plants.
Well, you're right. The one on the left is dill. The other one's mint. Both of these have a compound in them called carvone. The mint carvone has sweet notes to it and is right-handed. The dill one has savory notes and is left-handed. But other than that, their physical properties are identical.
He shot her a skeptical look.
You're telling me that just because they spiral one way and not the other, they taste different?
She nodded.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
He looked puzzled.
But what's the big deal then? Why would scientific research be so interested in something that just changes the way something tastes?
Because, while that's a harmless example of the differences a mirror molecule can exhibit, some of the compounds created can be quite dangerous.
His eyes narrowed.
In what way?
She waved a hand dismissively. Oh, it's all well documented. A left-handed pharmaceutical that offers palliative effects has a mirror pair that causes deformities in human embryos. We learned centuries ago to be very careful with chiral direction. The man stared at her for a long moment, scratching the sleeping ferret in his lap idly as he contemplated her words. So, he drew the word out. What does this have to do with DeGrasse and Loughton's star? More importantly, what does it have to do with me? She looked down, rubbing the tops of her thighs and gathering her thoughts. Bear with me for another minute, and I'll get to that, I promise. All life we've found so far in the galaxy is decidedly left-handed. And although we've been able to synthesize right-handed molecules in the lab, science has been pretty spectacularly unable to get it to live outside the lab. She looked back up at him, her eyes traveling over his face, sweeping down to his hands that were very much alive, cradling an equally live ferret. Until now. He looked down at the animal in his hands. Why is this so important? She shrugged. For some scientists, it's a sort of holy grail, I guess. They kept trying to find right-handed life that exists somewhere in nature, even knowing that if we did, it likely wouldn't be able to survive in our own ecosystems. He looked up at that. Why not? He asked. A chiral organism can only feed from its own kind, she explained. Oh, it can digest a substance from its mirror environment, but it gains no nutritional benefit from it. So, right-handed life in a left-handed world would, in essence, starve. Snotface began gnawing on Micah's thumb, interspersing it with small licks. He rearranged his hold on the ferret, but Snotface squirmed out of his hold, running up to his shoulder instead. He stuck his nose in Micah's ear and snuffled. Sneaky Pete right-handed. So is Micah, too. The ferret's words seared their way through Micah's brain. The small creature couldn't have understood the implication of what he'd just said, could he? His head snapped up, his gaze seeking the doctor's. What did he mean by that? He asked. He means we ended up with two problems on our hands, Harper interjected. The analyst glanced toward Sam. We weren't just dealing with a traitor, out to get their hands on our chiral research. It turned out the Navy's chief scientist was running an illegal series of side experiments. Side experiments, Micah repeated, his gut tightening. The voice inside his head. They'd done that. He caught and held Sam's gaze, a wary apprehension building inside him. The truth. He needed it. Now. Sam ran her hands up and down her thighs as if suddenly chilled. Once we got here, she said, her words slow and deliberate, we realized he'd been creating chiral clones of complex, multicellular organisms, mice, ferrets, larger animals, like the panthers. Her eyes met his. He read pain there, mixed with an inexplicable guilt. And then he began to experiment on humans. She stood, reached past him, and opened a cabinet. He heard the rustling of a wrapper, and when she returned to her seat across from him, a candy was in her hands. She held the mint out to him. Go ahead, Captain. Her voice was a mix of sadness and curiosity. Taste it. He reached for the mint, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, and immediately spat it back out. What the hell? Her eyes met his steadily. It tasted like dill, didn't it? The burst of flavor, sharp, savory, still clung to his tongue. This is some sort of sick joke. Captain, she interrupted, one hand reaching out to land on his knee. The person in your cargo hold. He looked up sharply. The one who looks like me. You have to understand, Captain. He was drowning in the guilt he saw in her eyes. I took an oath. I couldn't let them kill you. That I couldn't let him die. Dropping his hands to the bench, he gripped the edge tightly, until it cut into his palms, the pain grounding him in reality. He's the original, isn't he? She nodded, the guilt in her eyes morphing into sympathetic pain. And what does that make me? Her hand tightened on his knee. Micah Case's chiral clone.
Vermilion. Alliance Navy tug GNS Betsy. The tug's blue-haired pilot turned out to be both a knowledgeable and competent tour guide. Higher-angled the ship, certified for both space and atmospheric maneuvers, away from the ships, circling DeGrasse and down toward the planet below. Her braking maneuvers and descent into Vermilion's upper atmosphere left DeGrasse far behind, given that the research station was in geosynchronous orbit above the planet's main outpost. Addie's eyes remained glued to the forward screens as Higher slipped the tug into Vermilion's upper atmosphere, giving them a breathtaking view of the planet's surface. Addie had put in for a tour of duty down on Vermilion's scientific outpost the moment she'd arrived, but she hadn't been on DeGrasse long enough for her rotation to have been called. This was the closest she'd ever come to its surface, and she intended to make the most of it. She bent eagerly toward the forward screens, watching the terrain below as the tug approached the planet's terminator. They flew in a companionable silence, the cloud cover parting to reveal the blues of a large ocean directly beneath them. The greens and browns of a continent began to grow in the distance as DeGrasse slipped behind the planet's horizon.
Hard to believe that this has been here for millennia, and we just now got around to investigating it,
Addie murmured.
Well, that whole interdiction fiction the Defense Department's using to hide us isn't completely a lie,
Higher said, glancing over at her with one brow raised.
They're still not entirely sure what's behind it, but the unusual space-time anomalies in this system did quite a number on every unmanned probe we've sent here since the diaspora.
So you're saying it wasn't that we didn't try to get a closer look at Vermilion? Gabe prompted.
Exactly. We just decided our credits were best spent looking elsewhere.
Higher bobbed her head decisively, sending the blue fuzz of her hair shivering in the low gravity.
Especially once we developed the Scharnhorst drives and managed to make it to Alpha Centauri, and then Sirius and Procyon without the need for generation ships. Those drives didn't do us any favors in the long run, Addie commented. Tearing into the fabric of dark matter like they do. Oh, they're not all bad, Higher said cheerfully. Sure, they're banned for in-system flight, but now that we know the effect they have on the interstellar medium, we use them sparingly. The good news is that we discovered the IM does repair itself, eventually.
She made a wry face, waggling her hand back and forth.
It was kind of a damned-if-you-do situation. Without the drive's ability to generate a Casimir bubble, we couldn't have harnessed the Scharnhorst effect and tripled the speed of light, and without that advantage, we'd just now be setting foot on my homeworld in Sirius.
She shot them a pointed look, jabbing a finger in their direction for emphasis.
It was our own ignorance of the drive's long-term effects on space-time that was to blame. Once we dropped the idea of dedicated space lanes, we stopped wearing ruts into the interstellar medium that eventually tore through it.
Addie made a strangled noise.
Never thought I'd say it, but I think I'll stick to gate travel, thank you very much.
Gabe barked a laugh at that, and Addie decided it was time to change the subject.
Okay then, not that I don't appreciate the science lesson, but biology is more my wheelhouse,
Addie said, leaning forward once more and peering intently at the image on the screen.
I'm particularly interested in the biology beneath us. Is that cinnabar?
Nope, that's garnet. Cinnabar is on the night side at the moment. Higher grinned suddenly.
Anyone ever hear why the GA was so literal about its naming conventions?
She pointed to a smaller screen, one that held a view of the star and two close-in planets, to illustrate her point.
Rufus and Vermilion. Red dwarf, red names. Sirius suffered the same fate, you know. Blue-white stars, renamed Big and Little Blue. I'm from Beryl, which orbits Little Blue. Mom and Dad work for Cobalt Mining. Their headquarters is based on Larimar.
Gabe grinned and shook his head.
You figure that one out, you let me know.
The pilot passed the flat of her hand across the top of her hair.
Couldn't stand to look at anything blue when I left. Now, though,
Addie heard a wistful tone creep into Higher's voice.
It kind of reminds me of home.
Addie smiled at the pilot.
It's human nature, I think,
she told Higher, then nodded toward the continent they were flying over.
I grew up on a farm on Hawking, but it's been years since I've been back. Seeing those prairie grasses down there makes me want to land and wander through them.
A verdant planet, Vermilion's topology included vast swaths of prairie land found on both its continents. The super-Earth was 3 times the size of Terra, orbiting just under 1/10 of an AU, about 15 million kilometers away from its star. Habitable zones around red dwarf stars were, by necessity, close in. That factor, combined with Vermilion's mass, gave the planet a 3-to-2 spin orbital resonance,
That translated to an 18 Terran-day year, but it took 12 of those days to see a new vermilion sunrise.
From what I understand, it's no small feat that life managed to take root here.
Gabe's quiet comment pulled Addie's attention back inside the confines of the ship.
It helps that it has a sizable molten iron core that produces a decent magnetosphere.
And that Loughton is one of the most stable red dwarfs ever discovered, Hire added. Otherwise, it would have had a hard time hanging on to its atmosphere, even with a strong magnetic field. Addie looked over as she felt Gabe's hand on her arm.
As much as I enjoy talking planetary science,
he began, and she nearly laughed at the polite fiction.
It occurs to me that we're in a unique position to discuss today's incident.
His eyes held hers for a beat, a question in them. When she nodded, he turned to the chief warrant.
Katie, I'm going to have to invoke the security clause in your naval contract. What you hear from this point on is classified. Other than me, Dr. Mason, or Admiral Toland herself, you're not to repeat what you hear to anyone. Am I clear?
Hire's casual demeanor dropped. Yes, sir, she responded crisply, tone matching his. You want to access the tug's flight recorders to encrypt them, too. Sending you my security access now. Gabe's focus shifted into the near distance as his wire established a connection with the tug, and he placed DeGrasse's security force's imprint and timestamp on it, sealing the ship's record. His attention returned to Addie.
Now that's settled, I'd like to go over the data your medics gathered from the accident site and compare it to what my security team collected.
He held up a hand.
Initial impressions only. I promise not to hold you to anything if further examination causes you to change your opinions.
She nodded.
The only thing I can say with certainty at this point is that Stinton's body was crushed under that prototype printer.
She began, then paused. Gabe lifted one brow.
I like to think I'm a good judge of character. Based on how you acted in the lab, you think the accident was staged every bit as much as I do.
Addie nodded.
As we suspected, the total volume of blood, both what was found on site and what remained in Stinton's body, doesn't add up. The missing amount would have been enough to cause death by exsanguination.
So he was killed elsewhere, and the accident staged to cover it up.
That fit with Gabe's suspicions.
Anything else?
Addie shook her head, slowly.
Nothing concrete. There wasn't much time between when we arrived in medical and when we were forced to evacuate. I'd just completed a cursory scan when the alarm sounded.
She reached into the pocket of her scrubs and lifted a small data device with an ironic smile.
And then someone showed up and demanded I make a copy of my records.
Gabe's lips twitched.
Guilty as charged?
He gestured to the data chip in her hand.
May I?
Sure.
She handed it over.
Katie, you have any kind of portable projection?
He stopped when the pilot extended a hand, a small hollow projector in her palm.
You're a keeper, Chief.
That's what all the guys say, sir.
With a chuckle, Gabe connected the device to Addie's recorder and activated it.
Talk me through what I'm seeing, Doc,
he instructed, settling the device between them.
As you can see,
Addie began, her fingers skimming across the recording's timeline until she came to the right spot.
The gantry's impact crushed both the skull and ribcage. A cursory exam like this one won't be able to give us much in those areas. On the other hand,
she fast-forwarded to the point in the recording where the scanner hovered over the corpse's neck. Fanning her fingers, she enlarged the image. A quick, harsh inhale from Gabe told her he saw it too.
Someone got him in the carotid?
She nodded.
With an injury like that, death due to exsanguination could occur in as little as 5 minutes.
Yeah, but ordinary medical nano should have kept it from being life-threatening, wouldn't it? Hire joined in, twisting to look at them. Her eyes widened and paled a bit when she caught sight of the projected image. Whipping around to face front again, she muttered,
Okay, and that's why I dropped out of paramedic school.
A brief smile skated across Addie's face.
Sorry, Chief, but you're right. Medical nano would begin to repair the damage, as well as accelerate wound clotting.
Gabe's eyes narrowed and he sat back, regarding her with an expression that told Addie he knew where she was going with this.
What did your scan tell you about the condition of his med nano?
Addie's expression hardened.
There wasn't any.
Gabe cocked his head.
What could cause that?
She gestured to the recording's image, frozen between them.
Any number of things. We use nanoagents during surgeries to essentially paralyze a patient's own medical nano so that it doesn't interfere with a procedure.
She held up a hand.
But they're created to disassemble when sent an auto-destruct command, so that the patient's own nano can be brought back online.
I don't suppose you found any in Stinton, did you?
Addie grunted in annoyance.
Would have been convenient if we had, but no.
After a moment, Gabe nodded.
So we're agreed. This is murder.
Gabe's words drew chills down Addie's spine. She shot a glance at the STC feed, relayed by Vermilion's orbital satellites. It showed the courier ship had cleared the wake-free zone. She pointed, and both Gabe and Hire followed her gaze.
My money's on Janice.
The speed at which the courier's icon advanced began to increase. Hire tapped the icon, enlarging it. The telemetry indicated the courier ship had jumped to an acceleration of 1G.
And away they go,
Hire said.
I would have thought they'd be going faster,
Addie commented.
What? And draw attention to them?
Gabe grinned at her, his eyes lit with amusement. The action gave him a boyish look that momentarily erased his grim expression. Then he shook his head, the smile gone.
No, he's acting exactly as I'd expect if he's truly guilty. I don't disagree with you that the man's hiding something,
he told her.
But a situation developed just as the evacuation began that suggests others may be involved.
Addie swiped the image closed and proffered it to Hire with a nod of thanks.
What kind of a situation?
She asked. Gabe shifted his gaze from Addie to Hire.
I'll remind you, Chief, that this falls under the same confidentiality clause.
At her nod and yes, sir, he drew in a breath and turned back to Addie. He studied her intently, then shook his head.
What is it, Gabe? You're acting as if I'm not going to like what you're about to say.
His brows drew down.
I don't think you are, Addie. You and Dr. Travis are friends.
Absolutely not.
Addie cut him off, anger rising swiftly.
She's a doctor, for son's sake. She's taken an oath to do no harm.
Gabe's eyes held a hard glint, and then his expression blanked as he sat back.
That third pilot. Tell me again what happened that night, everything you can recall, up to the time he was pronounced dead.
Addie narrowed her eyes at Gabe, wondering where he was going with the topic change.
What does this have to do with Stinton's death?
Gabe held up a hand.
Humor me.
She blew out a sharp breath.
Okay.
She broke eye contact, turning to face forward once more as she gathered her thoughts.
When the report came in that there was another crash, and we had injured on the way, I didn't even need to contact Sam.
She began.
She must have set up some kind of filter to monitor the triage net. She ran into medical just after I did.
At Gabe's suspicious look, she snapped.
I set the same filter, Alvarez. It's a common thing to do, especially when you fear that more of the same might be coming your way.
What made you think that?
Sam and I held some pretty long discussions over the past few weeks, following the deaths of those first two pilots.
She explained in a calmer voice. Then she ticked off each fact on her fingers as she recounted them, one by one.
Jack Campbell should not have died. Clint Janis showing up in medical was out of character. That man doesn't have an altruistic bone in his body. He had no business escorting the body to the morgue. The fact he volunteered just made us even more suspicious.
Suspicion's not going to buy you anything,
Gabe reminded her. She lowered her hand and nodded.
I know, but you have to understand, it fueled our determination to make sure nothing like this ever happened again. The next victim, if there was one, was going to live.
But he didn't, Gabe said.
As if she needed reminding.
No, he didn't.
She agreed. Gabe nodded, his eyes never leaving hers.
Go on,
he said.
We went over this already. Neither of us was surprised to see Janice pop into the medical clinic's emergency room the evening of the second accident. As I told you before, Sam refused to let him anywhere near Micah Case.
Addie hesitated, then added,
The animosity between the two of them was pretty intense. I got the impression it predates her arrival on DeGrasse.
So they have a history, then?
Gabe murmured thoughtfully. Addie lifted a shoulder in a maybe gesture.
Sam never mentioned it, but she wouldn't have. She's too professional to bring up anything personal.
Would you say Case's injuries were less severe than Ettinger's or Campbell's?
I wouldn't say that. Different? Yes. Less severe? Not necessarily.
Addie wondered where he was going with this line of questioning.
We managed to stabilize him, but we had to amputate both legs. His hand was touch and go, and he lost an eye. Before I left that night, I looked up his service record and placed an order with the Regen lab for them to be 3D printed. I planned to discuss the transplant schedule and post-op therapy with Sam the next day.
But you never got the opportunity, Gabe said. Case died overnight.
Addie answered with a tight nod. The news had hit her hard. She'd known his injuries had been extensive, but he'd been in guarded condition when her shift had ended.
Sam told me first thing the next morning. She said Janice had paid another visit to medical in the middle of the night.
Gabe sent her a sharp look.
She was there?
For all the good it did our patient. She said she locked Janice out of the triage net and had placed token-level access on the medical node servicing the intensive care unit.
Her hand tightened on the data chip.
Janice shouldn't have been able to do any harm. But shortly after he left, case coded.
Did Dr. Travis say why?
Addie's troubled gaze met his, and she saw something she couldn't decipher in his expression, a kind of knowing expectation that vaguely disturbed her. She shook her head, recalling Sam's incandescent anger. It was true that the details surrounding Micah Case's death had been a bit vague, but Sam's anger toward Janice had been bright and hard.
I'm not sure what you think you have on Sam, but if you're implying she had something to do with his death, you're dead wrong.
Gabe laughed, but there was no humor in it. He turned away, one hand reaching up to cup the back of his neck, contemplating what Addie didn't know. After a moment, he nodded to himself and straightened.
I'm going to show you something, Doc. But you'll be held to the same oath the Chief is when you see it, he warned. That information stays between you, me, Colonel Fraley, and Admiral Toland. Am I clear?
She nodded warily. Gabe reached forward and tapped higher on the shoulder. She slapped the holoprojector into his hand without a word. He flipped it on and blinked at it, and she realized he was having it handshake with his wire. Whatever he was about to show her came from his own personal database, housed in his implant. The holoprojector flared to life, the image one from the perspective of someone jogging through the Taurus's below-decks passageways. The view was an augmented, full-spectrum composite, and she realized she was seeing someone's personal feed. Wherever they were was lit only by emergency lighting.
Marine visor,
Gabe supplied. The Marine rounded a corner. Addie's eyes narrowed and her jaw tightened when she recognized one of the two figures that came into view. It was Sam. Her fist clenched, and she swore softly as the scene played out, and the Marines fired on them. Whoever was with Sam at least had the decency to cover her when the pulsed energy beam fired.
What in the hell?
Gabe held up a hand.
Wait for it.
She didn't have long. The man shielding Sam grabbed her and sprinted toward the intersecting passageway, pulling his own pulsed weapon as he ran. Just as he twisted to fire at the Marines pursuing them, Gabe froze the feed. Turning to Addie, he pointed at the image of the man in the hollow.
Can you identify that man for me, Addie?
He asked softly.
That's impossible,
she stated flatly.
That has to be an imposter.
Biosignature says otherwise.
Addie shot him a cold stare.
He had to be spoofing it somehow.
How?
She blew out an exasperated breath, voice laced with sarcasm.
I don't know, Gabe. You tell me. You're the security expert.
She jabbed a finger at the image.
It's not medically possible for that man to be Micah Case. When his body left for the morgue, it was minus 2 legs, an eye, and a functioning hand.
She stared at him, daring him to contradict her. Gabe raised a placating hand.
Okay, let's shelve the identity of our mysterious Micah Case lookalike for the moment. That still leaves Samantha Travis as a person of interest.
How can you know that?
Addie asked.
Clearly she was there under duress.
Gabe didn't say anything else. He merely let the visor's recording play out until the 2 Marines fell unconscious. The angle of the fallen Marine's feed gave the recording an odd, canted appearance, but Addie could clearly see the man who looked like Micah Case come back into frame. He lifted Sam and carried her unconscious form back down the way he'd come. Gabe reached for the holoprojector and shut it off.
I have to consider this man's actions as suspect. First, if it is Case, then he faked his own death. Second, he had to have help, and your friend certainly has the means by which to do it.
Addie drew in a breath, But Gabe talked over her incipient protest.
Putting aside for a moment that this effectively means he's AWOL, he's in a section of the grass he's not cleared to be in, although Dr. Travis is.
As is Clint Janus,
she countered quickly. They stared at each other a moment, in a silent battle of wills.
Since when do Marines police this station?
Addie tried a new tactic.
You're the security chief. Shouldn't that have been your own people? Doesn't that strike you as odd?
Gabe ran his hands through his hair and nodded once.
Yes, and no,
he admitted.
Just before I arrived at your clinic, I was contacted by Colonel Fraley.
Admiral Toland's XO?
Yes, you're in the Navy,
he reminded her.
You understand joint security operations? He's DeGrasse's JSO, and if he perceives a threat, he can order joint operations, combining my security forces with his own tactical forces.
Addie processed this information, realizing she'd been looking at DeGrasse as a home assignment rather than a deployment outside Alliance borders. While technically true, Loughton's star was interdicted, as well as being uninhabited. They were just as unprotected here as they would be at an embassy or foreign base in another star nation.
So he thinks we've been infiltrated by an enemy? He activated a joint tactical team?
Her eyes sought his for confirmation. He nodded.
Does Fraley think the imposter had something to do with Stinton's death?
He added me to the Marines' combat net just before I arrived in medical. Once they secured the area, I pinged the fire team and asked who had authorized their actions. She told me her sergeant had mentioned Janus, but when I requested a copy, there was no record of it.
And you don't find that the least bit suspicious? Addie demanded. Janus has as much authority to order Marines around as I do, which is none.
Agreed. That if he tried, they'd ignore it. The order had to have come from someone within their own command structure. Although, he conceded, it could have been based on information they received from Janus.
But there's no record of it.
Her tone was skeptical.
You heard that recording. That Marine said Janus was in charge. And you don't find that the least bit suspect?
Don't get me wrong, he countered. I think Janus is as crooked as they come, and he's in this up to his pointy little ass. But in order for me to make an arrest, I need proof. The only data point we have at the moment is your friend in the company of someone who looks suspiciously like a dead man.
Hire interrupted them.
Sorry to bust in on your discussion, but you have a data squirt coming in from the Taurus, sir.
Gabe thanked her and stared off into the distance as he accessed the information. A tightening around his eyes indicated the news wasn't welcome.
What is it?
She asked. He shook his head.
They've completed their search below decks. Your friend and Micah Case's look-alike appear to have escaped. Case's ship is reported missing too. A search is underway now, in near space around the Taurus.
The eyes that met her were understanding, yet firm.
It's possible she was under duress. But at this point, Addie, we have no choice. Fraley sent out an order to capture and subdue both Dr. Travis and Micah Case, suspected in the death of Lee Stinton and the bombing of DeGrasse.
Addie's shocked gaze met his.
Bombing? What in stars?
His eyes shifted.
I was under orders not to say, but given the circumstances...
His voice trailed off, before his gaze refocused on hers.
DeGrasse didn't evacuate because of a systems failure. Those explosions were an attack from space.
Okay?
Addie drew the word out as she turned this over in her head.
I still don't understand what this has to do with Sam.
That Marine fire team was dispatched to apprehend Dr. Travis and an accomplice shortly after the attack began.
Gabe told her.
The report I just received said that the bombing stopped immediately after they escaped. Looks like they were staged to cover their departure.
She can't be involved,
Addie protested yet again.
It makes no sense. Janus is the one with the questionable actions, not Sam.
Gabe dipped his head in acknowledgement.
Necessity sometimes makes for strange bedfellows. Maybe he was blackmailing her to do it, then decided to frame her to take the fall. We won't know until we can apprehend them both and bring them in for questioning.
Addie's lips compressed in anger at that, but she held her tongue. Gabe's gaze softened, and she understood his next words for the olive branch that they were.
I promise you that we'll get to the bottom of this as discreetly as we possibly can. If she's innocent, she has nothing to worry about. If she was coerced, we'll bring the ones responsible to justice.
Contingency plans. Alliance courier ship. Clint expelled a sigh of relief when the courier ship began its 1G burn and his body began to feel grounded once more. A satisfied smile crept across his features when it came to him that his part of the mission was complete. Heady with that knowledge, he unwebbed and stood. Anticipation unfurled as he turned to face the ship's aft cabins. Courier ships were usually reserved for senior diplomats and high-ranking officials. Rather than standard crew cabins, they boasted staterooms worthy of a senator. Instead of standard shipboard fare, their galleys were stocked with true cuisine. He'd flown in such a ship once before, several years ago. At the time, he'd been working for a biochemical firm on Hawking, the habitat orbiting Procyon's main star. When Parliament had asked him to testify on the benefits of chiral research, they'd sent a courier to ferry him back to the Senate hearings on Cereba. That trip had taken almost 5 days, and had been the most lavish he'd ever spent aboard a ship. As far as Clint was concerned, this was his reward for completing his assignment. It was a luxury he intended to exploit, starting now. The assassin's eyes followed him as he passed her seat, and Clint imagined he saw judgment in their depths. His lip curled, resentment rising inside him. She had no right to judge. He'd done his duty to the Empire. The crate sitting in the cargo hold was proof of that. He heard a quiet snick and the hiss of her webbing retracting, and knew she followed silently in his wake. Acutely conscious of her presence at his back, his surroundings didn't immediately register when he stepped through into the stateroom. Disappointment hit hard when he realized what was before him. The room had been stripped. What remained looked more like a prison cell than a stateroom, austere and cold. Turning on her, he demanded, "What the hell?"
Acadians do not believe in a hell.
The assassin's dispassionate tone held a hard edge. It telegraphed a silent warning, had Clint bothered to notice. The pleasures denied him had Clint too disappointed to care. Neither do most Geminate citizens, but it doesn't stop them from using the word, he snapped. One of her brows rose.
You are not Geminate.
I was raised to act like them. It's my job.
You have assimilated too much of their culture. You have become soft. You have forgotten the one to whom you owe obeisance.
The assassin began circling him slowly.
That will now be remedied.
His lizard brain, sensing the threat she posed, insisted he keep her in his sights at all times. Following her movements, he seethed, I have done everything asked of me. Everything. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have the damn samples.
If it weren't for you,
she countered calmly, still circling,
Lee Stinton would still be alive. There would be no investigation into his death. A Navy pilot would not have disappeared, along with a prominent scientist with whom you seem to have a history.
Samantha Travis. His fists clenched, recalling another time, years ago, when she'd caught him doing things he shouldn't. But he'd salvaged that misstep, hadn't he? No one suspected, except perhaps Travis herself. The assassin stopped circling, and Janice shifted, the back of his knees coming into contact with a hard edge. A quick glance showed him she'd herded him against a simple table and chair unit, bolted to the ship's deck. The assassin crowded him, forcing Clint to sit.
You must rule your passions, Clint Janice. You do not let them rule you.
What is this? He said, dredging what little bravado he could muster. Recruit training? I'm a scientist, not a soldier.
You are an Acadian first and foremost. You appear to have forgotten that.
The assassin withdrew a karambit from its sheath at her waist, the rasp of the blade an audible threat. Clint swallowed hard, hands raised. I've not forgotten. This assignment has been stressful, is all.
I have found pain to be a useful tool to focus the mind.
The assassin's voice was distant, almost as if she spoke to herself. Clint began shaking his head spasmodically. Not really. It's a distraction. Truly all you can think about at the time. Trust me. A quick snap of her wrist had the karambit embedded, hilt deep, through the center of Clint's palm. She drove his hand back with a quick thrust, burying the blade's tip into the table. Shock delayed the agony, but sensation quickly caught up as white-hot pain slashed through him.
He gasped, the pain causing his vision to gray at the edges until his medical nano could shut off the receptors in his hand. Just as quickly, the assassin reversed her move, withdrawing the blade. Clint cradled his abused hand against his torso, eyes wild. "Are you crazy?" Dark, emotionless eyes met his, then dismissed him to focus on the cleaning cloth she had retrieved. As she tended to her weapon, she spoke.
"You misunderstand, Operative Janus. It is not the pain itself that is the focusing mechanism. It is the promise of pain should you fail."
Her eyes rose once more, pinning him to his seat.
"You would do well to heed my advice."
He jerked a wordless nod her way. She gestured with her blade before sheathing it.
"Avail yourself of the medical kit, then bring us food. You would do well to spend the rest of the day meditating on this discussion."
Clint stared at her.
"Discussion?"
He choked out disbelievingly. She held the karambit up and studied it.
"Indeed. I've found the edge of a blade can be quite persuasive."
Clint's fumbling investigation of their quarters revealed that the cabinet once dedicated to expensive liquors was now home to a well-stocked medical station. He shuddered to think what she had planned for him that might require such supplies. He bandaged his wound as quickly as he could, then crossed to the cabin's private galley, carefully skirting the assassin. The moment he'd risen from the table, she had entered into a flowing series of movements. Each pose in the kata flow was methodical, almost hypnotic, her toned body moving through the series with precision and strength. He stole glances at her as he reached for one of the galley's cabinets. Her current pose was inverted, forearms supporting an arched body, toes hovering just above her head. It looked uncomfortable, yet she held it effortlessly. He returned his attention to the open cabinet, displeasure coursing through him at the sight. Pre-packaged Alliance Navy field rations lined the shelves. Rows and rows of MREs, enough to sustain both of them for the duration of their trip. Sliding the cabinet closed, he searched through the rest, but found nothing else. The galley's small hydroponics bay was shut down, and the blast chiller was empty. Other than a supply of water to accompany the MREs, the galley remained empty. Lips pressed firmly together in distaste, Clint grabbed the two nearest MREs in his good hand and retraced his steps to the table. The assassin uncoiled her body in a graceful, controlled motion and stood. A light sheen of sweat covered her exposed skin as she sat across from him. Clint shot her a black look as he slid one of the packets across to her.
MREs are going to get very old after 3 weeks. If you find it intolerable, please let me know and I will be happy to put you out of your misery.
Clint squeezed his eyes shut and pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, he bit out, searching for a subject change that didn't include his death or dismemberment. You mentioned a contingency plan back under grass. Now would be a good time to share that, don't you think? Her face creased in a spare smile. Clint realized this was the first physical expression of emotion he'd seen the assassin display.
I fail to understand why that is relevant, but since there is no longer a chance for you to alter it, I'll tell you.
She waved a hand at the stateroom's holodisplay, and it came alive. An image resolved before them, a sea of ships, circling patiently around the research torus, awaiting recall. A blinking icon 5,000 kilometers away from the station marked the courier ship's position. His gaze was drawn abruptly back to the assassin when she resumed speaking.
When the Geminate Parliament approved deGrasse's construction, they did so under one condition, that their navy include an autodestruct. It was a contingency plan in the event Vermilion proved to be dangerous, or that one of your experiments suffered a containment failure.
Clint's eyes bugged out at this news. That's impossible. I would have known if something like that existed. They never said a word to us about such a thing. The assassin tilted her head.
Be that as it may, it exists. I used Toland's security token to gain access to it, and now that we're safely outside the blast radius, it's time we took care of the loose ends you left behind.
He sucked in a harsh breath, his eyes following hers as she turned her attention to the torus at the center of the stateroom's holodisplay.
Explosive decompression. DeGrasse Research Torus. The auto-destruct triggered a series of shaped explosives throughout the torus, generating fireballs that sped throughout DeGrasse's ventilation shafts. Pushed by a massive pressure wave, the fireballs flashed at an incredible speed, using the station's atmosphere as the oxidant needed to feed its fire. The combination of pressure, heat, and carefully spaced accelerant boosted the energy of the explosion within the confined space. The compressive force caused a chain reaction that traveled to the torus's armory, allowing the conflagration to mix with the arsenal there as well. The subsequent bloom took out the series of small fusion plants at the torus's spoke, as intended. Ships in the no-wake zone were flung outward just as a raging inferno belched from the flight deck's open bay doors. The flash of intense heat carried by the expelled atmosphere reached the ships, incinerating them instantly. A concussion wave propagated outward from DeGrasse, but did little damage beyond the immediate vicinity. Its strength was dependent on the medium that carried it, and once the atmosphere was depleted, the wave dissipated. The energy contained within the debris field, however, did not. Without atmospheric resistance, its velocity remained constant. When the debris cloud slammed into vessels farther out, it broke them apart like tinder smashed against the craggy rocks of a stormy shoreline. It expanded outward in a perfect sphere, taking out many of the communication relays scattered from DeGrasse all the way to Vermilion's low planetary orbit. A lone orbital weapons platform, disguised as a larger communications array, was also caught in the backlash. The platform was on an air-gapped system and functioned as a second stage for DeGrasse's auto-destruct. A simple programming error caused it to delay the execute command sent by the assassin. Just as it launched its warheads toward the remote outpost on the planet's surface, the debris field slammed into it, knocking the missile's trajectories off course. The tactical nukes weren't smart weapons. Rather than self-adjust, they simply followed the new heading imparted by the debris's impact and detonated at a prescribed time. This resulted in explosions several hundred kilometers above the planet's surface. A complex electromagnetic multipulse ensued. This initial, very brief but intense electromagnetic field caused all the surviving communications relays in Vermilion's low planetary orbit to exceed their electrical breakdown voltages, destroying them instantly. The flare of neutron radiation emitted by the collapsing fusion plants that powered DeGrasse did much the same to the remaining communication relays and the lone Starshot comm buoy at geosynchronous orbit. Those on the planet and one lone tug orbiting on the backside of Vermilion were effectively cut off from the rest of Loughton's star. At least they were alive. For now. Dodging debris. GNS Wraith. Warning, debris field inbound. Brace for impact. 12 seconds. Wraith's alert cut through the stunned haze that had settled over Micah at Sam's revelation. It galvanized him into action. He bolted to his feet, shoving the ferret into Sam's hands as Wraith repeated the collision warning. "Bend down!" He snapped over his shoulder as he raced toward the cockpit. He lunged for the pilot's seat and strapped in with a single practiced move. He breathed a silent thanks to the doctor when his newly implanted wire awoke, hand shaking with the Helios' systems. His brain throbbed at the initial contact, and he recognized it as a sign that his neural net hadn't had time to fully adjust to the new implant. It probably wasn't wise to put his mind through much mental exertion quite yet. That was too bad. It wasn't like he had a choice. Quick as thought, the cockpit dissolved, his optics transmuting his view so that he seemed to be floating outside the ship. He ignored the searing pain tracing its way through his head. The connections working their way down the long, thread-like axions and dendrites that functioned as the two-way transmission lines for his nervous system weren't fully formed, he knew. Many of the filaments remained unshielded. He swore he could feel them being built. The expanding web felt like fire was licking through his nerve endings as it grew. He didn't have the luxury of time to discover if his actions would do him permanent harm. The oncoming debris field was coming at them too fast for any other option. The leading fragments grew rapidly, filling his vision. Instinctively, he ducked, his body's motions translating themselves to the ship's thrusters as the vessel dodged the pieces of wreckage. He continued to bob and weave like a fighter circling his opponent, while he awaited the plot he knew Wraith's SI was busy calculating. His teeth gritted against the acid flames that licked at his mind, his interface avoiding the oncoming strikes as best he could. Some he chose to take, the ones he knew were survivable. The ride might get a bit rough, but the ship would just shake them off, as he'd told the doctor earlier. As for the rest, he brought weapons online, dropping a mental pin on the larger pieces. Wraith's automatic weapons system plotted solutions for them, and presented a firing sequence that would help carve a hole in the debris field that the Helios could slip through. Micah accepted the sequence, and his interface popped it up on his HUD so that he could monitor its progress. And then Wraith's SI signaled it had plotted the best path through the debris field. Micah turned control of the ship over to the SI. His job now was to ghost the system, overriding it with nuanced adjustments that provided the edge of human intuition a ship's synthetic intelligence lacked. A warped piece of metal clipped a particularly large fragment, causing it to careen off its calculated path just as it came abeam the ship. The fragment slipped past, striking Wraith's hull and detonating on impact. Distantly, Micah was aware of Snotface chirping in fear, of the big cat's answering hiss. Harper's voice cut in, pitched to a soothing tone as she attempted to assure the animals. Both barely registered, immersed as he was in the ship. The initial blindingly bright explosion stabbed like a hot poker, but quickly diffused to a coronal glow thanks to the Helios's picofoam interlayer. It dispersed both kinetic and heat energy from the force of the impact across its wider structural area, with minimal effect to the craft. Twice more, Micah dipped and twisted, taking Wraith through tight maneuvers to avoid unanticipated trajectory changes from larger fragments as they collided with each other. Thrusters fired in a mad and uncoordinated dance, sending the ship along a drunken path to evade the worst of the wreckage. The time it took for the debris field to overtake them and then pass beyond the ship felt interminable. In reality, the event lasted less than 15 minutes. Micah began the process of disengaging from his deeply enmeshed state and handing full control back to the ship. Surfacing from such an interface felt a bit like swimming to the surface from a deep, deep pool. As he severed his interface with Wraith's nav and weapons systems, a final ribbon of fire lanced through his skull. He reached for the webbing that held him fast to the pilot's cradle. The action was usually second nature to him, but his hands felt thick and unwieldy, and refused to cooperate. It took 2 missed tries before he could free himself. "All clear," he called out. "It's safe to get up." He lifted a hand to rub wearily at his aching temples and fought to still its tremor. He pushed out of the cradle and stood on unsteady feet, blinking his eyes to clear the strange double vision he seemed to be having. He tried to move forward and staggered. Feet tangled over his first step, and he fell hard onto his knees. The last thing he saw was Samantha Travis's alarmed face as she rushed toward him. In the tug above Vermilion, at about the same time Wraith's alarm klaxons began to sound, Gabe's attention was wrested from the planet below by a brilliant flash of light. Horror hit him as the tug's sensors flashed a brief image of an expanding ball of orange gas. Immediately, the ship's forward screens went dark. At the same time, Hire pushed the tug's reverse thrusters to full throttle. Air was forced from Gabe's lungs as he found himself jerked forward, his body pressed hard against the seat's webbing. "What the hell?" His shout was cut off by the Chief Warrant's next words. "EMP, sir!" Warning sirens began to sound, and Hire silenced them one by one, hands racing across a darkened set of hollow screens. "I thought that couldn't happen in space." Gabe's voice came out strained, pushed by the tug's acceleration. "DeGrasse's was," Hire cursed under her breath, "at geostationary orbit. Vermilion has just enough electrons up here to seed a decent-sized pulse?" "Yes, and no, sir," Hire said. "I think that was more than one blast. The big one was higher up, but something definitely hit the upper atmosphere, too." "Are we?" Addie began, voice thready. She cleared her throat. "Are we going to crash?"
Gabe wished he could reassure the doctor, but he was law enforcement, not an aviator. He had no idea what their situation entailed. "No, ma'am," Heyer's voice cut in, dispassionate yet confident. "The only thing that got hit was our forward sensors, mainly because I wasn't expecting anything, so they were unshielded and exposed to the pulse. Only reason I accelerated so hard was to get us out of the way, to avoid a possible debris strike." Heyer eased up on the thruster's pressure, allowing Gabe to take in a full breath for the first time in the past minute. He straightened in his seat. "Okay, then," he said. "What's our status?" "Good question." Heyer scrubbed at her blue fuzz, a distracted motion he noticed she adopted when deep in thought, while one hand worked her console. "We're safe now. Planet's between us and whatever happened over there. And we're fully operational, except for those forward sensors. I've dispatched a pair of drones to give us a peek at what happened." She twisted in her pilot's cradle, one hand coming to rest comfortingly on Fred's mournful head. Gabe rather suspected the one needing comfort was Katie, not the Bassett. Her worried eyes met his. "I can't raise anyone on comms," she told him. "Not one single person. All of the relay units associated with DeGrasse are offline, and I haven't received a ping back from the Starshot buoy stationed in orbit either." Beside him, Addie stirred. "That's not unexpected, though, is it? I mean, if the blast took out the buoy at the Taurus, we could still target the next one in line, couldn't we?" Heyer compressed her lips and waggled her hand. "Yeah, but not without some loss. The buoys have collimators built in to focus the signal. With the nearest one gone, the feed to the one and AU out is going to be weaker and more dispersed. Plus, we'll have 8 minutes or so of lag." Gabe nodded as he thought through what he recalled from his briefing prior to arriving in the system. Loughton Star had more of a quick and dirty string of buoys, positioned at 1 AU intervals, rather than the full system spread that existed in the Alliance's 2 main population centers of Procyon and Sirius. Still, the Navy had done a fine job planting a solid corridor between Loughton's CY gate and the Taurus. The buoys weren't connected to the gate in any way, but they did use it as an anchor point for the naval station located beside it. The buoys tracked the gate as vermilion swept around the star every 18 days, automatically adjusting their paths so that the small naval station next to the gate remained in sight at all times. This guaranteed that, no matter where you were along the flight path, communications lag between you and anywhere in the Geminate Alliance was at worst 4 minutes long. All you needed was access to a comms system and secured credentials that the Ford's Vader node within the buoy would accept. The nodes themselves used the optical phenomenon of evanescent waves to achieve the mathematical equivalent of quantum tunneling. This provided instantaneous transmission of information between operational FS nodes throughout the galaxy. Heyer interrupted Gabe's reverie with a sharp exclamation. "You're going to want to see this, sir." There was something odd in her tone. She flicked her hand up, and an image appeared on her main screen. There was a split-screen feed from the 2 drones. The image they showed sent a jolt through Gabe. DeGrasse was simply not there. Stunned silence fell over the 3 of them. After a few long moments, Heyer turned and pinned him with a grave look. "Orders, Captain Alvarez?" Her voice was quiet and very formal. Gabe blinked, Heyer's use of his cover's rank throwing him for a second. He blew out a breath and forced his mind to consider immediate next steps. There weren't many. Nodding to the cockpit screens, he asked, "Can you pull up a screenshot of the last real-time data you recorded?" The chief warrant turned back around. "Coming up, sir." The hollow screens flickered, then lit up with data. Gabe could see from the timestamp that they were about 2 minutes old. He leaned forward, studying them. "Damn, that's a lot of ships," he commented, as he watched the vessels that had been circling in the no-wake zone. "We need to get over there and search for survivors." "No can do, sir. Radiation in that area is too high right now for what this ship can take. The drone's sensors are telling me it's equivalent to the yield of 5 small fusion reactors losing containment." Pained eyes met his as she added softly, "DeGrasse was powered by 5 reactors." His lips compressed, and he gave Heyer a wordless nod of understanding, which she returned. He turned to a hollow screen that displayed DeGrasse's STC's last deep system scan of all space traffic. He spotted the courier ship, now more than 5,000 kilometers closer to the heliopause.
Another cluster of dots, hundreds of AU away, marked the Navy's picket, stationed at Loughton's CY gate. And then his eyes landed on a lone dot, much closer in.
That ship, right there.
He pointed it out to Hire.
Who is it?
Hire tapped on the icon, and the ship's ident opened up in a floating window.
It's the Haversham, sir. Patrol boat,
she said.
About 2 AU away.
Gabe cocked his head at the pilot.
Far enough not to be harmed by debris, then?
Hire waved a hand in dismissal.
Not a factor.
Gabe scratched the side of his chin, feeling stubble from where he'd neglected to shave that morning.
How much of a light lag?
Little under 10 minutes.
And what's their status? How long can the tug remain in flight?
Oh, indefinitely, sir. It's not the tug that's the limiting factor. It'll be our bladders.
Hire grimaced.
And the number of meal rats I have in storage.
He nodded.
Okay, then.
He glanced over at Addie.
Looks like you're going to get your wish to see the planet sooner than you expected.
Addie's mouth compressed into a thin line, and she shook her head.
This isn't how I envisioned it happening.
She paused, an uneasy look in her eyes.
Gabriel, this wasn't an accident, was it?
He heard Hire suck in a sharp breath.
Can't rule out foul play, no.
Turning back to Hire, he ordered,
Send a message to that patrol boat. Tell them we're headed down to the surface to rendezvous with the survivors at the outpost. Send them a data burst of all the information you have on the event. Then request a secured comm once they're within range.
Will do. And Captain?
She twisted back around to face him.
The Betsy has a whole store of those microdrones. I could program them to scout the area and send us a feed. At the very least, we'll have something to share with whoever the Navy sends to investigate.
Gabe's eyes hardened.
Hell yes, they would.
Yes. Someone should hold vigil for them.
Addie's voice was soft, barely a whisper.
It's the only thing left to do.
Do it.
He instructed Hire before turning to Addie.
Oh, we're going to do a hell of a lot more than hold vigil, Doc. If there's evidence out there, I aim to find it.
Bedside Manners. GNS Wraith. As Wraith sliced its way silently through the black toward Loughton Gate, Micah slowly regained consciousness. His head pounded, and his eyes refused to open. He tried to form words, but they came out as a groan. Moving proved to be a huge mistake. Fighting a wave of nausea, he reached up to try to keep his brains inside his skull, and discovered he only had use of one arm.
Gah,
he muttered, swallowing convulsively. He forced himself to take slow, deep breaths until the sick feeling passed. Instinct had him reaching for his wire, but his mind felt like one big bruise, so he opted to wait. Cracking one eye open on a low moan, he found his field of vision filled with a pointed, furry face. A wet nose pressed against his cheek as a voice boomed inside his head.
Micah 2's awake.
Before he could protest the ferret's volume, it had scampered off his chest. It was then that he became aware of another, heavier weight. This one lay across his thighs, immobilizing one arm. Hot breath blew onto his exposed hand. Micah's other eye flew open in alarm. Carefully tilting his head forward, he got an eyeful of midnight-hued cat. The panther lay across his torso, both paws pinning his arm against his chest, its muzzle resting between them. That put the cat's jaws far too close to his hand for his liking. Micah jerked his arm away, or tried to. The motion caused pain to explode inside his head, and he fell back with another moan. He heard footsteps approach, and he risked another look to find Sam's face hovering above his own.
Good kitty,
he whispered hoarsely.
Nice kitty. Go away, Jewel. Shoo.
The doctor tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile.
That's Pascal,
she corrected.
Harper brought him out. We needed his help to get you up onto the bunk after you passed out.
He must have shot her a skeptical look. Her expression turned wry.
You locked us out of the controls, Captain. We couldn't very well reduce speed and lower the gravity without access. And you're kind of heavy at 1G?
So, the cat...
Don't worry. Was careful with his fangs. Only tore your flight suit in 2 places. The panther's mental voice held a distinctly amused flavor,
as if he knew Micah was scared witless and was enjoying that fact. Micah said, the ability to form anything more coherent momentarily escaping him.
Pascal won't hurt you. I told him to stand guard and let me know when you awaken so I could examine you, Sam said. You're in bad shape, Captain. I need you to remain still and let some of the damage you sustained heal.
Micah tried to utter a protest, but she cut him off.
I only have the one Surge's suite, and it's occupied. You're suffering from several small brain bleeds. I had to do some fast work to repair it.
But, he began weakly. He felt a dip in the bunk's mattress, and the panther's bulk shifted as Sam pushed Pascal over to make more room for herself. He felt a hand probing at the back of his skull, then the coolness of her bracer-clad fingers as they came to rest against his temple.
In matters like this, I outrank you, she informed him, studying the bracer's readouts.
She pulled her hand back and straightened, giving him a severe look.
Pascal is going to stand guard to make sure you don't get up until I say you can. Understood?
Micah grimaced.
Just so long as he doesn't get any ideas, he said. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't taste very good.
Pascal's eyes glittered at him, mischief in their green depths. Bending his head, he licked Micah's hand, the tongue warm, wet sandpaper against his skin.
Needs salt. Sam laughed and lightly slapped the back of the big cat's head.
Behave,
she admonished, as the cat's jaw dropped in a feline grin. Micah let his head fall back and squeezed his eyes shut.
I will. He can go now. Really?
I was talking to the cat.
The cat just chuffed a laugh and settled his head back down onto Micah's chest. Sam left Micah to Pascal's questionable humor and went to find Harper. The intelligence officer was seated in the co-pilot's cradle, deep in thought. One foot was tucked underneath her, the other foot pushed against the deck, swinging the chair idly back and forth. She looked up at Sam's approach.
You realize that wasn't an accident?
The analyst's eyes burned with intensity. Sam nodded wordlessly as she took a seat across from her friend. They sat, silently staring at each other for a long moment. Finally, Harper spoke.
Whoever did this thinks they've destroyed all the Alliance's research, and the samples that were being studied, too.
Her words were soft, quiet. Sam shook her head.
Not all of it,
she countered in an equally soft tone.
Just the data that hadn't already been archived and sent back. The material, however, yeah, we were careful to keep that isolated here, within this system.
Harper tilted her head to indicate the screen that took up most of Wraith's main hollow area. The image showed the position of every ship in the system known to DeGrasse at the time of its destruction.
I was monitoring the frequency the Nova strikes were on when they were searching for us. I had the STC feed up on another screen so I could confirm all the fighters had docked after the order to stand down had been issued.
Harper shrugged.
We kind of got sidetracked in the cargo bay, and I didn't bother turning anything off. The STC feed kept recording while I was away.
With a gesture, Harper narrowed the image's focus, and a small courier ship sprang into view. Harper nodded at the vessel.
I went over the recordings while you were treating our friend back there. 3 people boarded that ship, along with a large shipping crate. One of those people was Clint Janus.
Sam drew in a breath.
You think Janus fled with both the research and the samples, don't you?
Harper shrugged.
It makes sense.
She tilted her head, as if looking at the image from a different angle might gain her fresh insights.
The one thing I can't figure is who he's working for. Could be one of the big pharma conglomerates back in the consortium. Could be Acadia.
Sam sucked in a breath.
Those could be 2 very different motivations.
Harper's smile held no mirth.
You're telling me? Greed?
She turned one palm up.
Or terrorism?
The other palm rose to hover beside the first. Sam suppressed a frisson of fear that slithered down her spine.
What Acadia could do with what we discovered doesn't bear considering.
She stood and began to pace.
I need to place a call to Duncan. Now, Harper.
The other woman looked up at her and nodded, but then immediately followed it with a shake of her head.
I agree, but I'm not quite sure how we can do that and still play hide-and-seek with the Alliance Navy.
Sam came to a stop and clutched the back of the pilot's cradle.
We don't know that they're still trying to find us,
she countered. Harper's sigh was explosive.
The freaking research tourists just blew the hell up, Sam. Given the fact that they had just called off the search for you and Micah when it happened, I'm pretty sure they'd consider us the most likely suspects.
Sam could hear the exasperation coloring her friend's tone, and nodded reluctantly, ceding her the point. She glanced back at the man resting under the care of the black-furred, green-eyed panther, and sighed.
Okay. I don't dare risk awakening our chiral friend until some of the inflammation has gone down in his cranium. The surgical procedure I set to run on the original Micah has another half-hour left in its cycle. Once it's done, I'll awaken him and get him to alter course for us.
Harper cleared her throat, drawing Sam's attention away from the somnolent man.
You know we're 5 hours behind Janice, right?
At her nod, Harper continued.
That's going to get a lot longer if we stop at a buoy long enough to talk to your uncle. Are you sure that's the best thing?
Sam's mouth twisted in a humorless grin.
I'm pretty sure the Director of National Security has a lot more resources at his disposal to track Janice down than we do.
Harper sat back.
Point.
Sam sighed and stood.
Yes, now would be a good time to check on the Surgery Suite then. We need at least one of those men awake so I can contact Duncan and give him an update.
She pushed to her feet and strode over to where Pascal and the unconscious pilot lay. The medical nano she'd recently injected into his system was slaved to her own wire so that she could monitor his progress. She checked it one last time, relieved to see the intracranial swelling she'd spotted after he'd navigated them safely through the debris field was beginning to recede. In a few more hours, Micah Case's chiral clone should be as good as new.
Of course, considering how new he truly is, I guess that's not saying much.
Super Bolide. Remote Research Outpost, Vermilion. The research outpost was in a state of chaos when Addie and Gabe arrived. They were met by a grim-faced Marine. One glance at the woman's hollow pips told Gabe she was a butterbar, a second lieutenant. A ping of her ident token told him she was Lieutenant Angel, newly arrived at Loughton Star. "Sir." She snapped him a salute before turning to escort them to the outpost's main operations center. "Glad to see someone survived." Gabe nodded and scanned the compound in one quick visual sweep, before falling into step beside her. With a quick look and a gesture, he indicated he wanted Addie and Hire to follow along. "Status?" he asked. Under his cover as security chief for DeGrasse, and considering Fraley's last orders that united them into a joint task force, the Marine would report to him, even though he wasn't in her line of command. "Everyone's pretty shaken," Angel replied. "But the scientists are monitoring the atmosphere for any additional problems headed our way. By the way, if they do find something, don't be surprised if the power cuts out on you. The buckyball's not strong enough to keep a plasma shield operational at all times." "Oh?" Gabe turned his head to look where she pointed. The meter-wide buckyball hung, suspended, a few hundred meters above them. The ball held a microfusion plant, buried deep inside its radiation shadow shield. It provided the light and heat needed to illuminate the area during Vermilion's 6-day-long night cycle. "Yes, sir. It's only got enough power to light the compound, and to power the external heaters we have set up around the perimeter of the grounds to keep the temperature from dipping too low for the civvies." Her tone implied her Marines were too tough to be bothered with a little thing like extreme cold. She explained that the buckyball could provide either light and heat, or a shield strong enough to repel the Taurus's shrapnel, but not both. Gabe punctuated her commentary with a few well-placed grunts, encouraging her to continue the debrief. The ejecta from the Taurus's explosion had shot out in a mostly spherical wave, so only a few of the wreckage fragments ended up on a trajectory to intersect with the outpost. The thermal properties of the three were such that they'd made it through the crucible of atmospheric friction, all with significant loss of mass. They'd impacted the settlement and its immediate area within minutes of each other. Each had been heralded by a flashy, dramatic entrance, but thankfully none did lasting damage to the outpost. "So now they're just watching and waiting for stragglers, although they really don't anticipate any," she concluded. "We'll go dark and pop up the shield long enough to bounce any additional projectiles if they're spotted, but otherwise we'll remain unprotected." Gabe grunted again and gave her a nod. He followed her into the building where her Marines were staffing the outpost's communication station and monitoring what sensors were still functioning. "Any indication of survivors?" Angel shook her head. "None yet. She looked over at Hire. "We patched your drone's feed into our system. Honestly, the radiation's still jacking up the connection a bit, but we anticipate that'll clear up within an hour."
Addie stepped forward.
"And if we find any, what are our chances of getting to them?"
Angel grimaced.
"We only have the one shuttle, ma'am, and now the tug. Our other shuttle was up at the Taurus, resupplying, when the evac order came." Gabe saw Addie wince at that, and his gut tightened in sympathy for Angel's Marines, now presumed lost.
"Very well," he said,
and then brought them up to speed on his dispatch to the patrol boat. The Marine on comm nodded. "We're in contact with the Haversham, sir," he said. "They just sent us a revised ETA. They should be here in 17 hours. That's 0900 local tomorrow morning." Gabe considered the man's words for a long minute, then nodded and glanced around the command center.
"Anything else we can do to help out, Lieutenant?"
he asked, turning to Angel once more. She shook her head. "Things are about as status quo as you can get around here, considering the news we just received." He crossed his arms, fingers tapping out a silent tattoo against his sleeve as he considered what he needed to do next. Tilting his head at the closed doors that led deeper into the building, he asked Angel,
"Got somewhere private I can borrow for a bit? I need to write up a report and send it on up the chain."
The lieutenant's expression took on a wry look. "Camp's pretty basic. You could use the break room for a while. We'll make sure no one disturbs you." Beside him, Hire stirred and hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "I think I'll go back to old Betsy and see if I can repair her forward sensors."
"Good idea."
He nodded, then slid a glance over at Addie. She looked thoughtful. "I don't imagine anyone here needs medical help, but I'll check in anyway. Maybe they could use a hand packing up." She gave a small shrug. "Then I might wander around a bit." He cracked a smile at her.
"I know the circumstances aren't ideal, but you did say you've always wanted to check this place out?"
She shot him a humorless smile in return.
"Not what I'd envisioned, Alvarez."
He tipped his head, acknowledging her point. She and Hire departed and turned to follow the lieutenant to the command center's break room. No more than 15 minutes later, a warning klaxon sounded, announcing an imminent power blackout. Gabe set his coffee down on the table beside him as he saved and closed the report he'd been composing. In the next moment, his wire pinged him.
"Gabriel!"
The mental shout was Addie's. He'd set his wire to auto-accept any ping she sent. The tension in her voice had him shooting to his feet.
"Where are you?"
he asked, slipping through the command center, past shadowy figures hovering in the semi-darkness lit only by holoscreens. At the entrance, he paused, his gaze raking the settlement, but he saw nothing.
"Southfield, just beyond the cultivars,"
came her terse reply as he initiated a locator ping. The blue glow emanating from the buckyball above his head told him the plasma shield was in place, but he seriously doubted it extended beyond the compound's perimeter.
"Get under the shielding, now!"
"On my way,"
was her grim response. "Stray piece of debris," he heard the sensor tech announce from the room behind him as he stepped off the ceramicrete floor and onto packed vermilion soil. "Looks like it collided with something else up there. That altered its trajectory and sent it our way."
"Looks like a 30-meter section of regolith from the Taurus's outer shell,"
a second voice said with quiet authority. "Most of that will vaporize when it hits the atmosphere, but not all. There's a 50-50 chance that whatever survives entry will airburst overhead. There'll be smaller bodies, closer to 2 meters, but they're going to crater when they impact the surface."
30 meters. Shit, that's a 7-story building.
Gabe took off running in the direction of Addie's ID token, knowing he had a few minutes at most to get to her. "Traveling at..." The sensor tech's voice faded as he moved further away from the entrance. "Mach 60.
"Minutes?"
Gabe thought with rising panic as he broke into a sprint.
"Who am I kidding? We only have seconds. Talk to me, Addie."
Her mental voice sounded winded.
"I'm coming. Ground's a bit too rocky to run full out without risk of a broken ankle."
"No excuses, Moran."
He barked the command, fear lending a harsh edge to his mental tone.
"Do it!"
He spied her just as the skies above him lit up with a brilliance that outshone the red dwarf. He put on a burst of speed, crashing into the tall grasses that lined the outpost's perimeter, using his optical implant's full spectrum to try to eke out any additional details from the terrain. He reached Addie and hooked an arm around her waist, his greater strength and speed pushing her bodily forward. They were 20 meters from the perimeter when the superbolide exploded, and he urged Addie forward, knowing the blast wave would catch up to them sooner or later. A secondary explosion, this one much closer to the ground, hit when they were within 3 meters of the clearing. At the same time, the blast wave from the first explosion caught up to them, flinging them to the ground and causing Vermilion to shiver under a small seismic quake. Gabe looked up in time to see a 2-meter round shape hurtling past them, a remnant of the larger piece of regolith. He had no time to react before the now subsonic fragment struck the area Addie had recently vacated, and he felt the ground shudder beneath him once more. Distantly, Gabe registered that the shield had winked out of existence, to be replaced with the buckyball's return to artificial daylight. He groaned and rolled to his side to alleviate the pain from the sharp rock that was digging into his left kidney. As he took in huge gulps of air and tried to get his thudding heart under control, he took stock of his various aches and pains. He turned his head to the woman lying prone beside him.
"You okay?"
he asked. Addie merely nodded, too busy trying to get her own breathing under control. She pushed against the soft grasses, now flattened beneath them. Her torso shook in reaction. Her head was down, face obscured by a fall of blue-black hair. Reaching over, he wrapped a hand around her arm and gave it a brief, reassuring squeeze.
"You scared the living shit out of me there, Doc,"
he managed on an exhale. Rolling onto his back once again after carefully relocating the rock, he looked up at the sky, giving himself a few more breaths before pushing himself wearily to his feet. He turned and offered her a hand, and she struggled to her feet with a wince, pushing her hair back from her face with a hand that still shook.
"Let's not repeat that anytime soon, okay?"
She stared back at him for a beat before dipping her head in a quick jerk. They turned and walked back to the outpost's grounds without another word spoken between them. Several hours later, Gabe sat in the outpost's communication center nursing a hot cup of coffee as he watched Addie stand at the edge of the clearing that ringed the outpost. She was running a hand absently across the tops of the grass stalks growing tall at the clearing's edge as she stared out at a lazy spiral of smoke that rose from the spot where the bolide had impacted. The doctor was made of stern stuff. She'd handled the shock of DeGrasse's destruction better than he would have expected, and she'd come through the near brush with the Taurus fragment just fine, too.
"I suppose she's used to functioning under stressful conditions in the ER,"
he mused. Taking one last sip of his coffee, he forced his thoughts away from the doctor and back to the task of composing his report to his superior. When DeGrasse blew up, so had his cover story. In the end, Toland's unusual request for a criminal investigations special agent to play the role of DeGrasse's security chief had been warranted, after all. 4 dead bodies, 3, with the Micah case sighting, had been enough to warrant it. The demise of nearly 20,000 propelled it firmly into NCIC's domain. It was time to report in. Appending a brief summary to the data he'd compiled, Gabe sealed the report with his military token and then used the outpost's signal booster to connect to the patrol boat. From there, the secured message would be routed through the nearest star-shot buoy to his office in Procyon. With a weary sigh, Gabe pushed away from the comm console. He knew a response would take a number of hours to arrive. He rose to refill his coffee, then snagged a ration bar from the cabinet above the beverage dispenser, and sat back down to wait. Aftermath. Remote Research Outpost, Vermilion. After their near brush with death, Addie walked the compound, too wired by adrenaline to stay in one place. She hated the fact there was nothing she could do to make the situation any better. She'd checked in with the research team when they'd arrived, but none had needed the services of a trauma surgeon. The kind of trauma they were experiencing was more in line with the needs only a psychologist could provide, and it made her feel damn useless. So she wandered. Her path dumped her out of the outpost's main working space into a climate-regulated nursery. Inside were dozens of seedling beds, spaced evenly beneath computer-controlled misters. The lines of beds stretched dozens of meters outward until they reached a large hangar-like door that opened out into a meticulously groomed garden area. This was filled with neat rows of native plants, monitored by robotic crop tenders. Beyond that stretched the compound perimeter. Addie wandered the outpost alone, eschewing the offer of an escort. She knew those living down here were still processing what had happened, just as she was. But she'd had the benefit of an hour-long flight and an up-close opportunity to view the tug's data firsthand. The people on the planet's surface were still sifting through it all. One of the first things Hire had done was to link the Betsy to the outpost's main node, so they could download all the information the tug had gathered. That's where those planetside were, poring over the data, trying to make sense of it all. Addie looked up, realizing suddenly that she'd gravitated once more to the outpost's southern edge. A scattering of bioluminescent plants in the distance cast the landscape outside the circle of light in an ethereal glow. Closer in, the trail of smoke from the fallen fragment could still be seen. She stared out at it, unable to stop thinking about what that small, smoking fragment represented. The numbness that had initially overtaken her as the disaster unfolded was beginning to wear off, and she mentally ticked off the names of those friends and colleagues she would never see again. She looked up, shading her eyes against the warm, golden light from the buckyball. It mimicked the sunlight that would strike Garnet when the continent was on its dayside rotation, 5 standard days from now.
"You doing okay?"
Gabe's voice broke into the quiet that surrounded her. She turned, and he offered up a steaming cup of coffee as he came to a stop beside her, staring out at the smoldering piece of metal. After a moment, he shifted.
"It's natural to feel survivor's guilt, you know,"
he reminded her quietly, with a glance up at the sky.
Guilt.
She repeated the word. She cringed at the bitter tone she heard in her own voice, cradling the warm mug between her hands. Giving herself a mental shake, she turned to him and forced a smile.
"So, any news?"
He tilted his head, sympathy in his eyes. Shoving his free hand into a pants pocket, he nodded.
"I spoke with the commander of the patrol boat."
He gazed off into the distance, eyes roaming over the bioluminescent foliage as he lifted his mug and took a sip.
"They're hauling ass to get here, pulling 5 Gs. Should arrive first thing tomorrow morning."
Addie nodded as she considered the number of people who'd made the outpost's prefabricated buildings their temporary home.
"That's good. The supplies down here will last for a good month, maybe longer. But I'm worried about the strain that'll put on the camp."
She waved a hand to indicate the foreign landscape, then nodded at the tidy rows of experimental plants being cultivated within the settlement's borders.
"That chiral stuff's edible, but utterly useless for sustaining human life."
Gabe snorted a laugh.
Water everywhere and not a drop to drink."
That brought a reluctant smile to her face.
"Something like that. Yes."
"Well, they only have to rough it until tomorrow morning. Then the patrol boat can begin airlifting them out of here and heading to the gate. Speaking of which..."
He turned serious eyes on her.
"I spoke to the patrol boat's captain and told her I have an important lead that needs to be pursued. They have a fast pinnace that can get me to the naval station ahead of that courier ship. I'd like to take any analysis you have on Stinton's death with me when I go."
Addie eyed him curiously.
"Do you really think there's a connection between the deaths and—"
Her voice trailed off, and she looked up toward where DeGrasse used to be.
"I can't rule out that possibility at this time. No."
The way he said that made her look at him more closely.
"Isn't this a bit out of your wheelhouse as chief of security?"
she asked. Something shifted behind his eyes. She moved toward him, stepping into his space.
"Hold on here. What is it you're not telling me, Alvarez?"
she demanded, jabbing a finger against his shoulder. Gabe tilted his head, one eyebrow lifted, and considered her silently for a moment. Nodding to himself, he seemed to come to an internal decision.
"I guess it won't hurt to tell you. I'm not Navy security, Addie. I'm with NCIC. Toland requested an agent on DeGrasse. Based on the past few weeks' events, I think we can conclude she had a legitimate reason to believe someone was making a play for the chiral research."
He jerked his chin skyward.
"What happened up there could be an accident, but..."
She nodded her understanding.
"But your gut is screaming at you. I get it. Mine is too." She hesitated, then crossed her arms. You didn't mention your suspicions about Sam to your superiors, did you?
When he remained silent, she dropped her arms and glared at him.
You did. That's just wrong, Gabe. Don't tarnish your reputation posthumously like that.
He shook his head. Sorry, Addie, I had no choice. It's my duty to report all suspicious activity, especially since we don't know for certain she died in the explosion. I told you they were searching near space for cases Helios when the evacuation was ordered. Just because they didn't find anything doesn't mean that ship wasn't lying doggo right under their noses.
Addie pivoted to face the field of crops as she considered his words. If Sam had slipped away from DeGrasse, Addie knew there was a very good reason behind that action. She just wasn't sure how she'd convince Gabe of that. Her eyes rose to his once more.
Have you considered she might have felt she couldn't trust the people in authority on the station? That she had somehow been compromised and they wouldn't be able to keep her safe?
Gabe tilted his head to one side, studying her from narrowed eyes. He nodded slowly.
It's possible. She'll be free to present her case to the authorities after I bring her, and whoever is with her, in for questioning.
Addie's mouth firmed.
Then I'm coming with you.
Gabe shook his head impatiently and turned away. He blew out a sharp breath, hooking a hand around the back of his neck as he stared down at the grass beneath his feet. After a moment, he turned back to face her.
Look, Doc, this won't be a pleasure cruise,
he said in a tired tone.
We're going to be pushing 5 Gs all the way in.
Okay.
He shook his head, crossing his arms.
Come on, Addie, let's be realistic here. There's no reason for you to...
I can handle it. I did my first deployment on a combat search and rescue hospital ship. CSAR medical personnel embedded with the Helios crews when they went into a hot zone to rescue downed personnel. We sometimes pulled as many as 30 Gs on a mission like that.
She reminded him.
I have the same smart carbine lattice Navy pilots do.
But why would you voluntarily subject yourself to something like this when it's not necessary? Don't you trust me to do the right thing?
She stared steadily back at him, hesitating.
I do,
she admitted finally.
I'm just concerned you might not be willing to consider all possibilities. And I have this terrible feeling that time is of the essence with whatever's going on.
At some point during their conversation, the buckyball had transitioned through an artificial sunset. She looked up now, past the rounded structure and out into the night sky.
Don't you feel it? Somehow the search for Sam and that Navy pilot they were trying to apprehend is connected to whatever Clint Janis is up to.
She turned back to Gabe, her eyes shining with a determined light.
And whatever it is, I'll be damned if I let him get away with it.
Weighing Options. GNS Wraith. When Micah awoke a few hours later, he felt relatively human again. He wasn't back to full capacity, but at least his brain no longer felt like it was going to leak out his ears. A quick glance told him that his feline caretaker had slipped away. He breathed a bit easier at that. The big cat was going to take some getting used to, his tendency to amuse himself at Micah's expense even more so. He stood and looked around. The cabin was empty, but the cargo bay doors were open, so he headed in that direction in search of his passengers. Murmured voices reached his ears the moment he passed through the bay doors. Rounding the stack of crates, the Surge's suite came into view. His other self was conscious once again, and for some reason that surprised him. The mental connection they shared had been silent since he'd awakened. Perhaps that was why. He slowed his approach, not wanting to interrupt. But then the man looked over, and the doctor turned to follow his eye line.
Sorry, I didn't mean...
Micah began to step away, but Sam beckoned him forward.
How are you feeling?
She asked as he came to a stop beside the Surge's suite. He jerked his head to one side, in one of those brief, wordless motions that could mean anything. The man in the bed coughed a laugh.
Guess that means you're feeling better.
Micah started.
I thought this thing between us might have gone away, he sent tentatively. You haven't said anything in a while.
The voice inside his head made an amused sound.
Didn't want to fry your gray matter. Doc said to let your brain heal before trying again, but it's not causing you any pain.
That last thought was stated with a confidence that told Micah his counterpart wasn't asking a question. Rather, he was stating a fact. Dark brows winged up as Micah shot his mirror image a questioning look. He felt a mental shrug in return.
Don't ask me how I can tell. I just can.
So, what's up with this special connection we seem to have, Doc? Micah asked, his eyes never leaving the single bright blue one of his doppelganger.
I guess I'm the doppelganger, though,
he thought. The thought hurt. Sam's eyes shifted thoughtfully from him to his mirror twin and back.
If I had to guess, she said slowly, I'd chalk it up to quantum entanglement.
Micah quirked an eyebrow at her and tapped the side of his head. Simple pilot's brain, Doc. Remember? Sam shook her head and quirked a half smile.
Try selling that fiction somewhere else, Captain. I'm not buying, but okay, I'll give it a shot.
She paused as if to gather her thoughts, and then lifted her hands, bringing her index fingers together side by side.
Entanglement is what happens when two particles interact. The interaction forces a kind of interdependence upon them both.
She pulled her fingers apart.
Once separated, that interdependence remains. If you look closely at one of them and saw it spinning in one direction,
she sent one finger circling in a clockwise motion,
then you'd instantly know the other's spin.
The other finger moved counterclockwise.
It's as if they're twins, separated at birth, but they still look the same and have the same traits.
So we're entangled?
She nodded.
I think so, yes. You two are literally the same person, except for molecular spin.
Yeah, Micah muttered. Except I was 3D printed. He came out the natural way.
Sam cocked her head, pinning him with a look.
Not so different, really. He was just 3D printed in vitro, is all. Isn't that what childbirth is, in essence?
She smiled.
All that really matters is that you're alive. I know we're in completely uncharted territory here. We'll just make up the rules as we go along. Deal?
Micah glanced at his counterpart and nodded reluctantly.
Okay then. Enough science for now.
The doctor studied him, her eyes intent.
Let's talk about your recovery. How does it feel to use your wire?
He sent his mind down the mental pathway that allowed him to connect with the ship and turned sharply to face his twin.
You altered our course?
It was at my request.
Sam quickly interposed.
We're on our way to the nearest star-shot buoy so I can report in.
We don't need to dead-eye the buoy to send a message, he protested. We can just squirt a comm packet to it as we pass by. I think getting back to Procyon with the news about this shit this Janus guy was experimenting with on DeGrasse should be our priority right now. Plus, we're the only real Taurus survivors. We're going to need to report on that as soon as possible.
Sam shook her head at him.
I hear what you're saying, but I need to talk to my uncle, and to do that, I need a real-time encrypted link.
Micah's eyes narrowed at her words.
I already told her that slowing to rendezvous with a starshot was going to increase transit time by 2 days.
His mirror twin warned. Micah looked up as Harper joined them. The words she led with had him rocking back on his heels.
Janus survived the explosion, she informed him. He's headed for the gate.
Micah arrowed an angry stare back at Sam.
Another reason we shouldn't stop, he snapped. We should be hauling ass to catch up to him.
Harper shook her head.
This calls for a bit more subtlety than that. If I'm right, then Janus is much more than a murderer. He's our traitor. Sam's work inside the lab suggests that someone's been siphoning material from the samples brought up from Vermilion.
Sam nodded, expression tight.
Harper found STC footage of Janus leaving the Taurus. The ship he was on loaded a large shipping crate into its hold before it departed. We think Janus has the research on him. The samples, too.
Micah opened his mouth once again to protest the detour, but his mirror self beat him to it.
Adap Helios has far more under the hood than that courier. We can beat Janus to the gate without breaking a sweat.
Only if we're willing to reveal that we survived DeGrasse,
Sam countered.
And I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Listen,
Harper said, exasperation creeping into her tone.
Before the Taurus went up, someone used Toland's token to issue an order for your arrest, and then erased all record of where it originated. It's only because of my MIL-INT access and my training as an analyst that I could see where Toland's token had been used and then written over.
But why? Micah asked.
Know who Lee Stinton is? Harper crossed her arms and shot him a questioning look.
Micah's brow furrowed as he considered the apparent non-sequitur. His mirror self supplied the answer. Stinton? The Navy's chief scientist?
Harper waggled her finger between the two men and the doctor.
Well, you're all wanted for questioning for his murder.
What? I didn't do it, Micah protested.
Harper nodded.
You know it, and I know it, but the Navy doesn't. The problem we now face is that the tourists pushed the warrant system-wide when they thought you might have managed to escape in a stealthed ship.
She uncrossed her arms and planted them at her waist, shooting them a knowing look.
So you tell me, what's the first thing you think the Navy's going to do if we break cover? You think they'll listen when we tell them to detain that ship? Or do you think they'll arrest first and ask questions later?
She's right, Sam said quietly.
Micah saw worry shadowing her eyes.
Fugitives wanted for the murder of Lee Stinton aren't going to be believed when they accuse the Taurus's lone surviving scientist of collusion with a foreign power. At least, not at first.
Micah crossed his arms and blew out a breath.
Well, geez, when you put it that way,
he muttered, eliciting an amused laugh from his twin.
There's something else to consider, and I'm not quite sure what this means. Harper intercepted an encrypted communications packet a few hours ago that she couldn't crack.
Micah cocked a brow at her.
Why is that suspicious?
Harper shot him a look.
It wouldn't be, not to anyone else, but I happen to have access to the highest levels of Alliance encryption through the NSA. If I can't read it, then something's up.
Micah whistled through his teeth.
Another alphabet agency, maybe? Or are you suggesting it was sent by an enemy star nation?
Harper lifted one shoulder in a half shrug.
All I can tell you is it was followed by a comm packet I could read. That one ordered the patrol boat that's on its way to Vermilion to reassign a pinnace to deliver someone to the gate. My guess is they're going to try to intercept someone before they transit. What I don't know is who they're gunning for. Us or that courier ship. That's why we need to let the NSA know, Sam added. They have a better chance of stopping Clint Janis than we do. I want to relay the message as quickly as we can, to give my uncle as much time as possible to pull an operation together from his end.
Micah shot Sam a look.
They're going to stop that ship regardless, you know. They're going to want to question them about what they saw.
Yes, but stopping them and detaining them are two very different things,
Harper cautioned.
And if they have the muscle to destroy DeGrasse, then they can't be working alone. We can't know they don't have accomplices working to grease their way through the picket on that end.
I get it.
Micah nodded reluctantly, but then hesitated.
You do realize that nothing happens very fast when you're inside a star system, right? At best cruising speed, it'll still take that courier ship another 27 days to get to the gate. If they're truly trying to sneak out, I doubt they'll push to a higher acceleration. That'd draw unwanted attention.
Speaking of unwanted attention, since we're wanted criminals now, his other self said,
that means we have the same problem, don't we?
Rotating his head on the hospital bed pillow, he shifted his one-eyed gaze from Micah to Sam.
Going to talk that uncle of yours into calling the heat off?
Sam nodded. Silence descended between them, and Micah took the time to digest the information. After a beat, Sam shot a look at Harper and tilted her head. They stepped away, giving the two a brief bit of privacy. Micah stood awkwardly for a moment, facing his double. He realized suddenly that the other man's mental voice no longer sounded exhausted like it had when they'd last spoken. He forced himself to examine himself more closely. The man's color was better, his single eye clear of pain. The tension bracketing his mouth earlier was now gone.
You,
Micah cleared his throat as he drew closer to the medical bed.
You're looking better? You doing okay there?
The other Micah nodded.
As well as can be expected. Bit of phantom pain from my legs, but the doc's working on blocking that.
This was the first time he'd spoken, and his voice sounded rough and scratchy. He grimaced, the gel pack adhered to his face, crinkling with the movement.
Guess I'll have to get used to being half a man until we get back to Humboldt, he rasped.
Micah winced in sympathy, but he nodded at his alter ego's mention of the Navy's main base of operations. Humboldt Base sat in geostationary orbit above Procyon's capital world of Cereba.
It made sense that they'd head there once this mission ended. About that, how do you think they're going to handle... He broke off, waving a finger between the two of them. I've been doing some thinking while you were getting your beauty sleep, the other Micah said, voice growing slightly stronger now with use. For now, you're the only operational Micah case. I think you should keep the name. For convenience. He shifted his gaze to Sam, who had stepped up to the bed once more. Let's call me by my first name, Jonathan. Micah grimaced. We've always hated that name. The original wheezed a laugh. Yeah, well, it's expedient. Until this whole thing gets sorted out, it'll do. Micah nodded to the man. Jonathan. He reminded himself to start thinking of him by that name. He groped for the right words to say to his mirror image, to someone who hadn't done a thing to deserve what had happened to him. I know who I am, he told the other man haltingly. I know you're the original, and I don't want you to think I'm gonna try to steal your life or anything. He jammed his hands against his waist and stared up at the overhead, his emotions a confused jumble. Fuck, this is harder than I thought it was going to be, he muttered, eliciting another laugh from his counterpart. Shit, man, you can say that again. The words were little more than a whisper. Well, you're not alone, either of you, Sam said. You have me and Harper in your corner. As soon as I contact Duncan, you'll have the National Security Agency behind you, too. He swallowed hard and ran his hands through his hair, nodding a wordless appreciation. She nodded back. We'll work this out. In the meantime, until we reach that buoy, you both have a bit more healing to do. She squared off with him, wrapped a hand around his upper arm, and then tugged lightly. You and I need to talk. You have a few special dietary requirements now that you never had before. Micah shot her a wary look. Permanent ones? At her nod, he asked, Do they have anything to do with why that mint you slipped me tasted like dill? Dude. His twin in the bed, Jonathan, made a face. Maybe I don't envy you that much after all. That's disgusting. Micah's mouth twitched. Somehow he knew Jonathan had said that only to lessen his tension, and he felt a surge of gratitude toward his other self. Sam smothered a short laugh. In a manner of speaking, yes. You'd better hear this too, Jonathan. She stumbled over the unfamiliar name. The captain, Micah, here, can ingest any food you or I can, but it won't provide him with the nutrition he needs to survive. Micah looked at her questioningly and dipped his head, eyes glued to hers, in an invitation to continue. She took in a deep breath. Remember what I said earlier, that chiral organisms needed to feed from their own kind? No food, grown on any other planet than here in Loughton's star, will adequately fuel your body. She clarified. No food anywhere? He heard the disbelieving tone in his own voice. She shook her head. Not without intervention, no. Micah swallowed as the implications dawned on him. Well then, I guess that answers that. I'm either stuck on vermilion for the rest of my life, or I die of starvation. He saw fierce determination cross the doctor's features. Not on my watch, you won't. She pointed to a DBC unit attached to a nearby bulkhead. Beside it sat a familiar-looking shape. You remember that duffel I forced you to go back and get when they were shooting at us? He looked closer at the shape, recognizing it. I do? He nodded. The molecular bricks inside are chirally polarized. I can use them to create the necessary supplements you need to survive. Better yet, I can use them to replicate themselves and create additional formation material. With those supplements, there's no reason you can't live a normal life. She sighed. It's not a perfect solution, but it beats the heck out of the alternative at the moment. Hell of a weight loss program you got going there, dude. Jonathan's voice sounded inside his head. Just think, you now have a license to eat as much of Mom's homemade lasagna as you want without having to worry about any added weight ruining your PT or running scores back at the base. Micah shot his twin a dirty look. Yeah, but how am I going to explain to her that she now has to cook her famous garlic dill potatoes with mint now, huh, genius? Jonathan grinned. That's your problem, bro, not mine. Unaware of the mental exchange, Sam continued. In a way, it's no different than some of the diseases we faced pre-diaspora,
type 1 diabetes, Graves' disease, the mutagenic Weber strain of viral meningitis that appeared in the late 2100s? She waved a hand. All of those were easily managed by daily medication, just like this will be for you. The concerned expression on her face caused Micah to want to reassure her, even though he knew she was the one trying to do the same for him. I get it, Doc, and I appreciate it. I literally owe you my life. We both do, Jonathan said. Micah turned back to look at his mirror image. We both do, he agreed. Here. Sam held out her hand. In it were 2 capsules. Sorry about the delivery system. It's a bit clumsy at the moment. When we get back to Procyon, I'll fit you with an internal nanopump so you're not burdened with anything as archaic as pills. For now, it'll do. She dropped the capsules into Micah's palm. Go get something in your stomach and take these with a full glass of water. Micah cocked an eyebrow her way. Take 2 and call you in the morning? Sam shot him a perplexed look. What? Jonathan coughed a brief laugh. Sorry, Doc. Long story, and it involves an uncle who was a pre-diaspora history buff. A bemused expression crossed her face before she straightened. Well then, she said briskly, I'll just set up the next round of therapy for Jonathan on the surge suite and let you gentlemen be about your business. She shook her head and stepped past Micah. Hey, bro. He turned to Jonathan. About Wraith. His voice trailed off, uncertain exactly what it was he was trying to convey. She's ours. Jonathan leaned on the word for emphasis. Yours as much as she is mine. She responds to us both equally, and we're not changing that. He tilted his head to one side. About the Starshot buoy. He sent along their private connection. Micah frowned, and then reached out to the ship's SI through his wire for an ETA. Before he could, Jonathan provided the answer. Little more than a day before we get there. Micah nodded, and then shot a quick look the doctor's way. You realize we'll be tipping our hand, he warned his twin. The look in Jonathan's single eye told him the man did indeed know. Streaming a signal for any length of time would alert the buoy's monitoring system to the presence of a ship nearby, a fact it would automatically report. When its sensor sweep came up negative, someone in communications at the Navy picket was bound to make the connection that a stealthed ship had come calling. Can't be helped, Jonathan pointed out. We get too far away, the whisker will lose its coherency. Yeah, Micah echoed, stroking his jaw thoughtfully. The whisker his twin mentioned was a tightly focused, directed laser beam connection, so named because its diameter was so small. Narrow as a whisker, someone had once said, and the moniker had stuck. The beam's narrow cross-section meant a ship would have to physically cut across its path to detect it. The problem was that, in order to keep the beam from spreading wide, they needed to be within 1,000 kilometers of the buoy to do it. Under normal circumstances, a whisker was only used to send information in a quick data squirt. The Helios could do a close pass and then be gone before the buoy had time for a positive ident. Guess we'll need to be ready to play hide-and-seek again, until her uncle gets the heat off our backs. Micah gave his mirror twin a resigned nod, then opened his palm to look at the 2 capsules the doctor had given him. Okay, then, he told them both, stepping away from the medical bed. Guess I'll be in the galley if you need me. A cold nose touching the back of his hand had Micah nearly jumping out of his skin. I take my steaks raw. Micah looked down to see Pascal. The big cat lolled his head to one side, grinning up at Micah. He didn't have to look far. The panther's head reached the top of his thigh. Micah glowered down at him. Who said I was making you dinner, Fuzzbrain? Call it payment for services rendered. Services rendered? Micah shifted his skeptical gaze from Pascal over to the doctor, who was unsuccessfully hiding a smile. What the hell kind of services did you render, you mangy piece of— For watching you while you slept. Sam laughed and shook her head, eyes twinkling. Don't even try to argue with cat logic. Trust me, you'll lose. Every time.
State Secrets. Ministry of State Security, Central Prefecture, Eridu, Akkadian Empire. For the second time in a week, Citizen General Che Jaza found himself facing the Minister of State Security. The report from Loughton's Star had come in 2 hours ago. After reviewing it, he'd brought it to her attention personally.
And there's no way that the explosion can be traced back to Acadia?
Rin Zhao's question hung between them as she stared at the feed's final image, the debris field that was once to grass frozen in midair. He shook his head.
Impossible to completely rule that out, but our agent believes it'll take some time before the Alliance will be able to mount any sort of investigation into it.
Rin Zhao nodded thoughtfully.
That same agent is on her way back to us, with the samples?
And with Janice as well. They departed for the gate just prior to the evacuation, he said.
Rin Zhao tapped her stylus lightly against her desk.
Janice. She drew the word out, tone contemplative.
One of our Geminate-born and raised assets, a biochemist. We arranged matters so that he would be selected for the DeGrasse team early on.
Che allowed distaste to cross his features.
Our agent reports Janice is slipping his leash.
How so?
Che really wished he did not have to tell her this, but it would not go well for him if others brought this to her attention.
No, he needed to own up to this. He killed without authorization, he said, and in a manner that could have garnered unwanted attention had our agent not cleaned up after him.
Rin Zhao shot him a sharp glance.
He was trained with the Zhongxun, was he not?
Her words held an edge to them. Che inclined his head.
Janice was born on Cereba and Procyon. As with all of our sleeper agents embedded within Geminate space, we had to limit his visit to months and not years, lest we raise suspicions. He came here for training at an early age and returned for periodic reconditioning under the guise of visiting relatives.
His conditioning is failing.
Che dipped his head lower, accepting the rebuke. Janice is a true sociopath. He requires stringent controls to keep his proclivities in check.
Che straightened, meeting her gaze once more.
We have assigned one of the assassins to him as a control.
We do not suffer ineptitude. Get rid of him.
Rin Zhao's voice was implacable.
With respect, Minister, we cannot. He is our only asset in Alliance space who understands what the scientists in Loughton's Star have found.
He lifted his gaze once more, spreading his hands in a gesture of supplication.
We need him, if not to bring our own scientists up to speed, then to continue to interface with Alliance experts and bring us more intelligence on what they have discovered.
Rin Zhao stared at Che for a long moment, saying nothing. He resisted the urge to shift uncomfortably under her regard.
Very well, she said finally. Tell our agent that he is to be reminded of his place and to whom he owes his allegiance.
Che bowed yet again. It will be done, Minister.
Unwitting pawn. Remote research outpost, Vermilion. Contact! The shouted word, followed by pounding footsteps, heralded the appearance of the Marine sensor tech. The man clung to the frame of the command center's open door as he shouted, "They've found survivors!" Gabe tossed a box of ammo aside and stepped away from the makeshift table he'd set up under the building's awning earlier that morning.
"Where?"
he demanded, his voice cutting through the chorus of voices demanding much the same thing. The tech shook his head. "Chief Warrant Hire just sent the news. She's up there with the Betsy, helping the patrol boat haul a dragnet through the debris. Came across one of the tourists' shuttles. She's picking up life signs. 7, I think." The tech's expression tightened. "Although 2 of them are pretty faint." The sound of rapid feet approaching was followed by Addie's voice. "Lieutenant, I need a ride," she ordered the shuttle pilot. Her words were clipped. She held an emergency kit in one hand and wore a medical bracer on the other, encasing it from fingers to forearm. The pilot raced to comply, and Gabe followed, stopping Addie just before she boarded.
"I'll talk to the captain of the patrol boat. Smooth the way for you,"
he told her, and she nodded her thanks. Reaching out to touch her shoulder, he initiated a secured connection. Before he could speak, her voice sounded inside his head.
"That ship has better medical facilities than anything I can provide from down here, plus a small medical staff to assist me."
He felt her hesitation before she added,
You know this means I won't be going with you to catch Janice, or to be there when you try to arrest Sam?
You have my word I'll be fair,
he reminded her.
You know that, Addie.
She sent a mental nod and the impression of a stern look.
You'd better, or I'm coming after you, Alvarez.
That earned her a mental chuckle.
Stay in touch, and let me know what you find.
She nodded once more, and then broke away. Their connection flickered as it automatically cycled from their closed peer-to-peer link to an open one on the outpost's small research net. That would last only as long as the shuttle remained in range.
Ping me once you're aboard,
he suggested, and she sent an affirmative. The hatch closed, and those around him stepped away to give the pilot room to maneuver. He hurried to join them as the shuttle's thrusters came online. He set a reminder on his wire to contact her before the day was up. By then, hopefully she'd have the survivors stabilized. As soon as Addie determined they were medically fit and would allow it, he wanted them questioned about DeGrasse. It was always possible they'd seen something, either on the Taurus or out in space, that might make a difference in solving this case. In the meantime, he had a flight of his own to catch. He turned and retraced his steps back to the supply of ammunition he'd been pillaging as he mentally worked through his plans for pursuit. Despite what Gabe had told Addie, he had no intention of pushing the patrol boat's pinnace to an acceleration of 5 Gs. That would telegraph his intentions to those on the courier ship as surely as if he'd announced them himself.
A slightly higher than usual 1.5 G push could be explained by the fallout from the DeGrasse incident,
he reasoned, as he sorted through the crate of ammunition he'd snagged from the outpost's meager armory.
Especially if we made a point to broadcast status updates over standard military frequencies along the way.
Transit time would be 23 days. At that rate, they'd overtake the courier ship at the 29 AU mark. That would more than make up for the 2-day head start the courier had on them, and give him 3 days to set his snare on the other end.
Far better to let them continue to think they're hiding in plain sight, he thought, rather than risk them going dark.
He flipped the cusp pulse pistol in his hand, adding it to the growing pile he planned to take with him, before sealing the outpost's ammo crate once more. A notification appeared on his HUD, an incoming message from the patrol boat's comm officer. He accepted it and found himself looking at the avatar of a battle bot in full charge.
Kids these days,
he thought, feeling suddenly older than his 38 years.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
He asked as he accepted the connection.
Sir, the pinnace is on its way down to you now. ETA, 30 mics.
That was his ride.
Got it. Thanks for the heads up.
He eye-flicked to the chrono on his HUD as the comm officer signed off. If he hustled, he'd have just enough time to grab a bite and rummage through that second crate of ammo in the outpost's tiny armory. He sealed the crate he'd just finished pillaging and hoisted it off the ground before heading back inside. Half an hour later, Gabe stood frowning at the clearing where the patrol boat's small fleet of shuttles were being loaded, as he turned the matter over in his head.
You look like you're thinking hard about something, sir.
He looked up to see the chief warrant approaching. Hire stopped just in front of the table where he'd parked himself, the awning of the main building sheltering him from the fine mist that had begun to fall from the skies. Nodding to the crate of ammunition in front of him, she added,
Looks like you're planning on taking on an army, too.
He flashed her a quick smile as he set the cusp aside.
No, just a renegade biochemist.
The lanky tug operator leaned against one of the shelter's support posts and eyed him thoughtfully.
You know they'll have a weapons cache on the pinnace. Afraid they won't let you liberate anything?
Gabe's mouth twisted into a wry grin as he nodded to the pistol.
Bird in the hand, Chief.
Her mouth twitched, and she stuffed her hands into her pockets as she leaned against the awning's support beam.
Think you'll have any trouble catching up to the courier ship?
It's not the catching up part I'm worried about.
Oh?
Hire's brows rose.
If Janice is spooked, he'll find a way to turn off the courier ship's IFF.
Hire nodded her understanding. The transponder that identified them as friend and foe wasn't supposed to be something a Navy ship messed with, unless they were in the middle of a clandestine operation, like entering hostile, enemy-held space.
Yep, if that happens, they'll be hard, if not impossible, to find,
she agreed, as he reached for a spare battery to power the cusp pistol he'd appropriated. The search for Case's Helios proved his point easily enough, although he held his counsel on that, for now. The courier didn't have a Helios's stealth, but Gabe knew it didn't really matter. Space was vast, and if the courier ship cut all emissions, it could become a difficult target to locate. "Well, you could always hang out at the gate and wait for them there," she suggested. "They'll have to show up at some point if they plan to leave the system." Gabe shook his head as he looked up from the backpack he was filling. "The ship doesn't necessarily have to use the CY gate to get to Procyon, if they're willing to break interstellar law. You're a Navy pilot, you know that," he reminded her. Heyer's eyes widened at the implication. "Shit, pardon the language, sir. I hadn't thought about that." Despite the seriousness of their conversation, Gabe's lips twitched in amusement at the Chief Warrant's apology. Most civilians weren't aware of it since they'd been banned commercially, but almost all Navy ships still had working Scharnhorst drives. It would be all sorts of illegal to spool up that drive, for no military ship was allowed to do so without an executive order. "That courier pilot wouldn't do that, sir," Heyer asked. "Would he?" "He could, if he's in on it, or they force him to. You think a little thing like legalities would stop someone like Janice? I'm not about to rule it out." He saw understanding cross Heyer's face as she processed his words. The plain truth was that the courier ship could bug out of Loughton's star at any time. They could deviate from the gate's flight path, fire up the Scharnhorst, and propel themselves through the interstellar medium at 3 times the speed of light, leaving behind nothing but an energy signature to indicate the ship's point of origin. If they did that, they'd make it to Procyon in a little over 3 months. If they ran for Procyon, Gabe knew he had little to no chance of finding them. Searching for them would be like finding a specific grain of sand on the ocean floor. Space, even in an inhabited system, was just too vast. Heyer nodded thoughtfully. "Fuel wouldn't be a problem," she mused. "Their hull would be able to feed its fusion drive a constant supply of hydrogen from the IM out there." The courier ship was surfaced just like all Alliance Navy ships, with a Maxine membrane. Gabe didn't know much about Maxine, other than it was a 2D molybdenum carbide material that functioned as an ultra-fast sieve. He knew it pulled H0, the ultra-dense hydrogen that dark matter was made of, from the interstellar medium. The hydrogen was then stored in CNT-reinforced receptacles lining the ship's hull. Unfortunately for them, interstellar space between Loughton's star and Procyon was currently passing through a nice little region of local fluff. It was rich with the stuff. "Yeah, they won't be hurting for fuel," he thought bitterly, as he tossed the battery he held inside his backpack. Although you'd think someone in supply would have noticed if they'd stocked the ship with enough food for that length of a trip before leaving the Taurus. "You have a point there, Chief." Gabe looked down, grabbed a few canisters of breech nano, and tossed them into his backpack, next to the cusp's spare batteries. "Let's hope they don't." He finished packing and hefted the backpack on one shoulder and nodded toward the pinnace. "I'd best get going. That ride's not going to wait on me forever." She sent him a cocky salute and a sly grin before walking back toward the ships in the clearing. "See you around, sir," he grunted, hiding a smile at her cavalier attitude and shaking his head at her departing figure. As he hauled the second crate back to the armory, he reviewed the instructions that had arrived moments before Heyer appeared. Now that he was no longer hiding his status as an NCIC agent, he figured a data packet might show up from the Home Office in Procyon. He'd been right. What he hadn't expected was for it to originate from someone other than his direct superior. The whole thing was highly irregular. He hadn't decided yet what he was going to do about it. Gabe hoisted the crate back into the shelf where he'd found it, and then sealed the door using the outpost's master security token. Hand still on the lock, he stood there a moment, considering the instructions he'd received from the NCIC's deputy director.
"Proceed to gate," the dispatch had read. "Target will be apprehended from this end. Monitor and report progress, but do not engage."
He turned and walked slowly through the compound, his thoughts a light year away. The news that he was being denied a part in Janice's arrest didn't sit well with him, but it didn't cause the unease that churned in his gut when he considered the rest of the missive.
"Send future reports directly to this secured token. This case is now restricted. Director level only."
Gabe trusted his immediate superior implicitly. It bothered him that he was being ordered to keep Rhea out of the loop. He could think of no reason why the deputy director would do such a thing, and plenty of bad ones. What if the corruption that had found its way onto DeGrasse had infiltrated his own organization?
I'll let matters ride for now,
he decided, as he strode up the Penance's ramp and nodded a greeting to its pilot. For the moment, the instructions didn't directly conflict with his own goals. Always honest with himself, he admitted privately that he was holding his options open. Only time would tell if he would continue to comply with the deputy director's orders. Time, and whatever future developments might unfold.
Reporting in. GNS Wraith, Starshot Buoy, 1 AU from DeGrasse remains. Wraith had flipped and begun its deceleration 4 million kilometers sunward of their current position. Sam spent most of that time in the gunner's seat, going over her notes. She didn't really need to be in the cockpit, but Harper and Jonathan had been exchanging verbal barbs with one another for the past hour, and she needed a reprieve. She wasn't sure what sparked the antagonism between the two, but it seemed to magnify whenever they worked together. After Jewel had chuffed and then told them to get a room, Sam opted for a hasty exit, especially after receiving dirty looks from both parties when she'd been unable to stifle a surprised laugh. "It's giving me a rash to be this close," she heard Micah mutter under his breath as they came to a stop relative to the buoy. "We're well within the detection cone of the buoy's sensor suite, in case anyone was wondering." "Tell me something I don't know, Navy." Jonathan's sardonic comment told her he'd been monitoring from the cargo bay. She stifled a smile at the derisive look Micah shot toward the back of the ship. "Dumbass," he said, under his breath. She cocked her head. "That's kind of like calling yourself one, isn't it?" "Don't remind me." She heard Jonathan's mental laughter filtering in over her wire as Micah unwebbed. "Okay, Wraith's holding station and her rangefinders locked onto the buoy," he said. "You're safe to unweb now, Doc." They reconvened around the Surges suite, where Harper had rigged one of the field comm units to project the whisker beam transmission. Out of habit, Sam had her wire connect with the medical unit as she neared it. Jonathan looked a bit piratical at the moment. She'd removed the gel regen pack, blanketing half his face, and replaced it with a black patch to cover his missing eye. His hand was still encased in a wireframe bandage that continuously fed nano repair bots to rebuild bone and sinew. But overall, he was much improved. She anchored herself on one side of the Surges suite, Harper on the other, while Micah remained out of range of the holotransmitter until she signaled him to join in. "You ready?" she asked, and felt the weight of Micah's glance before he nodded. "As I'll ever be," Jonathan agreed, angling his good eye so that he could see her. "Comm's all yours, Doc." She smiled her thanks, then used her wire to interface with Wraith's communications station. A moment later, the holo screen at the foot of the Surges suite flared to life. She let out a breath in silent relief when she saw the familiar golden seal of the Alliance's National Security Agency rotating slowly against a sea of black stars. 30 seconds passed agonizingly slowly, and then, "Sam? My God, Sam!" Though the seal remained the same, the welcome sensation of Duncan's presence flooded into her mind. His voice cracked as he said her name, and she could feel the swell of emotion that underlaid his words. Grief, a terrible guilt that she had perished under his orders, and then a staggering relief at the sight of her personal token when it popped up onto his HUD. "My God, you're alive," he repeated. "I am," she responded, unable to stop herself from smiling. "We're in Micah Case's Helios, and we're stealthed. Are you in a position to talk securely over holo? There's something I think you should see. I'd send you an info burst, but I think it's best if we have this conversation face-to-face." There was a pause at the other end. "Okay, now I'm intrigued. I can be at a secured location in about 5 minutes," Duncan replied. "Stealthed, you say? Should I be concerned? Do you need backup?" It was Sam's turn to hesitate. "I think that would be a good idea," she admitted after a beat. "But be careful. Harper thinks there's a leak somewhere high up in the Navy, someone who knows about the Vermilion project back in Procyon. You might want to be selective with who you bring in on this." Sam knew her words were cryptic. If Duncan didn't implicitly trust her, that might be cause for concern. Her uncle didn't hesitate. "Got it. Consider it done. Whoever I send, their loyalty will be to me and me alone. Are you headed back here? To Cereba?" She sent him a mental headshake. "No, you sent me here to find out if our chiral research is being stolen. You were right. It is. Records have been altered to show smaller volumes of samples than what were actually harvested. Someone siphoned off a rather large selection of material from Vermilion. The person we think is responsible is headed for Loughton Gate." "Think is responsible?" Sam made a mental face. "All circumstantial evidence. Harper says he's good.
Nothing within the Taurus's encrypted network indicates tampering. That's another reason we think there's a leak higher up. We think he had help. Someone gave him access to a secured token. Admiral Toland's, actually. With that, the entire Taurus would have been an open book to him.
She felt a flicker of dismay from her uncle before he shut the emotion down.
Who is it? Stinton?
She sent a negative.
No, Clint Janus. The vessel he's on is carrying a large shipping crate. I need a look inside to confirm, but I think we both know what I'll find.
She heard her uncle sigh.
Well, the good news is that he'll be forced to jump to Procyon. There's no other place he can go. Loughton Gate is locked down.
We kind of figured that. He'll also have to go through customs at Levitt Station.
She reminded him.
We have to assume he's not operating alone. I'll have reinforcements waiting for you at Levitt.
He replied.
Okay, I'm at a secure spot now, and ready for your visual. Do I need to brace myself?
There was a trace of gallows humor in his voice that had Sam's lips twitching. She switched the connection over to the holoprojector.
Yeah, you probably should,
she said aloud as his visage resolved onto the holoscreen in Wraith's cargo bay. A slight widening of Duncan's eyes was the only indication of his surprise, and she waited while he studied the scene before him. He remained silent for several seconds, taking in the cargo bay, medical bed, and Jonathan's physical condition.
Sir?
Her patient broke the silence with a nod.
Captain Case?
Duncan responded. He took in a deep breath.
It would seem you didn't come through the destruction of DeGrasse unscathed. I'm truly sorry for that, Captain.
Actually, Sam interjected, bringing a hand to rest on Jonathan's shoulder.
The captain sustained these injuries several days ago. We suspect the ship he was piloting at the time was tampered with, and that's what caused the accident that injured him.
Jonathan nodded.
I was out on a routine maintenance flight, a check of the Taurus's fusion generators. I just vectored in from the inner side of the ring when my ship experienced explosive decompression.
There was a fire, Harper spoke up. He ejected just as the ship disintegrated around him. I downloaded the initial report on the wreckage they recovered. The person who wrote it up suggested metal fatigue, but...
That's bullshit, sir.
Jonathan cut in.
The Navy maintains their Nova strikes better than that, and the report itself
was suspiciously light on detail.
Harper finished. Sam could see the muscles in her uncle's cheek twitch as his jaw tightened at the news.
You think someone found out you were there to investigate?
His words fell between them, hard and flat. His eyes cut from Jonathan to her. Sam slanted a sideways look over to where chiral mica floated just out of sight.
No, actually. I think we ended up stumbling upon an entirely different situation that no one back in Procyon had a clue was happening. Something our enemies would kill to get their hands on.
Micah saw Sam glance his way, and he took that as his cue to move forward. Pushing off, he floated over to the medical unit and bumped gently against the bed beside Harper. Micah's mouth quirked in a half-smile at the white-knuckled death grip the analyst had on his twin. It faded the moment he turned and saw the disgust playing across the National Security Director's face.
Don't worry, bro. We've got your back.
Micah looked down to meet Jonathan's steady gaze. His lone good eye held a steely look. Micah gave him a sharp nod of thanks before returning his attention back to the holo. He saw Cutter's fists curl, the man's head shaking as if he would deny what his own eyes were showing him.
Cloning a human is illegal. Have you run the biometrics on him, Sam? Maybe he's just been gene-modded to appear like Case.
Sam shook her head, the movement causing her short blonde hair to halo around her.
He's not a clone, Duncan, although what was done to him was just as illegal.
She sighed, her voice taking on a weary tone as she raked her fingernails through her short strands.
Stinton was running a little side experiment. The man you see here is Micah Case's chiral twin.
The NSA director's mouth twisted into an angry snarl. His hand made a sharp crack as he slammed it down onto the desk in front of him.
God damn it! That's immoral! An abomination!
He cut off his words just as abruptly as the angry outburst had begun. It was clear Cutter was fighting to contain his reaction. What Micah couldn't tell was whether or not the man considered him to be the abomination. For the first time since this disaster had unfolded, the thought crossed Micah's mind that the Alliance might not recognize him as a human being, a sentient, with freedoms and rights of his own. Apprehension began to curl deep in his gut at the thought. Puppet Master. Alliance courier ship, 4.5 AU from de Grasse's remains. Tucked away inside the passenger cabin of the courier ship, Clint Janus sat quietly against an outer bulkhead. The cushion beneath him was comprised of nothing more than a thin, reed-like mat. It was the sole comfort the assassin had allowed him so far on this journey. His world had shrunk to an avid awareness of her location at all times, and a prey's attempt to remain motionless in the hope that the predator would forget his presence. He startled when she moved suddenly, an action that was unusual for the woman. The assassin had, for the past several hours, been working through her daily exercise regimen. His wary gaze tracked her as she gracefully extricated herself from another inverted position. She reached for a towel and slung it around her neck as she rose, wiping her face with it.
"We have news?"
she said. Clint returned her look with a guarded one of his own as he waited for her to continue.
"The clone you allowed to escape, and the physicist who aided him, have surfaced."
Clint shook his head, holding his hands as if to ward away an incipient attack. "I had no way of knowing Case's chiral clone would survive. None of the rest did."
"Regardless,"
she cut him off.
"we know where they are now. Even better, we know where they will be."
Her tone suggested that perhaps, this time, a punishment would not be meted out. Clint straightened cautiously. "Where did this information come from?" The assassin didn't smile, yet he received the impression his question amused her.
"Another sleeper agent, positioned where critical information might be acquired."
She took a step toward him, and he had to work hard to suppress the urge to flinch.
"They are following us to the gate. They made a stop at a buoy to send a secured message, which increased our distance by another 3 AU.
She fell silent. Clint turned her words over in his head, frantically casting about for something to say that might appease her, or at least not set her on him again. "It's too bad we don't have a marine fire team to set on their trail like on de Grasse," he said without thinking. When he recalled how that operation had failed, he flinched internally. She tilted her head, bird-like, turning to look at him from those inscrutable eyes. 1 minute passed, then 2. Finally she nodded.
"An excellent idea, Doctor," she told him.
"It was?"
"Indeed. In fact, it will solve 2 problems at once."
She nodded to herself as she paced slowly before him. 2 problems? He asked haltingly. What would the second one be? Her eyes landed on him once more.
"It would seem that the Taurus's security chief was also not who he appeared. He is an NCIC agent, placed on de Grasse at Admiral Tolan's request. It is our misfortune that he happened to have been away from the Taurus when it was destroyed. He survived."
Her pacing stopped, and she took another deliberate step toward him.
"It also appears he has reason to suspect your actions. Fortunately, the deputy director of the NCIC is one of ours. She is working on a way to divert his attention away from us without raising suspicion."
"That's—" Clint's voice broke. He swallowed hard, then tried again. "That's good, right?"
"Your comment about the Marine fire team suggests a course of action that has merit as a red herring. Agent Alvarez will soon have a different quarry in his sights."
She smiled, her dark eyes as still and cold as the frozen void.
"Micah Case's Helios."
Survivors. Alliance Navy patrol boat, GNS Haversham, Vermilion. The Haversham's med bay was far too small to accommodate 7 gravely injured Marines, but it was a fair sight better than the first aid center the research outpost housed on Vermilion.
"Makes sense, I suppose,"
Addie thought.
"The outpost always knew medical help was just an hour or 2 away, in orbit above them. This patrol boat could be weeks, and dozens of AU away from the nearest human."
She waved over the next maglev cart that had been pressed into service as a gurney, and did a quick assessment. The Marine on the cart was in rough shape, just as the last 3 she'd seen. This one was in light armor, but missing an arm from the elbow down. The suit had triggered a foam sealant that prevented the woman from bleeding out. It had also administered pain meds that would have worn off half a day earlier. A piece of shrapnel still pierced the suit's left thigh. Again, foam sealant had done its job and maintained suit integrity. Addie placed a finger along the inside of the woman's arm and sent a command to her medical bracer. It administered a dose of local anti-inflammatory nano and repair bots to begin the job of cleaning up the Marine's shredded elbow, and additional pain medication to make the woman more comfortable. Once the metal shard was removed and the bleeding stopped, she stepped back and waved to the ensign pushing the cart.
"She's stable for now. Get her settled somewhere and send me her location," she instructed.
The ensign maneuvered the cart down the passageway, likely headed toward a crew cabin someone had vacated for the wounded. Addie rotated her head from side to side to relieve the stress, blinked away the fatigue, and turned to meet her next patient. The survivors all came from the same shuttle. Chance had dictated that the shrapnel impaling the vessel had done so in a manner that left portions of it intact. The co-pilot had survived, her suit automatically sealing when atmospheric integrity had been compromised. The pilot had not. Neither had those in the main cabin, unprotected from exposure to the vacuum of space. Oddly enough, a fire team of Marines in heavy armor had been loaded into the ship's cargo bay. These, plus 2 additional Marines, who had also been in cargo but kitted out in light armor, were the only ones to survive. One of the patrol boat's midshipmen had told her they'd found a Marine's lifeless corpse, mag-locked to the outside of the sealed cargo section as it spun silently through space. From the looks of it, those inside owed that man their lives. The ship's logs, which had survived the shrapnel intact, showed the man shoving someone through the open cargo doors before slapping the controls shut and ordering his heavy armor to fasten itself to the side of the shuttle. It appeared he'd intended to ride the maelstrom out while hanging onto the exterior of the ship. The plan was a solid one. His heavy armor would have provided enough life support to have kept him alive until their rescue, had not another wave of shrapnel torn into his legs and back. The sound of another approaching makeshift gurney had Addie shaking her head to force the mental image from her mind.
"I need to focus on those I can save, not those beyond my help,"
she reminded herself. As the cart drew near, she could tell this patient was in a semi-conscious state. Contusions marred the left side of the sergeant's face. The rest was caked with dried blood. Her gloved hand turned his face gently as she sought the source of the injury, and the man moaned, slurring something unintelligible. The wound wasn't hard to find. She didn't need the data streaming from her bracer onto her HUD to see that the entire right side of the sergeant's face was a mess. The man's eye had been pulverized, and the maxilla and zygomatic bones beneath it shattered. His skin flapped loosely, all the way to his missing right ear. The Marine shifted beneath her hands and began to rock his head back and forth, words rapidly spilling from his mouth. She could understand 1 out of every 3 of them, and none of them made sense. The man was delirious from the pain.
Shit,
the man chanted, followed by a string of something that she couldn't parse. Then,
"Hurts like hell."
She stilled his frantic movements, injecting him with a dose of pain medication. His head movements slowed, but the incoherent words kept tumbling out.
"We've got you, Sergeant,"
Addie assured him as she followed the pain meds with additional clotting nano. A quick scan of the rest of his body showed more contusions, but no additional perforations. Looking up at the midshipman, who was standing beside the cart, his face averted, she said softly,
"He's in shock. His mind is telling him he's still in pain, but he's not."
She looked down once more at her patient when she caught the word morgue in another string of mumbled words. She gripped the man's uninjured arm and squeezed softly.
"You're not dying, soldier. You're going to be fine."
The man jerked his head to one side in response.
"Don't have 9 lives, Doc," she heard him whisper. "Not like that damn pilot. Fucking case wouldn't die."
Addie froze, her hand tightening on her patient's arm.
"What did he just say?" "No one's dying,"
she responded. Then, leaning closer to catch the man's fevered words, she played a hunch.
"Case won't die either."
The Marine sergeant made an ugly sound.
"Janice owes me for that."
The words were barely there, but Clint's name was unmistakable. Addie jerked her hand back, letting go of the man's arm as if it were a hot poker. Straightening, she eyed the midshipman as she tried to judge what, if anything, he had heard. She needn't have worried. The young Navy cadet was too busy holding in his lunch, if Addie was any judge.
"Okay, then,"
she said briskly, and the midshipman's eyes swerved back to meet hers.
"We're going to need to get him cleaned up before we can begin repairs, but otherwise, he's stable. Go ahead and get him settled. I'll send one of my nurses to you as soon as I can."
The midshipman swallowed convulsively and nodded. The poor kid looked green. Addie dialed in a drug that would help the young Navy man control his queasiness. Before he could protest, she pressed her fingers to the side of his neck, the bracer injecting the antiemetic into his system. Smiling at him, she stepped back.
"Can't have you getting sick all over the patients,"
she explained. The man shot her a sheepish look, but nodded his understanding. Another gurney came to a stop in front of her, but Addie couldn't break her gaze away from the departing form of the Marine sergeant.
"Okay, Alvarez. What am I supposed to do now?"
she thought to herself, as the cadet pushing the sergeant's gurney turned a corner, and the injured man's form floated out of sight. Rules of Engagement. Alliance Navy pinnace, GNS York. 0.5 AU from Vermilion. The pinnace had been underway for a full day, and Gabe could not get the message from the NCIC's deputy director out of his head. He supposed there were any number of reasons why his own superior had been cut out of the loop, but his gut was telling him something more was going on than met the eye. He wasn't entirely sure it was above board. A ping from the cockpit had him straightening. He looked down at the Plaz sheet he'd been taking notes on and pushed it aside. A look at his chrono told him he'd been sitting alone with his thoughts for more than an hour. "Yes?" he asked, standing and stretching as he opened the connection. "Incoming message for you. It's Dr. Moran on the Haversham," the pilot told him. "At our distance, there's a 4-minute delay, so it was sent as a packet, not a live stream." "Thanks," Gabe replied, as the pilot initiated the transfer of the data. He stood, hands resting on the top of the back of the chair he'd just vacated, and waited for the packet to finish downloading. When he saw Addie's face materialize on his HUD, he could tell something was bothering her.
"Gabe,"
she began.
"one of the patients I just triaged was a bit incoherent. He said a few things in his delirium that, well..."
She shook her head and paused briefly, and shook her head as if gathering her thoughts. Gabe mentally urged her to get on with it.
"He begged me not to send him to the morgue, said he didn't have 9 lives, not like, and I quote, that damn pilot Case wouldn't die."
Gabe's attention sharpened, but he could hear by the way she'd said it that it was using the word Case, and not the name Case.
I wasn't entirely sure how he meant the words, so I took a chance. I told him he wasn't going to die, and neither would Captain Case.
She paused, this time a deliberate one, as she dropped her next bombshell.
His reaction wasn't pleasant. And then he said that Janice owed him for that.
Gabe blinked as he assimilated what she'd just told him. She wasn't done.
I figure you're going to want to interrogate him once he's well enough for it, but I'm not sure how to go about it, or who on this ship can be trusted, given the circumstances.
She cocked her head, eyebrows raised.
What do you want me to do, Alvarez? This is your territory, not mine.
Her image froze as the recording came to an end. Drumming his fingers along the top of the chair, he thought for a moment about how to proceed. In the end, he went with his gut. He recorded a quick missive to his superior, asking her to run a security check on Haversham's crew. "I won't share any details," he told himself, "but it can't hurt to let her know something's not right out here in Loughton Star." Promising to follow up with more information soon, he sealed it with an NCIC priority token and then pinged York's pilot. The man promised to move the message to the top of the queue. That done, Gabe palmed the Plaz sheet he'd been scribbling on and left to go find a change of scenery. The entrance to the Action Information Center drew him to a stop. He stood there for a moment, considering the implications of the deputy director's instructions that he monitor but not pursue. The AIC was currently not in use, so he stepped inside. The tactical table before him was dark. He placed a hand on its surface, using his NCIC token to gain access.
Pulling up a hollow of the star system, he narrowed it to the distance between deGrasse's remains and the gate. A string of new icons dotted the area near the Navy's picket, representing ships that had been sent through the gate to assess the deGrasse incident and help with cleanup. He tapped one of them, noting its acceleration and projected course. His finger traced a line between the ship and the patrol boat, where recovery efforts were underway. The table obligingly supplied the information: a 12-day trip at 5 Gs. It emphasized a truth that seemed to remain unchanged throughout all of military history. Hurry up and wait. Waiting to arrive at your destination, waiting on a crisis to react to, waiting for orders. Often, in this case, waiting for permission to pursue a suspect. The canvas of his career had been laid upon this foundation, just as it had for everyone else in the Alliance Navy. Moments of intense action served as the accents to military life, the occasional exclamation point at the end of a long sentence. Even instantaneous communication wasn't immune. Here he stood, as testament to that fact, trapped, waiting for a response.
Monitoring from this distance isn't going to do anything but give me an ulcer,
was his first sardonic thought. But on its heels, he considered his second quarry. Since the Helios was operating under stealth, it might be much closer to the pinnace than the courier ship. He narrowed the table's field of view, condensing it to the sector of space just ahead of the pinnace. He had no way of knowing if Case was keeping the Helios to 1G, but if he were a betting man, that's where he'd put his credits. Samantha Travis was a civilian, with no military augmentation. Gabe knew she'd be able to withstand higher accelerations, especially if Case kept her in a crash couch. To do that for almost 2 weeks, however, would place an unnecessary strain on the physicist. He swiped his hand through the hollow, and the image flattened, painting the surface of the tactical table in front of him. Bracing his hands on the table's edge, he let his eyes roam the pinnace's cramped AIC as he considered the variables.
No, they're somewhere between us and the courier ship,
he decided, his gaze returning to study the glow of symbols now shining up from the table's surface. Icons called out the topographical features in the immediate vicinity. 2 caught his eye: an airless rock that still bore the ancient designation GJ-273D, less than half an AU away. Beyond it was a star-shot buoy, holding station at the system's 2 AU mark. A noise at the AIC's entrance pulled at Gabe's attention. He looked up in time to see the Chief Warrant's tall frame fill the doorway. It hadn't really surprised him that Hire had volunteered as crew for the pinnace. With so many needing evacuation from the outpost and a limited number of vessels available, it made little sense for Gabe to insist the pinnace be reserved for his exclusive use. In truth, he was glad to have her along. Aside from him, she and Addie were the closest thing to an eyewitness to deGrasse's destruction that the Alliance was going to get, at least until Addie's patience revived. Hire shouldered her way through the AIC's hatch, dipping her head to clear its frame. She stopped at the 2D rendering, staring down at it. Hooking a thumb at the map, she shot him a questioning look. "Anything nearby you want to stop and take a gander at, boss?" He blew out a short laugh and shook his head.
"Classified, Hire."
Hire tugged at a pierced earlobe, drawing his attention to the blue gem that adorned it. Her gaze was contemplative. "You know, boss, you talked pretty feely in old Betsy. If this," she gestured to the tactical table, "has anything to do with that, then I'm already on record as being sworn to secrecy and stuff." Gabe studied her for a long moment. The Chief Warrant had a point. Nodding at the entrance behind her, he said, "Shut the door." As she moved to comply, he shifted over to make room for her beside him.
"If you were piloting a Helios and you wanted to stay hidden, what would you do?"
Hire didn't look down at the table. Instead, she studied him from behind inscrutable eyes. After a moment, she spoke. "You're hunting Micah Case?" He nodded. There was another pause as she came to some sort of internal decision. "Permission to speak freely, boss?"
"Always."
She gave him a perfunctory nod. "Okay, then. Here's the deal. I didn't say anything when we were back in the Betsy. It just didn't feel like the right time. Plus, then there was the big explosion and all." Her chin jutted out and her eyes lit with certainty. "I know Case. I flew with the captain once, back in Procyon. He's good people, a real Boy Scout if you get my meaning."
Gabe opened his mouth to protest, but she held up her hand.
Hang on, let me finish.
She turned to face him, leaning a hip against the table.
Pilots like Case don't get transferred to a place like the Grass. They sure as heck don't get slotted into rotation for basic patrol duty.
Gabe cocked his head, unsure what the chief warrant was trying to tell him. Suddenly a sly smile spread across Heyer's face, and she crossed her arms.
I'm thinking you're more than just a run-of-the-mill security officer for the Governor General's Navy. Am I right?
Amused at the chief warrant's astute observation, and a bit curious about her sudden change of topic, Gabe felt an unwilling smile tease at his lips.
Got me dead to rights, Heyer,
he admitted.
No, I'm not with naval security.
I knew it,
she crowed, slapping a hand on her thigh.
You're with the unit or some such shit, aren't you?
He shook his head at her mention of the Special Reconnaissance Unit.
NCIC,
he clarified. His smile widened at her crestfallen expression.
So sorry to disappoint,
he murmured in a dry tone. She shrugged.
Guess we can't always make it to the elite teams,
she said, and the twinkle in her eye belied her harsh words.
I'm wounded, Chief. Crushed you'd say such a thing.
Heyer waved away his words.
At any rate, you understand covert ops. You were on one at DeGrasse.
She paused expectantly, but Gabe refused to confirm. There was another quick shrug, and she continued.
Well, you see, a few years back, Captain Case and his Helios ferried a team of unit boys and girls out to Sirius. They came in and saved our asses.
At Gabe's raised brow, she explained.
Remember that crazy goon that protested the Alliance's mining of Molly B around Big Blue? I was with one of those crews they held hostage.
It took him a minute to parse her words, until he recalled that Molly B was miners' slang for molybdenum, the transition metal used to create Maxine. He thought a moment about what her words implied.
I remember that incident, he said. About 7 years ago, wasn't it?
She nodded.
7 years is a long time, Chief,
he reminded her.
Somewhere in that time, Case could have fallen out of favor, or maybe he did something to get his ass booted from the SRU.
Heyer looked skeptical.
Well, technically he's not SRU. He's Shadow Recon.
Same difference, Heyer.
She snorted her derision.
That right there tells me you're not a grunt, and definitely not special ops either. SRU's the boots on the ground, boss. The team guys.
She jabbed a finger at him to emphasize her point.
Shadow Recon are the pilots, the one that insert them wherever we need them to go. We call them Night Stalkers. They rule the black. What they can do with a spaceship is pure magic. Shadow Recon can slip an SRU team in and then bring them back out again right under your nose, purty as you please, and you'd never know they were there.
Gabe looked back down at the map, considering her words. Stars, he hoped she was wrong.
So maybe Case decided he wanted something less high-octane. Or maybe he's lost his edge.
My guess is he was sent in, just like you were,
Heyer said.
And if he doesn't want to be found, you're not going to find him.
Well, we're sure as hell going to try.
Heyer began to shake her head, but he forestalled her with a raised hand. Gently, he said,
Just accept it, Chief. If Case is innocent, he has nothing to worry about. There's no harm in stopping him and questioning him. We're doing it, and that's non-negotiable. Understood?